It is from manufactures that the nation's capability originates of carrying on foreign trade with less civilized nations, of increasing its mercantile marine, of establishing a naval power, and by founding colonies, of utilizing its surplus population for the further augmentation of the national prosperity and the national power. Comparative statistics show that by the complete and relatively equal cultivation of manufactures and agriculture in a nation endowed with a sufficiently large and fertile territory, a population twice or three times as large can be maintained, and maintained, moreover, in a far higher degree of well-being than in a country devoted exclusively to agriculture. From this it follows that all the mental powers of a nation, its state revenues, its material and mental means of defense, and its security for national independence, are increased in equal proportion by establishing in it a manufacturing power. At a time where technical and mechanical science exercise such immense influence on the methods of warfare, where all warlike operations depend so much on the condition of the national revenue, where successful defense greatly depends on the questions, whether the mass of the nation is rich or poor, intelligent or stupid, energetic or sunk in apathy, whether its sympathies are given exclusively to the fatherland or partly to foreign countries, whether it can muster many or but few defenders of the country at such a time, more than ever before, must the value of manufactures be estimated from a political point of view. Chapter 18. The manufacturing power and the natural productive powers of the nation. The more that man and the community perfect themselves, the more are they enabled to make use of the natural powers which are within their reach for the accomplishment of their objects, and the more does the sphere of what is within their reach extend itself. The hunter does not employ the 1,000th part, the shepherd not the 100th part, of those natural advantages which surround him. The sea, foreign climates and countries, yield him either none, or at least only an inconsiderable amount of enjoyment, assistance, or stimulants to exertion. In the case of a people in a primitive agricultural condition, a large portion of the existing natural resources lies yet unutilized, and man still continues limited to his nearest surroundings. The greater part of the water power and wind power which exists, or can be obtained, is unemployed. The various mineral products which the manufacturers so well understand how to utilize profitably, lie dead. Various sorts of fuel are wasted or regarded, as, for instance, peat turf, as a mere hindrance to cultivation. Stone, sand, and lime are used but little as building materials. The rivers, instead of being means of freight and transport for man, or of fertilizing the neighboring fields, are allowed to devastate the country by floods. Warmer climates and the sea yield to the agricultural country but few of their products. In fact, in the agricultural state, that power of nature on which production especially depends, the natural fertility of the soil, can only be utilized to a smaller extent so long as agriculture is not supported by manufacturing industry. Every district in the agricultural state must itself produce as much of the things necessary to it as it requires to use, for it can neither effect considerable sales of that which it has in excess to other districts, nor procure that which it requires from other districts. A district may be ever so fertile and adapted for the culture of plants yielding oil, dyeing materials, and fodder, yet it must plant forests for fuel, because to procure fuel from distant mountain districts, over wretched country roads, would be too expensive. Land which if utilized for the cultivation of the vine and for garden produce could be made to yield 3 to 4 times more returns must be used for cultivating corn and fodder. He who could most profitably devote himself solely to the breeding of cattle must also fatten them. On the other hand, he who could most profitably devote himself merely to fattening stock, must also carry on cattle breeding. How advantageous it would be to make use of mineral manures, gypsum, lime, marl, or to burn peat, coal, and sea, instead of wood, and to bring the forest lands under cultivation. But in such a state there exists no means of transport by means of which these articles can be conveyed with advantage for more than very short distances. What rich returns would the meadows in the valleys yield, if irrigation works on a large scale were established? The rivers now merely serve to wash down and carry away the fertile soil. Through the establishment of manufacturing power in an agricultural state, roads are made, railways constructed, canals excavated, rivers rendered navigable, and lines of steamers established. By these not merely is the surplus produce of the agricultural land converted into machinery for yielding income, not merely are the powers of labor of those who are employed by it brought into activity, not only is the agricultural population enabled to obtain from the natural resources which it possesses an infinitely greater return than before, but all minerals, all metals, which heretofore were lying idle in the earth are now rendered useful and valuable. Articles which could formerly only bear a freight of a few miles, such as salt, coals, stone, marble, slate, gypsum, lime, timber, bark, and sea, can now be distributed over the surface of an entire kingdom. Hence such articles, formerly quite valueless, can now assume a degree of importance in the statistical returns of the national produce, which far surpasses the total of the entire agricultural production in previous times. Not a cubic foot of waterfall will then exist which is not made to perform some service, even in the most distant districts of a manufacturing country. Timber and fuel will now become valuable, of which previously no one knew how to make any use. Through the introduction of manufactures, a demand for a quantity of articles of food and raw materials is created, to the production of which certain districts can be far more profitably devoted than to the growth of corn, the usual staple article of rude agricultural countries. The demand which now springs up for milk, butter, and meat adds a higher value to the existing pasture land, and leads to the breaking up of fallows and the erection of works of irrigation. The demand for fruit and garden produce converts the former bare agricultural land into vegetable gardens and orchards. The loss which the mere agricultural state sustains by not making use of these natural powers, is so much the greater the more it is fitted by nature for carrying on manufactures, and the more its territory is adapted for the production of raw materials and natural powers which manufacturers specially require. That loss will therefore be the greatest in mountainous and hilly countries less suitable for agriculture on the whole, but which offer to manufactures plenty of water power, of minerals, timber, and stone, and to the farmer the opportunity of cultivating the products which are specially required by the manufacturer. Countries with a temperate climate are, almost without exception, adapted for factories and manufacturing industry. The moderate temperature of the air promotes the development and exertion of power far more than a hot temperature. But the severe season of the year, which appears to the superficial observer as an unfavorable effect of nature, is the most powerful promoter of habits of energetic activity, of forethought, order, and economy. A man who has the prospect before him of 6 months in which he is not merely unable to obtain any fruits from the earth, but also requires special provisions and clothing materials for the sustenance of himself and his cattle, and for protection against the effects of cold, must necessarily become far more industrious and economical than the one who merely requires protection from the rain, and into whose mouth the fruits are ready to drop during the whole year. Diligence, economy, order, and forethought are at first produced by necessity, afterwards by habit, and by the steady cultivation of those virtues. Morality goes hand in hand with the exertion of one's powers and economy, and immorality with idleness and extravagance. Each are reciprocally fertile sources, the one of power, the other of weakness. An agricultural nation, which inhabits a country of temperate climate, leaves therefore the richest part of its natural resources unutilized. The school, inasmuch as, in judging the influences of climate on the production of wealth, it has not distinguished between agriculture and manufacturing industry, has fallen into the gravest errors in respect to the advantages and disadvantages of protective regulations, which we cannot here omit thoroughly to expose, although we have already made mention of them in general terms elsewhere. In order to prove that it is foolish to seek to produce everything in one and the same country, the school asks the question, whether it would be reasonable if we sought to produce wine by growing grapes in Scottish and English greenhouses. It is of course possible to produce wine in this manner, only it would be of much worse quality and more expensive than that which England and Scotland could procure in exchange for their manufactured goods. To anyone who either is unwilling or unable to penetrate more deeply into the nature of things, this argument is a striking one, and the school is indebted to it for a large portion of its popularity, at any rate among the French vine growers and silk manufacturers, and among the North American cotton planters and cotton merchants. Regarded in the light of day, however, it is fundamentally false, since restrictions on commercial intercourse operate quite differently on the productive power of agriculture than they do on the productive power of manufacturing industry. Let us first see how they operate on agriculture. If France rejects from her frontiers German fat cattle, or corn, what will she effect thereby? In the first place, Germany will thereby be unable to buy French wines. France will therefore have to use those portions of her soil which are fitted for the cultivation of the vine less profitably in proportion as this destruction of commercial interchange lessens her exportation of wines. So many fewer persons will be exclusively occupied with the cultivation of the vine, and therefore so much less native agricultural products will be required, which these persons would have consumed, who would have otherwise devoted themselves exclusively to vine culture. This will be the case in the production of oil as well as in that of wine. France will therefore always lose in her agricultural power on other points much more than she gains on one single point, because by her exclusion of the German cattle she protects a trade in the rearing and fattening of cattle which had not been spontaneously developed, and for which, therefore, probably the agriculture of those districts where this branch of industry has had to be artificially developed is not adapted. Thus will it be if we consider France merely as an agricultural state opposed to Germany as a merely agricultural state, and if we also assume that Germany will not retaliate on that policy by a similar one. This policy, however, appears still more injurious if we assume that Germany, as she will be compelled to out of regard to her own interests, adopts similarly restrictive measures, and if we consider that France is not merely an agricultural, but also a manufacturing state. Germany will, namely, not merely impose higher duties on French wines, but on all those French products which Germany either produces herself, or can more or less do without, or procure elsewhere. She will further restrict the importation of those manufactured goods which she cannot at present produce with special benefit, but which she can procure from other places than from France. The disadvantage which France has brought upon herself by those restrictions, thus appears twice or three times greater than the advantage. It is evident that in France only so many persons can be employed in the cultivation of the vine, in the cultivation of olives, and in manufacturing industry, as the means of subsistence, and raw materials which France either produces herself or procures from abroad, are able to support and employ. But we have seen that their restriction of importation has not increased the agricultural production, but has merely transferred it from one district to another. If free course had been permitted to the interchange of products, the importation of products and raw materials, and consequently the sale of wine, oil, and manufactured goods, would have continually increased, and consequently the number of persons employed in the cultivation of the vine and olives, and in manufactures, while with the increasing traffic, on the one hand, the means of subsistence and raw materials, and, on the other hand, the demand for her manufactured products, would have augmented. The augmentation of this population would have produced a larger demand for those provisions and raw materials which cannot easily be imported from abroad, and for which the native agriculture possesses a natural monopoly. The native agriculture therefore would thus have obtained a far greater profit. The demand for those agricultural products for which the character of the French soil is specially adapted, would be much more considerable under this free interchange than that produced artificially by restriction. One agriculturist would not have lost what another gained, the whole agriculture of the country would have gained, but still more the manufacturing industry. Through restriction, The agricultural power of the country therefore is not increased, but limited, and besides this, that manufacturing power is annihilated which would have grown up from the augmentation of the internal agriculture, as well as from the foreign importation of provisions and raw materials. All that has been attained through the restriction is an increase of prices in favor of the agriculturists of one district at the expense of the agriculturists of another district, but above all, at the expense of the total productive force of the country. The disadvantages of such restrictions on the interchange of products are still more clearly brought to light in the case of England than in that of France. Through the Corn Laws, on doubt, a quantity of unfertile land is brought under cultivation, but it is a question whether these lands would not have been brought under cultivation without them. The more wool, timber, cattle, and corn that England would have imported, the more manufactured goods would she have sold, the greater number of workmen would have been enabled to live in England, the higher would the prosperity of the working classes have risen. England would probably have doubled the number of her workmen. Every single workman would have lived better, would have been better able to cultivate a garden for his pleasure and for the production of useful vegetables, and would have supported himself and his family much better. It is evident that such a large augmentation of the working population, as well as of its prosperity and of the amount of what it consumed, would have produced an enormous demand for those products for which the island possesses a natural monopoly, and it is more than probable that thereby double and 3 times as much land could have been brought into cultivation than by unnatural restrictions. The proof of this may be seen in the vicinity of every large town. However large the mass of products may be which is brought into this town from distant districts for miles around it, one cannot discover a single tract of land uncultivated, however much that land may have been neglected by nature. If you forbid the importation into such a town of corn from distant districts, you thereby merely effect a diminution of its population, of its manufacturing industry, and its prosperity, and compel the farmer who lives near the town to devote himself to less profitable culture. It will be perceived that thus far we are quite in accord with the prevailing theory. With regard to the interchange of raw products, the school is perfectly correct in supposing that the most extensive liberty of commerce is, under all circumstances, most advantageous to the individual as well as to the entire state. 81 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html1 can, indeed, augment this production by restrictions, but the advantage obtained thereby is merely apparent. We only thereby divert, as the school says, capital and labor into another and less useful channel. But the manufacturing productive power, on the contrary, is governed by other laws, which have, unfortunately, entirely escaped the observation of the school. If restriction on the importation of raw products hinder, as we have seen, the utilization of the natural resources and powers of a state, restrictions on the importation of manufactured goods, on the contrary, call into life and activity, in the case of a populous country already far advanced in agriculture and civilization, a mass of natural powers, indeed, without doubt, the greater half of all natural powers, which in the merely agricultural state lie idle and dead forever. If, on the one hand, restrictions on the importation of raw products are a hindrance to the development not only of the manufacturing, but also of the agricultural productive powers of a state, on the other hand, an internal manufacturing productive power produced by restrictions on the importation of foreign manufactures, stimulates the whole agricultural productive powers of a state to a degree which the most flourishing foreign trade is never able to do. If the importation of raw products makes the foreign country dependent on us and takes from it the means of manufacturing for itself, so in like manner, by the importation of foreign manufactures, are we rendered dependent on the foreign country, and the means are taken from us of manufacturing for ourselves. If the importation of products and raw materials withdraws from the foreign country the material for the employment and support of its population and diverts it to our nation, so does the importation of manufactured fabrics take from us the opportunity of increasing our own population and of providing it with employment. If the importation of natural products and raw materials increases the influence of our nation on the affairs of the world and gives us the means of carrying on commerce with all other nations and countries, so by the importation of manufactured fabrics are we chained to the most advanced manufacturing nation, which can rule over us almost as it pleases, as England rules over Portugal. In short, history and statistics alike prove the correctness of the dictum expressed by the ministers of George I, that nations are richer and more powerful the more they export manufactured goods, and import the means of subsistence and raw materials. In fact, it may be proved that entire nations have been ruined merely because they have exported only means of subsistence and raw materials, and have imported only manufactured goods. Montesquieu 82 https://lresources.ms/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html Who understood better than anyone either before or after him how to learn from history the lessons which she imparts to the legislator and politician, has well perceived this, although it was impossible for him in his times, when political economy was as yet but little studied, clearly to unfold the causes of it. In contradiction to the groundless system of the physiocratic school, he maintained that Poland would be more prosperous if she gave up altogether foreign commerce, that is if she established a manufacturing power of her own, and worked up and consumed her own raw materials and means of subsistence. Only by the development of an internal manufacturing power, by free, populous, and industrious cities, could Poland obtain a strong internal organization, national industry, liberty, and wealth. Only thus could she maintain her independence and political superiority over less cultivated neighbors. Instead of foreign manufactured goods she should have introduced, as England did at one time, when she was on the same footing as regards culture with Poland, foreign manufacturers and foreign manufacturing capital. Her aristocracy, however, preferred to export the paltry fruits of serf labor to foreign markets, and to obtain in return the cheap and fine goods made by foreign countries. Their successors now may answer the question, whether it is advisable for a nation to buy the fabrics of a foreign country so long as its own native manufactures are not yet sufficiently strengthened to be able to compete in prices and quality with the foreigner. The aristocracy of other countries may bear her fate in mind whenever they are instigated by feudal inclinations. They may then cast a glance at the English aristocracy in order to inform themselves as to what is the value to the great landed proprietors of a strengthened manufacturing power, of free municipal institutions, and of wealthy towns. Without here entering on an enquiry whether it would have been possible for the elective kings of Poland, under the circumstances under which they were placed, to introduce such a commercial system as the hereditary kings of England have gradually developed and established, let us imagine that it had been done by them. Can we not perceive what rich fruits such a system would have yielded to the Polish nation? By the aid of large and industrious towns, the crown would have been rendered hereditary, the nobility would have been obliged to make it convenient to take part in legislation in a House of Peers, and to emancipate their serfs. Agriculture would have developed itself, as it has developed itself in England. The Polish nobility would now be rich and respected. The Polish nation would, even if not so respected and influential in the affairs of the world as the English nation is, would have long ago become so civilized and powerful as to extend its influence over the less cultivated East. Without a manufacturing power she has become ruined and partitioned, and were she not so already she must have become so. Of its own accord and spontaneously no manufacturing power was developed in her. It could not be so, because its efforts would have been always frustrated by further advanced nations. Without a system of protection, and under a system of free trade with further advanced nations, even if Poland had retained her independence up to the present time, she could never have carried on anything more than a crippled agriculture. She could never have become rich, powerful, and outwardly influential. By the circumstance that so many natural resources and natural powers are converted by the manufacturing power into productive capital is the fact chiefly to be accounted for, that protective regulations act so powerfully on the augmentation of national wealth. This prosperity is not a false appearance, like the effects of restrictions on the trade in mere natural products. It is a reality. They are natural powers which are otherwise quite dead, natural resources which are otherwise quite valueless, which an agricultural nation calls to life and renders valuable by establishing a manufacturing power of its own. It is an old observation, that the human race, like the various breeds of animals, is improved mentally and bodily by crossings, that man, if a few families always intermarry amongst one another, just as the plant, if the seed is always sown in the same soil, gradually degenerates. We seem obliged to attribute to this law of nature the circumstance that among many wild or half-wild tribes in Africa and Asia, whose numbers are limited, the men choose their wives from foreign tribes. The fact which experience shows, that the oligarchies of small municipal republics, who continually intermarry among themselves, gradually die out or visibly degenerate, appears similarly attributable to such a natural law. It is undeniable that the mixing of two quite different races results, almost without exception, in a powerful and fine future progeny, and this observation extends to the mixing of the white race with the black in the third and the fourth generation. This observation seems to confirm more than any other thing the fact, that those nations which have emanated from a crossing of race frequently repeated and comprising the whole nation, have surpassed all other nations in power and energy of the mind and character, in intelligence, bodily strength, and personal beauty. 83 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/all3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. We think we may conclude from this that men need not necessarily be such dull, clumsy, and unintellectual beings as we perceive them to be when occupied and crippled agriculture in small villages, where a few families have for thousands of years intermarried only with one another, where for centuries it has occurred to no one to make use of an implement of a new form, or to adopt a new method of culture, to alter the style of a single article of clothing, or to adopt a new idea, where the greatest art consisted, not in exerting one's bodily and mental powers in order to obtain as much enjoyment as possible, but to dispense with as much of it as possible. This condition of things is entirely changed, and for the best purposes of the improvement of race of a whole nation, by establishing a manufacturing power. While a large portion of the increase of the agricultural population goes over into the manufacturing community, while the agricultural population of various districts becomes mixed by marriages between one another and with the manufacturing population, the mental, moral, and physical stagnation of the population is broken up. The intercourse which manufactures and the commerce between various nations and districts which is based upon them brings new blood into the whole nation as well as into separate communities and families. The development of the manufacturing power has no less important an influence on the improvement of the breeds of cattle. Everywhere, where woolen manufactures have been established, the race of sheep has quickly been improved. Owing to a greater demand for good meat, which a numerous manufacturing population creates, the agriculturist will endeavor to introduce better breeds of cattle. The greater demand for horses of luxury is followed by the improvement of the breeds of horses. We shall then no longer see those wretched primitive breeds of cattle, horses, and sheep, which having resulted from the crippled state of agriculture and everywhere from neglect of crossing of breeds, exhibit a side spectacle worthy of their clumsy owners. How much do the productive powers of the nations already owe to the importation of foreign breeds of animals and to the improvement of the native breeds, and how much has yet to be done in this respect? All the silkworms of Europe are derived from a few eggs, which, under Constantine, were brought to Constantinople in hollow sticks, by Greek monks from China, where their exportation was strictly prohibited. France is indebted to the importation of the Thibet goat for a beautiful product of her industry. It is very much to be regretted that hitherto the breeding and improving of animals has been chiefly carried on in order to satisfy the requirements of luxury, and not in order to promote the welfare of the large masses. The descriptions of travelers show that in some countries of Asia a race of cattle has been seen which combines considerable draft power with great swiftness of pace, so that they can be used with almost the same advantage as horses for riding and driving. What immense advantages would such a breed of cattle confer on the smaller agriculturists of Europe? What an increase in means of subsistence, productive power, and convenience would the working classes thereby obtain! But even far more than by improved breeds, and importation from one country into another of various animals, has the productive power of the human race been increased by the improvement and importation of trees and plants. This is at once evident, if we compare the original plants as they have sprung from the bosom of nature, with their improved species. How little do the primitive plants of the various species of corn and of fruit trees, of edible vegetables and of the olive, resemble in form and utility their improved offspring. What masses of means of nourishment, of enjoyment, and comfort, and what opportunities for the useful application of human powers, have been derived from them. The potato, the beetroot, the cultivation of root crops for cattle, together with the improved systems of manuring and improved agricultural machines, have increased tenfold the returns of agriculture, as it is at present carried on by the Asiatic tribes. Science has already done much with regard to the discovery of new plants and the improvement of them, but governments have not yet devoted to this important object so much attention as they ought to have done, in the interests of economy. Quite recently, species of grass are said to have been discovered in the savannas of North America, which from the poorest soil yield a higher produce than any fodder plants, which are as yet known to us, do from the richest soil. It is very probable that in the wild regions of America, Asia, Africa, and Australia, a quantity of plants still vegetate uselessly, the transplantation and improvement of which might infinitely augment the prosperity of the inhabitants of temperate climates. It is clear that most of the improvements and transportations of animals and vegetables, most of the new discoveries which are made with respect to them, as well as all other progress, inventions, and discoveries, are chiefly calculated to benefit the countries of the temperate zone, and of those most of all, the manufacturing countries. Chapter 19, The Manufacturing Power and the Instrumental Powers, Material Capital, of the Nation. The nation derives its productive power from the mental and physical powers of the individuals, from their social, municipal, and political conditions and institutions, from the natural resources placed at its disposal, or from the instruments it possesses as the material products of former mental and bodily exertions, material, agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial capital. In the last two chapters we have dealt with the influence of manufactures on the three first named sources of the national productive powers. The present and the following chapter are devoted to the demonstration of its influence on the one last named. That which we understand by the term instrumental powers is called capital by the school. It matters but little by what word an object is signified, but it matters very much, especially with regard to scientific investigations, that the word selected should always indicate one and the same object, and never more or less. As often, therefore, as different branches of a matter are discussed, the necessity for a distinction arises. The school now understands by the term capital not merely the material, but also all mental and social means of and aids to production. It clearly ought, therefore, to specify wherever it speaks of capital, whether the material capital, the material instruments of production, or the mental capital, the moral and physical powers which are inherent in individuals, on which individuals derive from social, municipal, and political conditions, are meant. The omission of this distinction, where it ought to be drawn, must necessarily lead to false reasoning, or else serve to conceal false reasoning. Meanwhile, However, as it is not so much our business to found a new nomenclature as to expose the errors committed under the cover of an inexact and inadequate nomenclature, we will adopt the term capital, but distinguish between mental and material capital, between material, agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial capital, between private and national capital. Adam Smith, by means of the common expression, capital, urges the following argument against the protective commercial policy which is adopted to the present day by all his followers. A country can indeed by means of such protective regulations produce a special description of manufactures sooner than without them, and this special kind of manufactures will be able to yield after some time as cheap or still cheaper productions than the foreign country. But although in this manner we can succeed in directing national industry sooner into those channels into which it would later have flowed of its own accord, it does not in the least follow that the total amount of industry or of the incomes of the community can be increased by means of such measures. The industry of the community can only be augmented in proportion as its capital increases, and the capital of the community can only increase in accordance with the savings which it gradually makes from its income. Now, the immediate effect of these measures is to decrease the income of the community. But it is certain that that which decreases that income cannot increase the capital more quickly than it would have been increased by itself, if it, as well as industry, had been left free. 84 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. As a proof of this argument, the founder of the school adduces the well-known example, refuted by us in the previous chapter, how foolish it would be to plant the vine in Scotland. In the same chapter he states, the annual income of the community is nothing else but the value in exchange of those objects which the national industry produces annually. In the above-named argument lies the chief proof of the school against the protective commercial policy. It admits that by measures of protection manufactories can be established and enabled to produce manufactured goods as cheap or even cheaper than they can be obtained from abroad, but it maintains that the immediate effect of these measures is to decrease the income of the community, the value in exchange of those things which the national industry produces annually. It thereby weakens its power of acquiring capital, for capital is formed by the savings which the nation makes out of its annual income. The total of the capital, however, determines the total of the national industry, and the latter can only increase in proportion to the former. It therefore weakens its industry by means of those measures by producing an industry which, in the nature of things, if they had been left to their own free course would have originated of its own accord. It is firstly to be remarked in opposition to this reasoning, that Adam Smith has merely taken the word capital in that sense in which it is necessarily taken by rentiers or merchants in their bookkeeping and their balance sheets, namely, as the grand total of their values of exchange in contradistinction to the income accruing therefrom. He has forgotten that he himself includes, in his definition of capital, the mental and bodily abilities of the producers under this term. He wrongly maintains that the revenues of the nation are dependent only on the sum of its material capital. His own work, on the contrary, contains 1,000 proofs that these revenues are chiefly conditional on the sum of its mental and bodily powers, and on the degree to which they are perfected, in social and political respects, especially by means of more perfect division of labor and confederation of the national productive powers, and that although measures of protection require sacrifices of material goods for a time, these sacrifices are made good 100-fold in powers, in the ability to acquire values of exchange, and are consequently merely reproductive outlay by the nation. He has forgotten that the ability of the whole nation to increase the sum of its material capital consists mainly in the possibility of converting unused natural powers into material capital, into valuable and income-producing instruments, and that in the case of the merely agricultural nation a mass of natural powers lies idle or dead which can be quickened into activity only by manufactures. He has not considered the influence of manufactures on the internal and external commerce, on the civilization and power of the nation, and on the maintenance of its independence. as well as on the capability arising from these of gaining material wealth. He has for example not taken into consideration what a mass of capital the English have obtained by means of colonization. Martin estimates the amount of this at more than £2.5 milliards of pounds sterling. He, who nevertheless elsewhere proves so clearly that the capital employed in intermediate commerce is not to be regarded as belonging to any given nation, so long as it is not equally embodied in that nation's land, has here not duly considered that the nationalization of such capital is most effectually realized by favoring the nation's inland manufactures. He has not taken into account that by the policy of favoring native manufacture a mass of foreign capital, mental as well as material, is attracted into the country. He falsely maintains that these manufactures have originated in the natural course of things and of their own accord, notwithstanding that in every nation the political power interferes to give to this so-called natural course an artificial direction for the nation's own special advantage. He has illustrated his argument, founded on an ambiguous expression and consequently fundamentally wrong, by a fundamentally wrong example, in seeking to prove that because it would be foolish to produce wine in Scotland by artificial methods, therefore it would be foolish to establish manufactures by artificial methods. He reduces the process of the formation of capital in the nation to the operation of a private rentier, whose income is determined by the value of his material capital, and who can only increase his income by savings which he again turns into capital. He does not consider that this theory of savings, which in the merchant's office is quite correct, if followed by a whole nation must lead to poverty, barbarism, powerlessness, and decay of national progress. Where everyone saves and economizes as much as he possibly can, no motive can exist for production. Where everyone merely takes thought for the accumulation of values of exchange, the mental power required for production vanishes. A nation consisting of such insane misers would give up the defense of the nation from fear of the expenses of war, and would only learn the truth after all its property had been sacrificed to foreign extortion, that the wealth of nations is to be attained in a manner different to that of the private rentier. The private rentier himself, as the father of a family, must follow a totally different theory to the shopkeeper theory of the material values of exchange which is here set up. He must at least expend on the education of his heirs as much value of exchange as will enable them to administer the property which is some day to fall to their lot. The building up of the material national capital takes place in quite another manner than by mere saving as in the case of the rentier, namely, in the same manner as the building up of the productive powers, chiefly by means of the reciprocal action between the mental and material national capital, and between the agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial capital. The augmentation of the national material capital is dependent on the augmentation of the national mental capital, and vice versa. The formation of the material agricultural capital is dependent on the formation of the material manufacturing capital, and vice versa. The material commercial capital acts everywhere as an intermediary, helping and compensating between both. In the uncivilized state, in the state of the hunter and the fisher, the powers of nature yield almost everything, capital is almost nil. Foreign commerce increases the latter, but also in so doing, through firearms, powder, lead, totally destroys the productiveness of the former. The theory of savings cannot profit the hunter, he must be ruined or become a shepherd. In the pastoral state the material capital increases quickly, but only so far as the powers of nature afford spontaneously nourishment to the cattle. The increase of population, however, follows closely upon the increase of flocks and herds and of the means of subsistence. On the one hand, the flocks and herds as well as pastures become divided into smaller shares, on the other hand, foreign commerce offers inducements to consumption. It would be in vain to preach to the pastoral nation the theory of savings, it must sink into poverty or pass over into the agricultural state. To the agricultural nation is open an immense, but at the same time limited, field for enriching itself by utilizing the dormant powers of nature. The agriculturist for himself alone can save provisions, improve his fields, increase his cattle, but the increase of the means of subsistence always follows the increase of population. the material capital, namely, cultivated land and cattle, in proportion as the former becomes more fertile and the latter increase, becomes divided among a larger number of persons. Inasmuch, however, as the surface of the land cannot be increased by industry, and the land cannot be utilized up to the measure of its natural capacity, for want of means of transport, which, as we showed in the preceding chapter, must remain imperfect in such a state of things owing to lack of intercourse, and as moreover the merely agricultural nation is mostly in want of those instruments, intelligence, motives to exertion, and also of that energy and social development which are imparted to the nation through manufactures and the commerce which originates from them, the mere agricultural population soon reaches a point in which the increase of material agricultural capital can no longer keep pace with the increase of population, and where consequently individual poverty increases more and more, notwithstanding that the total capital of the nation is continually increasing. In such a condition the most important product of the nation consists of men, who, as they cannot find sufficient support in their own country, emigrate to other countries. It can be but little consolation to such a country, that the school regards man as an accumulated capital, for the exportation of men does not occasion return freights, but, on the contrary, causes the unproductive export of considerable amounts of material values in the shape of implements, utensils, money, and sea. It is clear that in such a state of things, where the national division of labor is not properly developed, neither industry nor economy can bring about the augmentation of the material capital, material enrichment of individuals. The agricultural country is, of course, rarely quite without any foreign commerce, and foreign commerce, as far as it extends, also supplies the place of internal manufactures with regard to the augmentation of capital, inasmuch as it places the manufacturer of the foreign country in commercial relation with the agriculturist of the home country. This, however, takes place only partially and very imperfectly, firstly, because this commerce extends merely to special staple products, and chiefly only to those districts which are situated on the sea-coast and on navigable rivers, and secondly, because it is in any case but a very irregular one, and is liable to be frequently interrupted by wars, fluctuations in trade and changes in commercial legislation, by specially rich harvests, and by foreign importations. The augmentation of the material agricultural capital can only take place on a large scale, with regularity and continuously, if a completely developed manufacturing power is established in the midst of the agriculturists. By far the greatest portion of the material capital of a nation is bound to its land and soil. In every nation the value of landed property, of dwelling houses in rural districts and in towns, of workshops, manufactories, waterworks, mines, and sea, amounts to from 2/3 to 9/10 of the entire property of the nation. It must therefore be accepted as a rule, that all that increases or decreases the value of the fixed property, increases or decreases the total of the material capital of the nation. Now, it is evident that the capital value of land of equal natural fertility is incomparably larger in the proximity of a small town than in remote districts, that this value is incomparably larger still in the neighborhood of a large town than in that of a small one, and that in manufacturing nations these values are beyond all comparison greater than in mere agricultural nations. We may observe, inversely, that the value of the dwelling houses and manufacturing buildings in towns, and that of building land, rises or falls, as a rule, in the same ratio in which the commercial intercourse of the town with the agriculturists is extended or restricted, or in which the prosperity of these agriculturists progresses or recedes. From this it is evident that the augmentation of the agricultural capital is dependent on the augmentation of the manufacturing capital, and, inversely, the latter on the former. 85 https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/all3/store/titles/315/list_00168.html. This reciprocal action is, However, in the case of the change from the agricultural state into the manufacturing state, much stronger on the part of manufacture than on the part of agriculture. For as the increase of capital which results from the change from the condition of the mere hunted to the pastoral condition is chiefly effected by the rapid increase of flocks and herds, as the increase of capital resulting from the change from the pastoral condition into the agricultural condition is chiefly effected by the rapid increase in cultivated land and in surplus produce, so, in the event of a change from the agricultural condition into the manufacturing condition, is the augmentation of the material capital of the nation chiefly effected by those values and powers which are devoted to the establishment of manufactures, because thereby a mass of formerly unutilized natural and mental powers are converted into mental and material capital. Far from hindering the saving of material capital, the establishment of manufactures is the first thing which affords to the nation the means of employing its agricultural savings in an economical manner, and it is the first means by which the nation can be incited to agricultural economy. In the legislative bodies of North America it has often been mentioned that corn rots in the ear from want of sale, because its value will not pay the expense of harvesting it. In Hungary it is asserted that the agriculturist is almost choked with excess of produce, while manufactured goods are 3 to 4 times dearer than in England. Germany even can remember such times. In agricultural states, therefore, all surplus agricultural produce is not material capital. By means of manufactures it first becomes commercial capital by being warehoused, and then by being sold to the manufacturers it is turned into manufacturing capital. What may be unutilized stock in the hand of the agriculturist, becomes productive capital in the hand of the manufacturer, and vice versa. Production renders consumption possible, and the desire to consume incites to production. The mere agricultural nation is in its consumption dependent on foreign conditions, and if these are not favorable to it, that production dies out which would have arisen in consequence of the desire to consume. But in that nation which combines manufactures with agriculture in its territory, the reciprocal inducement continually exists, and therefore, also, there will be continuous increase of production and with it augmentation of capital on both sides. As the agricultural manufacturing nation is, for the reasons which we have already given, always incomparably richer in material capital than the mere agricultural nation, which is evident at a glance, so in the former the rate of interest is always much lower, and larger capital and more favorable conditions are at the disposal of men of enterprise, than in the purely agricultural nation. It follows that the former can always victoriously compete with the newly formed manufactories in the agricultural nation, that the agricultural nation remains continually in debt to the manufacturing nation, and that in the markets of the former continual fluctuations in the prices of produce and manufactured goods and in the value of money take place, whereby the accumulation of material wealth in the purely agricultural nation is no less endangered than its morality and its habits of economy. The school distinguishes fixed capital from circulating capital, and classes under the former in a most remarkable manner a multitude of things which are in circulation without making any practical application whatever of this distinction. The only case in which such a distinction can be of value, it passes by without notice. The material as well as the mental capital is, namely, bound in a great measure to agriculture, to manufactures, to commerce, or to special branches of either, nay often, indeed, to special localities. Fruit trees, when cut down, are clearly not of the same value to the manufacturer, if he uses them for woodwork, as they are to the agriculturist, if he uses them for the production of fruit. Sheep, if, as has already frequently happened in Germany and North America, they have to be slaughtered in masses, have evidently not the value which they would possess when used for the production of wool. Vineyards have, as such, a value which, if used as arable fields, they would lose. Ships, if used for timber or for firewood, have a much lower value than when they serve as means of transport. What use can be made of manufacturing buildings, water power, and machinery if the spinning industry is ruined? In like manner individuals lose, as a rule, the greatest part of their productive power, consisting in experience, habits, and skill, when they are displaced. The school gives to all these objects and properties the general name of capital, and would transplant them, by virtue of this terminology, at its pleasure from one field of employment to another. J. B. Say thus advises the English to divert their manufacturing capital to agriculture. How this wonder is to be accomplished he has not informed us, and it has probably remained a secret to English statesmen to the present day. Say has in this place evidently confounded private capital with national capital. A manufacturer or merchant can withdraw his capital from manufactures or from commerce by selling his works or his ships and buying landed property with the proceeds. A whole nation, however, could not effect this operation except by sacrificing a large portion of its material and mental capital. The reason why the school so deliberately obscures things which are so clear is apparent enough. If things are called by their proper names, it is easily comprehended that the transfer of the productive powers of a nation from one field of employment to another is subject to difficulties and hazards which do not always speak in favor of free trade, but very often in favor of national protection. Chapter 20. The manufacturing power and the agricultural interest. If protective duties in favor of home manufactures proved disadvantageous to the consumers of manufactured goods and served only to enrich the manufacturer, this disadvantage would especially be felt by the landed proprietor and the agriculturist, the most numerous and important class of those consumers. But it can be proved that even this class derives far greater advantages from the establishment of manufactures than the manufacturers themselves do, for by means of these manufactures a demand for greater variety and for larger quantities of agricultural products is created, the value in exchange of these products is raised, the agriculturist is placed in a position to utilize his land and his powers of labor more profitably. Hence emanates an increase of rent, of profits, and wages, and the augmentation of rents and capital is followed by an increase in the selling value of land and in the wages of labor. The selling value of landed property is nothing else than capitalized rent. It is dependent, on the one hand, on the amount and the value of the rent, but, on the other hand, and chiefly, on the quantities of mental and material capital existing in the nation. Every individual and social improvement, especially every augmentation of productive power in the nation, but, most of all, of the manufacturing power, raises the amount of rents, while at the same time it lessens the proportion which rent bears to the gross produce. In an agricultural nation little developed and scantily peopled, for example in Poland, the proportion of rent amounts to 1/2 or 1/3 the gross produce. In a well-developed, populous, and wealthy nation, for example England, it only amounts to 1/4 or 1/5 part of that produce. Nevertheless, the actual worth of this smaller proportion is disproportionately greater than the worth of that larger proportion in money value especially, and still more in manufactured goods. For the 1/5 part of 25 bushels, the average produce of wheat in England, equals 5 bushels. The 1/3 part, however, of 9 bushels, the average produce of wheat in Poland, amounts only to 3 bushels. Further, these 5 bushels in England are worth on an average 25s to 30s, while these 3 bushels in the interior of Poland are at the most worth 8s to 9s, and finally, manufactured goods in England are at least twice as cheap as in Poland, consequently the English landed proprietor is able to buy for his 30s of money rent 10 yards of cloth, but the Polish landowner for his 9s of rent can obtain scarcely 2 yards, from which it is evident that the English landed proprietor by the 1/5 part of the gross produce is as rentier 3 times, and as consumer of manufactured goods 5 times, better off than the Polish landowner is by the 1/3 part of his gross produce. But that farmers and agricultural laborers also must in England, especially as consumers of manufactured goods, be disproportionately better off than in Poland, is shown by the fact that out of the produce of 25 bushels in England 20 bushels go for sowing, for cultivation of the field, wages, and profits, half of which, or 10 bushels, devoted to the last two items have an average value of 60s, or 20 yards of cloth, at 3s per yard, while from the produce of 9 bushels in Poland only 6 bushels go for sowing, cultivation of the field, profit, and wages, half of which, or 3 bushels, devoted to the last two items, have merely a value of 10s to 12s, or 3½ yards of cloth. Rent is a chief means of usefully employing material capital. Its price, therefore, depends also on the quantity of the capital existing in the nation and the proportion of the supply of it to the demand. By the surplus of the capital which accumulates in a manufacturing nation as the result of its home and foreign commerce, by the low rate of interest which there exists, and the circumstance that in a manufacturing and commercial nation a number of individuals who have become wealthy are always seeking to invest their surplus capital in land, the selling price of a given amount of rent of land is always disproportionately higher in such a nation than in the mere agricultural nation. In Poland the rent of land is sold at 10 or 20 years purchase, in England at 30 or 40 years purchase. In the proportion in which the selling value of the rent of land is higher in the manufacturing and commercial nation than in the agricultural nation, so also is the selling value of the land itself higher in the former than in the latter. For land of equal natural fertility in each country, the value is in England 10 to 20 times higher than in Poland. That manufactures have an influence on the amount of rent, and therefore on the value in exchange of the land, is a fact which Adam Smith certainly notices at the conclusion of the 9th chapter of his first book, but only incidentally and without bringing the vast importance of manufactures in this respect properly to light. He distinguishes those causes which influence directly the augmentation of rent, such as the improvement of the land itself, the increase in the number and the value of the cattle maintained upon it, from those causes which have only an indirect influence on that augmentation, among which latter he classes manufactures. In this manner he places the main cause of the augmentation of the rent and of the value of land, namely, the manufactures, in the background so that it is scarcely perceptible, while he places the improvement of the land itself and the increase of cattle, which are themselves for the most part the result of manufactures and of the commerce proceeding from them, as the chief cause, or at least as an equal cause, of that augmentation. Adam Smith and his followers have not recognized by any means to its full extent the value of manufactures in this respect. We have remarked that in consequence of manufactures and of the commerce connected with them, the value of land of equal natural fertility in England is 10 to 20 times greater than in Poland. If we now compare the total produce of the English manufacturing production and of the English manufacturing capital with the total produce of the English agricultural production and of the English agricultural capital, we shall find that the greatest part of the wealth of the nation shows itself in the thus increased value of landed property. McQueen 86 https://lresources.s3.muzzon/all3/store/titles/315/list_/titles/0168.html has prepared the following estimate of the national wealth and national income of England. National capital. 1. In agriculture, lands, mines, and fisheries 2,604 mil. Working capital in cattle, implements, stocks, and money 655. Household furniture and utensils of the agriculturists 52. 3,311. 2. Invested in manufactures and commerce, manufactures, and home trade in manufactured goods 178.5 mil. Trade in colonial goods 11. Foreign trade in manufactured goods 16.5. 206. To this add increase since 1835, in which year this estimate was made, 12,218 mil. Then in town buildings of all kinds, and in manufacturing buildings 605 mil. In ships 33.5. In bridges, canals, and railways 118. In horses which are not used in agriculture 2,776.5 mil. Amount of the whole national capital, exclusive of the capital invested in the colonies, in foreign loans, and in the English public funds, 4. 305.5 mil. 2. Gross national production. 1. Of agriculture, mines, and fisheries 539 mil. 2. Manufacturing production 259.5 798.5. From this estimated may be seen: middle dot 1. That the value of the land devoted to agriculture amounts to 26.43 of the whole English national property, and is about 12 times more than the value of the whole capital invested in manufactures and in commerce. Middle dot 2. That the whole capital invested in agriculture amounts to over 3/4 of the English national capital. Middle dot 3. That the value of the whole fixed property in England, namely of the land, and sea, 2,604 mil. Of houses in towns, and manufacturing buildings 605, of canals and railways 118,327. Middle dot is therefore equal to more than 3/4 of the whole English national capital. Middle dot 4. That the manufacturing and commercial capital, inclusive of ships, does not altogether amount to more than 241.5 millions, and therefore to only about 1/18 of the English national wealth. Middle dot 5. That the whole English agricultural capital, with 3,311 millions, yields a gross income of 539 millions, consequently about 16%, while manufacturing and commercial capital, amounting to 218 millions, gives a gross annual production of 259.5 millions, or of 120%. It must here, above all things, be noted that the 218 millions manufacturing capital, with an annual production of 259.5 millions, constitute the chief reason why the English agricultural capital could have attained to the enormous amount of 3,311 millions, and its annual produce to the sum of 539 millions. By far the greatest part of the agricultural capital consists in the value of land and cattle. Manufactures, by doubling and trebling the population of the country, by furnishing the means for an immense foreign commerce, for the acquisition and exploration of a number of colonies, and for a large mercantile marine, have increased in the same proportion the demand for means of subsistence and raw materials, have afforded to the agriculturist at once the means and the motive for satisfying this increased demand, have increased the exchangeable value of these products, and thus caused the proportionate increase in the amount and the selling value of the rent of land, consequently of the land itself. Were these 218 millions of manufacturing and commercial capital destroyed, we should see not merely the 259.5 millions manufacturing production, but also the greatest part of the 3,311 millions agricultural capital, and consequently of the 539 millions agricultural production, disappear. The English national production would not merely lose 259.5 millions, the value of its manufacturing production, but the value of land would decline to the value which it has in Poland, that is to the 10th or 20th part of its present value. From this it follows that all capital which is devoted by the agricultural nation in a profitable manner to manufactures, increases in the course of time the value of the land tenfold. Experience and statistics everywhere confirm this statement. Everywhere it has been seen that in consequence of the establishment of manufactures the value of land and also that of the stock of capital rapidly increases. Let anyone compare these values in France, in 1789 and in 1840, in North America, in 1820 and in 1830, or in Germany, in 1830 and in 1840. How they have corresponded with a less developed or a more fully developed condition of manufactures, and he will find our observation everywhere confirmed. The reason for this appearance lies in the increased power of production in the nation, which emanates from the regular division of labor and from the strengthened confederation of the national powers, also from a better use of the mental and natural powers placed at the disposal of the nation, and from foreign commerce. These are the very same causes and effects which we may perceive in respect to improved means of transport, which not merely yield in themselves a revenue, and through it a return for the capital spent upon them, but also powerfully promote the development of manufactures and agriculture, whereby they increase in the course of time the value of the landed property within their districts to tenfold the value of the actual material capital which has been employed in creating them. The agriculturist, in comparison with the undertaker of such works, improved means of transport, has the great advantage of being quite sure of his tenfold gain on his invested capital and of obtaining this profit without making any sacrifices, while the contractor for the works must stake his whole capital. The position of the agriculturist is equally favorable as compared with that of the erector of new manufactories. If, however, this effect of manufactures on agricultural production, on rent, and therefore on the value of landed property, is so considerable and advantageous for all who are interested in agriculture, how, then, can it be maintained that protective measures would favor manufactures merely at the cost of the agriculturists? The material prosperity of agriculturists, as well as of all other private persons, principally depends on the point that the value of what they produce shall exceed the value of what they consume. It, therefore, is not so important to them that manufactured goods should be cheap, as especially that a large demand for various agricultural products should exist, and that these should bear a high value in exchange. Now, if measures of protection operate so that the agriculturist gains more by the improvement of the market for his own produce than he loses by the increase of the prices of such manufactured goods as he requires to buy, he cannot rightly be described as making a sacrifice in favor of the manufacturer. This effect is, however, always observable in the case of all nations who are capable of establishing a manufacturing power of their own, and in their case is most apparent during the first period of the rise of the native manufacturing industry, since just at that time most of the capital transferred to manufacturing industry is spent on the erection of dwelling houses and manufactories, the application of water power, and an expenditure which chiefly benefits the agriculturist. However much in the beginning the advantages of the greater sale of agricultural produce and of its increased value outweighs the disadvantage of the increased price of manufactured goods, so must this favorable condition always increase further to the advantage of the agriculturists, because the flourishing of the manufactories always tends in the course of time continually more and more to increase the prices obtainable for agricultural produce and to lessen the prices of manufactured goods. Further, the prosperity of the agriculturist and landed proprietor is especially dependent on the circumstance that the value of the instrument from which his income is derived, namely, his landed property, at least maintains its former position. This is not merely the chief condition of his prosperity, but frequently of his entire economical existence. For instance, it frequently happens that the annual production of the agriculturist exceeds his consumption, and nevertheless he finds himself ruined. This occurs if while his landed property is encumbered with money debts, the general credit becomes fluctuating, if on one side the demand for money capital exceeds the supply of it, and on the other hand the supply of land exceeds the demand. In such cases a general withdrawal of money loans and a general offer of land for sale arises, and consequently land becomes almost valueless, and a large number of the most enterprising, active, and economical land cultivators are ruined, not because their consumption has exceeded their production, but because the instrument of their production, their landed property, has lost in their hands a considerable portion of its value, in consequence of causes over which they had no control, further, because their credit has thereby become destroyed, and finally, because the amount of the money debts with which their landed property is encumbered is no longer in proportion to the money value of their possessions, which has become depressed by the general worthlessness of landed property. Such crises have occurred in Germany and North America during the last 50 years more than once, and in this manner a large proportion of the German nobility find themselves no longer in possession of property or landed estate, without having clearly perceived that they really owe this fate to the policy adopted by their brothers in England, the Tories whom they regard as so well disposed. The condition of the agriculturist and landed proprietor is, however, totally different in countries where manufactures flourish vigorously. There, while the productive capabilities of the land and the prices of produce are increased, he not merely gains the amount by which the value of his production exceeds the value of his consumption, he gains, as landed proprietor, not only an increase of annual rent, but the amount of capital represented by the increase of rent. His property doubles and trebles itself in value, not because he works more, improves his fields more, or saves more, but because the value of his property has been increased in consequence of the establishment of manufactures. This effect affords to him means and inducement for greater mental and bodily exertions, for improvement of his land, for the increase of his livestock, and for greater economy, notwithstanding increased consumption. With the increase in the value of his land his credit is raised, and with it the capability of procuring the material capital required for his improvements. Adam Smith passes over these conditions of the exchangeable value of land in silence. J. B. Say, on the contrary, believes that the exchangeable value of land is of little importance, inasmuch as, whether its value be high or low, it always serves equally well for production. It is sad to read from an author whom his German translators regard as a universal national authority, such fundamentally wrong views about a matter which affects so deeply the prosperity of nations. We, on the contrary, believe it essential to maintain that there is no surer test of national prosperity than the rising and falling of the value of the land, and that fluctuations and crises in that are to be classed among the most ruinous of all plagues that can befall a country. Into this erroneous view the school has also been led by its predilection for the theory of free trade, as it desires the latter term to be understood. For nowhere are fluctuations and crises in the value and price of land greater than in those purely agricultural nations which are in unrestricted commercial intercourse with rich and powerful manufacturing and commercial nations. Foreign commerce also, it is true, acts on the increase of rent and the value of land, but it does so incomparably less decidedly, uniformly, and permanently, than the establishment of home manufactures, the continuous regular increase of manufacturing production, and the exchange of home manufacturing products for home agricultural products. So long as the agricultural nation still possesses a large quantity of uncultivated or badly cultivated land, so long as it produces staple articles which are readily taken by the richer manufacturing nation in exchange for manufactured goods, so long as these articles are easy of transport, so long also as the demand for them is lasting and capable of annual increase at a rate corresponding with the growth of the productive powers of the agricultural nation, and so long as it is not interrupted by wars or foreign tariff regulations, under such circumstances foreign commerce has a powerful effect on the increase of rents and on the exchangeable value of land. But as soon as any one of these conditions fails or ceases to operate, foreign commerce may become the cause of national stagnation, nay frequently of considerable and long-continued retrogression. The fickleness of foreign demand has the most baneful effect of all in this respect. If in consequence of wars, failure of crops, diminution of importation from other parts, or owing to any other circumstances and occurrences, the manufacturing nation requires larger quantities especially of the necessaries of life or raw materials, or of the special staple articles referred to, and then if this demand again to a great extent ceases, in consequence of the restoration of peace, of rich harvests, of larger importation from other countries, or in consequence of political measures, if the demand lasts merely for a short time, some benefit may result from it to the agricultural nation. But if it last for years or a series of years, then all the circumstances of the agricultural nation, the scale of expenditure of all private establishments, will have become regulated by it. The producer becomes accustomed to a certain scale of consumption, and certain enjoyments, which under other circumstances he would have regarded as luxuries, become necessaries to him. relying on the increased yield and value of his landed property, he undertakes improvements in cultivation, in buildings, and makes purchases which otherwise he would never have done. Purchases and sales, contracts of letting land, loans, are concluded according to the scale of increased rents and values. The state itself does not hesitate to increase its expenses in accordance with the increased prosperity of private persons. But if this demand afterwards suddenly ceases, disproportion between production and consumption follows, disproportion between the decreased values of land and the money encumbrances upon it which continue undiminished in amount, disproportion between the money rent payable under the leases, and the money produce of the land which has been taken on lease, disproportion between national income and national expenditure, and in consequence of these disproportions, bankruptcy, embarrassment, discouragement, retrogression in the economical as well as in the mental and political development of the nation. Agricultural prosperity would under these circumstances act like the stimulant of opium or strong drink, stimulating merely for a moment, but weakening for a whole lifetime. It would be like Franklin's flash of lightning, which for a moment displayed the objects in a shining light, but only to throw them back into deeper darkness. A period of temporary and passing prosperity in agriculture is a far greater misfortune than uniform and lasting poverty. If a prosperity is to bring real benefit to individuals and nations, it must be continuous. It, however, becomes continuous only in case it increases gradually, and in case the nation possesses guarantees for this increase and for its duration. A lower value of land is incomparably better than fluctuations in its value. It is only a gradual but steady increase in that value that affords to the nation lasting prosperity. And only by the possession of a manufacturing power of their own, can well-developed nations possess any guarantee for the steady and permanent increase of that value. To how very small an extent clear ideas prevail as to the effect of a home manufacturing power on the rent and value of land in comparison with the effect which foreign trade has on them, is shown most plainly by the circumstance that the proprietors of vineyards in France still always believe that they are injuriously affected by the French system of protection, and demand the greatest possible freedom of commerce with England in hopes of thereby increasing their rents. Dr. Bowring, in his report of the commercial relations existing between England and France, the fundamental tendency of which is to show the benefit to France which a larger importation of English fabrics and a consequently increasing exportation of French wines would occasion, has adduced facts from which the most striking proof against his own argument can be brought. Dr. Bowring quotes the importation of French wines into the Netherlands, 2,515,193 gallons, 1829, against the annual importation into England, 431,509 gallons, to prove how greatly the sale of French wines in England could be increased by freer commercial interchange between the two countries. Now supposing, although it is more than improbable that the sale of French wines in England would not find obstacles in the predilection existing there for spirituous liquors, for strong beer, and for the strong and cheap wines of Portugal, Spain, Sicily, Tenerife, Madeira, and the Cape. Supposing that England really was to extend her consumption of French wines to the same proportion as that of the Netherlands, she would certainly, calculating according to her population, be able to increase her consumption to 5 or 6 million gallons, that is to from 10 to 15-fold her present amount, and from a superficial point of view this certainly appears to promise great advantage to France, and to the French vineyard proprietors. If, however, we investigate this matter to the bottom, we obtain another result. By as much freedom of trade as is possible, we will not say complete freedom of trade, although the latter would have to be accepted according to the principle enunciated, and to Bowring's arguments it can scarcely be doubted that the English would draw to themselves a large part of the French market for manufactured goods, especially as regards the manufactures of woolens, cotton, linen, iron, and pottery. On the most moderate estimate we must assume, that in consequence of this decreased French manufacturing production 1 million fewer inhabitants would live in the French towns, and that 1 million fewer persons would be employed in agriculture for the purpose of supplying the citizens of those towns with raw material and necessaries of life. Now, Dr. Bowring himself estimates the consumption of the country population in France at 16.5 gallons per head, and that of the town population at double that quantity, or 33 gallons per head. Thus, in consequence of the diminution of the home manufacturing power effected by free trade, the internal consumption of wines would decrease by 50 million gallons, while the exportation of wine could only increase by 5 or 6 million gallons. Such a result could scarcely be to the special advantage of the French proprietors of vineyards, since the internal demand for wines would necessarily suffer 10 times more than the external demand could possibly gain. In one word, it is evident as respects the production of wine, as also in that of meat, of corn, and of raw materials and provisions generally, that in the case of a great nation well fitted to establish a manufacturing power of its own, the internal manufacturing production occasions 10 to 20 times more demand for the agricultural products of temperate climates, consequently acts 10 to 20 times more effectually on the increase of the rent and exchangeable value of real estate, than the most flourishing exportation of such products can do. The most convincing proof of this may also be seen in the amount of rents and the exchangeable value of land near large towns, as compared with their amount and value in distant provinces, even though these latter are connected with the capital by good roads and conveniences for commercial intercourse. The doctrine of rent can either be considered from the point of view of values or from the point of view of productive powers. It can further be considered with respect merely to private relations, namely, the relations between landed proprietor, farmer, and laborer, on with especial regard to the social and national relations and conditions. The school has taken up this doctrine chiefly from the sole point of view of private economy. So far as we know, for instance, nothing has been adduced by it to show how the consumption of the rents of the nation is the more advantageous the more it takes place in the proximity of the place whence it is derived, but how nevertheless in the various states that consumption takes place principally at the seat of the sovereign, for example in absolute monarchies mostly in the national metropolis, far away from the provinces where it is produced, and therefore in a manner the least advantageous to agriculture, to the most useful industries, and to the development of the mental powers of the nation. Where the landowning aristocracy possess no rights and no political influence unless they live at the court, or occupy offices of state, and where all public power and influence is centralized in the national metropolis, landowners are attracted to that central point, where almost exclusively they can find the means of satisfying their ambition, and opportunities for spending the income of their landed property in a pleasant manner, and the more that most landowners get accustomed to live in the capital, and the less that a residence in the provinces offers to each individual opportunities for social intercourse and for mental and material enjoyments of a more refined character, the more will provincial life repel him and the metropolis attract him. The province thereby loses and the metropolis gains almost all those means of mental improvement which result from the spending of rents, especially those manufactures and mental producers which would have been maintained by the rent. The metropolis under those circumstances, indeed, appears extremely attractive because it unites in itself all the talents of the intellectual workers and the greatest part of the material trades which produce articles of luxury. But the provinces are thereby deprived of those mental powers, of those material means, and especially of those industries, which chiefly enable the agriculturist to undertake agricultural improvements, and stimulate him to effect them. In these circumstances lies to a great extent the reason why in France, especially under absolute monarchy, alongside of a metropolis surpassing in intellect and splendor all towns of the European continent, agriculture made but slight progress, and the provinces were deficient in mental culture and in useful industries. But the more that the landed aristocracy gains in independence of the court, and in influence in legislation and administration, the more that the representative system and the system of administration grants to the towns and provinces the right of administering their own local affairs and of taking part in the legislation and government of the state, and consequently the more that respect and influence can be attained in the provinces and by living there, so much the more will the landed aristocracy, and the educated and well-to-do citizens, be drawn to those localities from which they derived their rents. The greater also will be the influence of the expenditure of those rents on the development of the mental powers and social institutions, on the promotion of agriculture, and on the development of those industries which are useful to the great masses of the people in the province. The economical conditions of England afford proof of this observation. The fact that the English landed proprietor lives for the greatest portion of the year on his estates, promotes in manifold ways the improvement of English agriculture, directly, because the resident landowner devotes a portion of his rent to undertaking on his own account improvements in agriculture, or to supporting such improvements when undertaken by his tenants, indirectly, because his own consumption tends to support the manufactures and agencies of mental improvement and civilization existing in the neighborhood. From these circumstances it can further partly be explained why in Germany and in Switzerland, in spite of the want of large towns, of important means of transport, and of national institutions, agriculture and civilization in general are in a much higher condition than in France. But the great error into which in this matter Adam Smith and his school have fallen is that which we have already before indicated, but which can be here more clearly shown, viz. That he did not clearly recognize the influence of manufactures on the increase of rents, on the market value of landed property itself, and on the agricultural capital, and did not state this by any means to its full extent, but, on the contrary, has drawn a comparison between agriculture and manufactures in such a manner that he would make it appear that agriculture is far more valuable and important to a nation than manufactures, and that the prosperity resulting from it is far more lasting than the prosperity resulting from the latter. Adam Smith in so doing merely sanctioned the erroneous view of the physiocratic school, although in a somewhat modified manner. He was evidently misled by the circumstance that, as we have already demonstrated by the statistical conditions of England, the material agricultural capital is, even in the richest manufacturing country, 10 to 20 times more important than the material manufacturing capital. In fact, even the annual agricultural production far exceeds in value the total manufacturing capital. The same circumstance may also have induced the physiocratic school to overestimate the value of agriculture in comparison with manufactures. Superficially considered, it certainly appears as if agriculture enriches a country 10 times more, and consequently deserves 10 times more consideration, and is 10 times more important to the state than manufactures. This, however, is merely apparent. If we investigate the causes of this agricultural prosperity to their basis, we find them principally in the existence of manufactures. It is those 218 millions of manufacturing capital which have principally called into existence those 3,311 millions of agricultural capital. The same consideration holds good as respects means of transport. It is the money expended in constructing them which has made those lands which are within the reach of the canals more valuable. If the means of transport along the canal be destroyed, we may use the water which has been hitherto employed for transport, for irrigating meadows apparently, therefore, for increasing agricultural capital and agricultural rents, and c. But even supposing that by such a process the value of these meadows rose to millions, this alteration, apparently profitable to agriculture, will nevertheless lower the total value of the landed property which is within reach of the canal 10 times more. Considered from this point of view, from the circumstance that the total manufacturing capital of a country is so small in comparison with its total agricultural capital, conclusions must be drawn of a totally different character from those which the present and preceding school have drawn from it. The maintenance and augmentation of the manufacturing power seem now, even to the agriculturist, the more valuable, the less capital as compared with agriculture it requires to absorb in itself and to put into circulation. Yes, it must now become evident to the agriculturist, and especially to the rent owners and the landed proprietors of a country, that it would be to their interest to maintain and develop an internal manufacturing power, even had they to procure requisite capital without help of direct recompense, just as it is to their interest to construct canals, railways, and roads even if these undertakings yield no real net profit. Let us apply the foregoing considerations to those industries which lie nearest and are most necessary to agriculture, for example flour mills, and there will be no room for doubt as to the correctness of our views. Compare, on the one hand, the value of landed property and rent in a district where a mill is not within reach of the agriculturist, with their value in those districts where this industry is carried on in their very midst, and we shall find that already this single industry has a considerable effect on the value of land and on rent, that there, under similar conditions of natural fertility, the total value of the land has not merely increased to double, but to 10 or 20 times more than the cost of erecting the mill amounted to, and that the landed proprietors would have obtained considerable advantage by the erection of the mill, even if they had built it at their common expense and presented it to the miller. The latter circumstance, in fact, takes place every day in the backwoods of North America, where, in cases when an individual has not adequate capital to erect such works entirely at his own expense, the landowner gladly helps him by contributing labor, by teamwork, free gifts of timber, and sea. In fact, the same thing also occurred, although in another form, in countries of earlier civilization. Here must undoubtedly be sought the origin of many ancient feudal common mill rights. As it is in the case of the corn mill, so is it in those of saw, oil, and plaster mills, so is it in that of iron works. Everywhere it can be proved that the rent and the value of landed property rise in proportion as the property lies nearer to these industries, and especially according as they are in closer or less close commercial relations with agriculture. And why should this not be the case with woolen, flax, hemp, paper, and cotton mills? Why not with all manufacturing industries? We see, at least, everywhere that rent and value of landed property rise in exactly the same proportion with the proximity of that property to the town, and with the degree in which the town is populous and industrious. If in such comparatively small districts we calculate the value of the landed property and the capital expended thereon, and, on the other hand, the value of the capital employed in various industries, and compare their total amount, we shall find everywhere that the former is at least 10 times larger than the latter. But it would be folly to conclude from this that a nation obtains greater advantages by investing its material capital in agriculture than in manufactures, and that the former is in itself more favorable to the augmentation of capital than the latter. The increase of the material agricultural capital depends for the most part on the increase of the material manufacturing capital, and nations which do not recognize this truth, however much they may be favored by nature in agriculture, will not only not progress, but will retrograde in wealth, population, culture, and power. We see, nevertheless, how the proprietors of rent and of landed property not unfrequently regard those fiscal and political regulations which aim at the establishment of a native manufacturing power as privileges which serve merely to enrich the manufacturers, the burden of which they, the landed interest, have exclusively to bear. They, who at the beginning of their agricultural operations so clearly perceived what great advantages they might obtain if a corn mill, a sawmill, or an iron work were established in their neighborhood, that they themselves submitted to the greatest sacrifices in order to contribute towards the erection of such works, can no longer, when their interests as agriculturists have somewhat improved, comprehend what immense advantages the total agricultural interest of the country would derive from a perfectly developed national industry of its own, and how its own advantage demands that it should submit to those sacrifices without which this object cannot be attained. It therefore happens, that, only in a few and only in very well-educated nations, the mind of each separate landed proprietor, though it is generally keenly enough alive to those interests which lie close at hand, is sagacious enough to appreciate those greater ones which are manifest to a more extended view. It must not, moreover, be forgotten that the popular theory has materially contributed to confuse the opinions of landed proprietors. Smith and Say endeavored everywhere to represent the exertions of manufacturers to obtain measures of protection as inspirations of mere self-interest, and to praise, on the contrary, the generosity and disinterestedness of the landed proprietors, who are far from claiming any such measures for themselves. It appears, however, that the landed proprietors have merely become mindful of and been stimulated to the virtue of disinterestedness, which is so highly attributed to them, in order to rid themselves of it. For in the greatest number of, and in the most important, manufacturing states, these landowners have also recently demanded and obtained measures of protection, although, as we have shown in another place, it is to their own greatest injury. If the landed proprietors formerly made sacrifices to establish a national manufacturing power of their own, they did what the agriculturist in a country place does when he makes sacrifices in order that a corn mill or an iron forge may be established in his vicinity. If the landed proprietors now require protection also for their agriculture, they do what those former landed proprietors would have done if, after the mill has been erected by their aid, they required the miller to help in cultivating their fields. Without doubt that would be a foolish demand. Agriculture can only progress. The rent and value of land can only increase, in the ratio in which manufactures and commerce flourish, and manufactures cannot flourish if the importation of raw materials and provisions is restricted. This the manufacturers everywhere felt. For the fact, however, that the landed proprietors notwithstanding obtained measures of protection in most large states, there is a double reason. Firstly, in states having representative government, the landowner's influence is paramount in legislation, and the manufacturers did not venture to oppose themselves perseveringly to the foolish demand of the landowners, fearing lest they might thereby incline the latter to favor the principles of free trade. They preferred to agree with the landed proprietors. It was then insinuated by the school to the landed proprietors that it is just as foolish to establish manufactures by artificial means as it would be to produce wine in cold climates in greenhouses, that manufactures would originate in the natural course of things of their own accord, that agriculture affords incomparably more opportunity for the increase of capital than manufactures, that the capital of the nation is not to be augmented by artificial measures, that laws and state regulations can only induce a condition of things less favorable to the augmentation of wealth. Finally, where the admission could not be avoided that manufactures had an influence over agriculture, it was sought at least to represent that influence to be as little and as uncertain as possible. In any case, it was said, if manufactures had an influence over agriculture, at least everything is injurious to agriculture that is injurious to manufactures, and accordingly manufactures also had an influence on the increase of the rent of land, but merely an indirect one. But, on the other hand, the increase of population and of cattle, the improvements in agriculture, the perfection of the means of transport, and c. had a direct influence on the increase of rent. The case is the same here in reference to this distinction between direct and indirect influences on many other points where the school draws this distinction, for example in respect of the results of mental culture, and here also is the example already mentioned by us applicable. It is like the fruit of the tree, which clearly, in the sense of the school, is an indirect result, inasmuch as it grows on the twig, which again is a fruit of the branch, this again is a fruit of the trunk, and the latter a fruit of the root, which alone is a direct product of the soil. Or would it not be just as sophistical to speak of the population, the stock of cattle, the means of transport, and c. as direct causes, but of manufactures, on the contrary, as an indirect cause of the augmentation of rents, while, nevertheless, one's very eyesight teaches one in every large manufacturing country that manufactures themselves are a chief cause of the augmentation of population, of the stock of cattle, and of means of transport, and c. And would it be logical and just to coordinate these effects of manufactures with their cause, in fact, to put these results of manufactures at the head as main causes, and to put the manufactures themselves as an indirect, consequently, almost as a secondary, cause behind the former? And what else can have induced so deeply investigating a genius as Adam Smith to make use of an argument so perverted and so little in accordance with the actual nature of things, than a desire to put especially into the shade manufactures, and their influence on the prosperity and the power of the nation, and on the augmentation of the rent and the value of the land? And from what other motive can this have taken place than a wish to avoid explanations whose results would speak too loudly in favor of the system of protection? The school has been especially unfortunate since the time of Adam Smith in its investigations as to the nature of rent. Ricardo, and after him Mill, McCulloch, and others, are of opinion that rent is paid on account of the natural productive fertility inherent in the land itself. Ricardo has based a whole system on this notion. If he had made an excursion to Canada, he would have been able to make observations there in every valley, on every hill, which would have convinced him that his theory is based on sand. As he, however, only took into account the circumstances of England, he fell into the erroneous idea that these English fields and meadows for whose pretended natural productive capability such handsome rents are now paid, have at all times been the same fields and meadows. The original natural productive capability of land is evidently so unimportant, and affords to the person using it so small an excess of products, that the rent derivable from it alone is not worth mentioning. All Canada in its original state, inhabited merely by hunters, would yield in meat and skins scarcely enough income to pay the salary of a single Oxonian professor of political economy. The natural productive capability of the soil in Malta consists of rocks, which would scarcely have yielded a rent at any time. If we follow up with the mind's eye the course of the civilization of whole nations, and of their conversion from the condition of hunters to the pastoral condition, and from this to that of agriculturists, and see, we may easily convince ourselves that the rent everywhere was originally nil, and that it rose everywhere with the progress of civilization, of population, and with the increase of mental and material capital. By comparing the mere agricultural nation with the agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial nation, it will be seen that in the latter 20 times more people live on rents than in the former. According to Marshall's statistics of Great Britain, for example, in England and Scotland 16,537,398 human beings were living in 1831, among whom were 1,116,398 rentes. We could scarcely find in Poland on an equal space of land the 20th part of this number. If we descend from generals to particulars and investigate the origin and cause of the rental of separate estates, we find everywhere that it is the result of a productive capability which has been bestowed on it not spontaneously by nature, but chiefly, directly or indirectly, through the mental and material labor and capital employed thereon and through the development of society. We see, indeed, how pieces of land yield rents which the hand of men has never stirred by cultivation, as, for instance, quarries, sand pits, pasture grounds, but this rent is merely the effect of the increase of culture, capital, and population in the vicinity. We see, on the other hand, that those pieces of land bring most rent whose natural productive capability has been totally destroyed, and which serve for no other use than for men to eat and drink, sit, sleep, or walk, work, or enjoy themselves, teach or be taught upon, viz. Building sites. The basis of rent is the exclusive benefit or advantage which the ground yields to that individual at whose exclusive disposal it is placed, and the greatness of this benefit is determined especially according to the amount of available mental and material capital in the community in which he is placed, and also according to the opportunity which the special situation and peculiar character of the property and the utilization of capital previously invested therein affords to the person exclusively possessing the property for obtaining material values, or for satisfying mental and bodily requirements and enjoyments. Rent is the interest of a capital which is fixed to a natural fund, on which is a capitalized natural fund. The territory, however, of that nation which has merely capitalized the natural funds devoted to agriculture, and which does so in that imperfect manner which is the case in mere agriculture, yields incomparably less rent than the territory of that nation which combines agricultural and manufacturing industry on its territory. The rentiers of such a country live mostly in the same nation which supplies the manufactured goods. But when the nation which is far advanced in agriculture and population establishes a manufacturing industry of its own, it capitalizes, as we have already proved in a former chapter, not merely those powers of nature which are specially serviceable for manufactures and were hitherto unemployed, but also the greatest part of the manufacturing powers serving for agriculture. The increase of rent in such a nation, therefore, infinitely exceeds the interest of the material capital required to develop the manufacturing power. Chapter 21. The manufacturing power and commerce. We have hitherto merely spoken of the relations between agriculture and manufactures, because they form the fundamental ingredients of the national production, and because, before obtaining a clear view of their mutual relations, it is impossible to comprehend correctly the actual function and position of commerce. Commerce is also certainly productive, as the school maintains, but it is so in quite a different manner from agriculture and manufactures. These latter actually produce goods. Commerce only brings about the exchange of the goods between agriculturists and manufacturers, between producers and consumers. From this it follows that commerce must be regulated according to the interests and wants of agriculture and manufactures, not vice versa. But the school has exactly reversed this last dictum by adopting as a favorite expression the saying of old Gawney, laissez-faire, laissez-passer, an expression which sounds no less agreeably to robbers, cheat, and thieves than to the merchant, and is on that account rather doubtful as a maxim. This perversity of surrendering the interests of manufactures and agriculture to the demands of commerce, without reservation, is a natural consequence of that theory which everywhere merely takes into consideration present values, but nowhere the powers that produce them, and regards the whole world as but one indivisible republic of merchants. The school does not discern that the merchant may be accomplishing his purpose, viz. Gain of values by exchange, at the expense of the agriculturists and manufacturers, at the expense of the nation's productive powers, and indeed of its independence. It is all the same to him, and according to the character of his business and occupation, he need not trouble himself much respecting the manner in which the goods imported or exported by him act on the morality, the prosperity, or the power of the nation. He imports poisons as readily as medicines. He innovates whole nations through opium and spirituous liquors. Whether he by his importations and smugglings brings occupation and sustenance to hundreds of thousands, or whether they are thereby reduced to beggary, does not signify to him as a man of business, if only his own balance is increased thereby. Then if those who have been reduced to want bread seek to escape the misery in their fatherland by emigrating, he can still obtain profit by the business of arranging their emigration. In the time of war he provides the enemy with arms and ammunition. He would, if it were possible, sell fields and meadows to foreign countries, and when he had sold the last bit of land would place himself on board his ship and export himself. It is therefore evident that the interest of individual merchants and the interest of the commerce of a whole nation are widely different things. In this sense Montesquieu well said, if the state imposes restrictions on the individual merchant, it does so in the interest of commerce, and his trade is nowhere more restricted than in free and rich nations, and nowhere less so than in nations governed by despots. 87 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html. Commerce emanates from manufactures and agriculture, and no nation which has not brought within its own borders both these main branches of production to a high state of development can attain, in our days, to any considerable amount of internal and external commerce. In former times there certainly existed separate cities or leagues of cities which were enabled by means of foreign manufacturers and foreign agriculturists to carry on a large exchange trade, but since the great agricultural manufacturing commercial states have sprung up, we can no longer think of originating a mere exchange trade such as the Hanse towns possessed. In any case such a trade is of so precarious a character, that it hardly deserves consideration in comparison with that which is based on the nation's own production. The most important objects of internal commerce are articles of food, salt, fuel, and building material, clothing materials, then agricultural and manufacturing utensils and implements, and the raw materials of agricultural and mining production which are necessary for manufactures. The extent of this internal interchange is beyond all comparison greater in a nation in which manufacturing industry has attained a high stage of development than in a merely agricultural nation. At times in the latter the agriculturist lives chiefly on his own productions. From want of much demand for various products and lack of means of transport, he is obliged to produce for himself all his requirements without regard to what his land is more specially fitted to produce. From want of means of exchange he must manufacture himself the greater part of the manufactured articles which he requires. Fuel, building materials, provisions, and mineral products can find only a very limited market because of the absence of improved means of transport, and hence cannot serve as articles for a distant trade. Owing to the limited market and the limited demand for such products, no inducement for storing them or for the accumulation of capital exists. Hence the capital devoted by mere agricultural nations to internal commerce is almost nil. Hence all articles of production, which depend especially on good or bad weather, are subject to extraordinary fluctuation in prices. Hence, the danger of scarcity and famine is therefore greater the more any nation restricts itself to agriculture. The internal commerce of a nation mainly arises in consequence of and in proportion to the activity of its internal manufactures, of the improved means of transport called forth by them, and of the increase of population, and attains an importance which is 10 to 20-fold greater than the internal trade of a merely agricultural nation, and 5 to 10-fold that of the most flourishing foreign trade. If anyone will compare the internal commerce of England with that of Poland or Spain, he will find this observation confirmed. The foreign commerce of agricultural nations of the temperate zone, so long as it is limited to provisions and raw materials, cannot attain to importance. Firstly, because the exports of the agricultural nation are directed to a few manufacturing nations, which themselves carry on agriculture, and which indeed, because of their manufactures and their extended commerce, carry it on a much more perfect system than the mere agricultural nation. That export trade is therefore neither certain nor uniform. The trade in mere products is always a matter of extraordinary speculation, whose benefits fall mostly to the speculating merchants, but not to the agriculturists or to the productive power of the agricultural nation. Secondly, because the exchange of agricultural products for foreign manufactured goods is liable to be greatly interrupted by the commercial restrictions of foreign states and by wars. Thirdly, because the export of mere products chiefly benefits countries which are situated near sea coasts and the banks of navigable rivers, and does not benefit the inland territory, which constitutes the greater part of the territory of the agricultural nation. Fourthly and finally, because the foreign manufacturing nation may find it to its interest to procure its means of subsistence and raw materials from other countries and newly formed colonies. Thus the export of German wool to England is diminished by importations into England from Australia. The exports of French and German wines to England by importations from Spain, Portugal, Sicily, the Spanish and Portuguese islands, and from the Cape. The exports of Prussian timber by importations from Canada. In fact, preparations have already been made to supply England with cotton chiefly from the East Indies. if the English succeed in restoring the old commercial route, if the new state of Texas becomes strong, if civilization in Syria and Egypt, in Mexico and the South American states progresses, the cotton planters of the United States will also begin to perceive that their own internal market will afford them the safest, most uniform, and constant demand. In temperate climates, by far the largest part of a nation's foreign commerce originates in its internal manufactures, and can only be maintained and augmented by means of its own manufacturing power. Those nations only which produce all kinds of manufactured goods at the cheapest prices, can have commercial connections with the people of all climates and of every degree of civilization, can supply all requirements, or if they cease, create new ones, can take in exchange every kind of raw materials and means of subsistence. Such nations only can freight ships with a variety of objects, such as are required by a distant market which has no internal manufactured goods of its own. Only when the export freights themselves suffice to indemnify the voyage, can ships be loaded with less valuable return freights. The most important articles of importation of the nations of the temperate zone consist in the products of tropical climates, in sugar, coffee, cotton, tobacco, tea, dyestuffs, cacao, spices, and generally in those articles which are known under the name of colonial produce. By far the greatest part of these products is paid for with manufactured goods. In this interchange chiefly consists the cause of the progress of industry in manufacturing countries of the temperate zone, and of the progress of civilization and production in the countries of the torrid zone. This constitutes the division of labor, and combination of the powers of production to their greatest extent, as these never existed in ancient times, and as they first originated from the Dutch and English. Before the discovery of the route round the Cape, the East still far surpassed Europe in manufactures. Besides the precious metals and small quantities of cloth, linen, arms, iron goods, and some fabrics of luxury, European articles were but little used there. The transport by land rendered both inward and outward conveyance expensive. The export of ordinary agricultural products and common manufactured goods, even if they had been produced in excess, in exchange for the silks and cotton stuffs, sugar, and spices, of the East, could not be hoped for. Whatever we may, therefore, read of the importance of Oriental commerce in those times, must always be understood relatively. It was important only for that time, but unimportant compared with what it is now. The trade in the products of the torrid zone became more important to Europe through the acquisition of larger quantities of the precious metals in the interior and from America, and through the direct intercourse with the East by the route round the Cape. It could not, however, attain to universal importance as long as the East produced more manufactured goods than she required. This commerce attained its present importance through the colonization of Europeans in the East and West Indies, and in North and South America through the transplantation of the sugar cane, of the coffee tree, of cotton, rice, indigo, and sea, through the transportation of Negroes as slaves to America and the West Indies, then through the successful competition of the European with the East Indian manufacturers, and especially through the extension of the Dutch and English sovereignty in foreign parts of the world, while these nations, in contrast to the Spaniards and Portuguese, sought and found their advantage more in the exchange of manufactured goods for colonial goods, than in extortion. This commerce at present employs the most important part of the large shipping trade and of the commercial and manufacturing capital of Europe, which is employed in foreign commerce, and all the hundreds of millions in value of such products which are transported annually from the countries of the torrid zone to those of the temperate zone are, with but little exception, paid for in manufactured goods. The exchange of colonial products for manufactured goods is of manifold use to the productive powers of the countries of the temperate zone. These articles serve either, as for example sugar, coffee, tea, tobacco, partly as stimulants to agricultural and manufacturing production, partly as actual means of nourishment, the production of the manufactured goods which are required to pay for the colonial products, occupies a large number of manufacturers, manufactories, and manufacturing business can be conducted on a much larger scale, and consequently more profitably. This commerce, again, employs a large number of ships, of seamen, and merchants, and through the manifold increase of the population thus occasioned, the demand for native agricultural products is again very greatly increased. In consequence of the reciprocal operation which goes on between manufacturing production and the productions of the torrid zone, the English consume on an average 2 to 3 times more colonial produce than the French, 3 to 4 times more than the Germans, 5 to 10 times more than the Poles. Moreover, the further extension of which colonial production is still capable, may be recognized from a superficial calculation of the area which is required for the production of those colonial goods which are at present brought into commerce. If we take the present consumption of cotton at 10 million centners, and the average produce of an acre, 40,000 square feet, only at 8 centners, this production requires not more than 1¼ million acres of land. If we estimate the quantity of sugar brought into commerce at 14 million centners, and the produce of an acre at 10 centners, this total production requires merely 1½ million acres. If we assume for the remaining articles, coffee, rice, indigo, spices, and as much as for these 2 main articles, all the colonial goods at present brought into commerce require no more than 7 to 8 million acres. An area which is probably not the 50th part of the surface of the earth which is suitable for the culture of such articles. The English in the East Indies, the French in the Antilles, the Dutch in Java and Sumatra, have recently afforded actual proof of the possibility of increasing these productions in an extraordinary manner. England, especially, has increased her imports of cotton from the East Indies fourfold, and the English papers confidently maintain that Great Britain, especially if she succeeds in getting possession of the old commercial route to the East Indies, could procure all her requirements of colonial products in the course of a few years from India. This anticipation will not appear exaggerated if we take into consideration the immense extent of the English East Indian territory, its fertility, and the cheap wages paid in those countries. While England in this manner gains advantage from the East Indies, the progress in cultivation of the Dutch in the islands will increase. In consequence of the dissolution of the Turkish Empire, a great portion of Africa and the western middle of Asia will become productive. The Texans will extend North American cultivation over the whole of Mexico. Orderly governments will settle down in South America and promote the yield of the immense productive capacity of these tropical countries. If thus the countries of the torrid zone produce enormously greater quantities of colonial goods than heretofore, they will supply themselves with the means of taking from the countries of the temperate zone much larger quantities of manufactured goods, and from the larger sale of manufactured goods the manufacturers will be enabled to consume larger quantities of colonial goods. In consequence of this increased production, and increase of the means of exchange, the commercial intercourse between the agriculturists of the torrid zone and the manufacturers of the temperate zone, that is the great commerce of the world, will increase in future in a far larger proportion than it has done in the course of the last century. This present increase, and that yet to be anticipated, of the now great commerce of the world, has its origin partly in the great progress of the manufacturing powers of production, partly in the perfection of the means of transport by water and by land, partly in political events and developments. Through machinery and new inventions the imperfect manufacturing industry of the East has been destroyed for the benefit of the European manufacturing power, and the latter enabled to supply the countries of the torrid zone with large quantities of fabrics at the cheapest prices, and thus to give them motives for augmenting their own powers of labor and production. In consequence of the great improvements in means of transport, the countries of the torrid zone have been brought infinitely nearer to the countries of the temperate zone. Their mutual commercial intercourse has infinitely increased through diminution of risk, of time employed and of freights, and through greater regularity, and it will increase infinitely more as soon as steam navigation has become general, and the systems of railways extend themselves to the interior of Asia, Africa, and South America. Through the secession of South America from Spain and Portugal, and through the dissolution of the Turkish Empire, a mass of the most fertile territories of the earth have been liberated, which now await with longing desire for the civilized nations of the earth to lead them in peaceful concord along the path of the security of law and order, of civilization and prosperity, and which require nothing more than that manufactured goods should be brought to them, and their own productions taken in exchange. One may see that there is sufficient room here for all countries of Europe and North America which are fitted to develop a manufacturing power of their own, to bring their manufacturing production into full activity, to augment their own consumption of the products of tropical countries, and to extend in the same proportion their direct commercial intercourse with the latter. Chapter 22, The Manufacturing Power and Navigation, Naval Power and Colonization. Manufactures as the basis of a large home and foreign commerce are also the fundamental conditions of the existence of any considerable mercantile marine. Since the most important function of inland transport consists in supplying manufacturers with fuel and building materials, raw materials and means of subsistence, the coast and river navigation cannot well prosper in a merely agricultural state. The coast navigation, however, is the school and the depot of sailors, ship's captains, and of shipbuilding, and hence in merely agricultural countries the main foundation for any large maritime navigation is lacking. International commerce consists principally, as we have shown in the previous chapter, in the interchange of manufactured goods for raw materials and natural products, and especially for the products of tropical countries. But the agricultural countries of the temperate zone have merely to offer to the countries of the torrid zone what they themselves produce, or what they cannot make use of, namely, raw materials and articles of food. Hence direct commercial intercourse between them and the countries of the torrid zone, and the ocean transport which arises from it, is not to be expected. Their consumption of colonial produce must be limited to those quantities for which they can pay by the sale of agricultural products and raw materials to the manufacturing and commercial nations. They must consequently procure these articles second-hand. In the commercial intercourse between an agricultural nation and a manufacturing commercial nation, however, the greatest part of the sea transport must fall to the latter, even if it is not in its power by means of navigation laws to secure lion's share to itself. Besides internal and international commerce, sea fisheries occupy a considerable number of ships, but again from this branch of industry, as a rule, nothing or very little falls to the agricultural nation, as there cannot exist in it much demand for the produce of the sea, and the manufacturing commercial nations are, out of regard to the maintenance of their naval power, accustomed to protect their home market exclusively for their own sea fisheries. The fleet recruits its sailors and pilots from the private mercantile marine, and experience has as yet always taught that able sailors cannot be quickly drilled like land troops, but must be trained up by serving in the coasting and international navigation and in sea fisheries. The naval power of nations will therefore always be on the same footing with these branches of maritime industry. It will consequently in the case of the mere agricultural nation be almost nil. The highest means of development of the manufacturing power, of the internal and external commerce proceeding from it, of any considerable coast and sea navigation, of extensive sea fisheries, and consequently of a respectable naval power, are colonies. The mother nation supplies the colonies with manufactured goods, and obtains in return their surplus produce of agricultural products and raw materials. This interchange gives activity to its manufactures, augments thereby its population and the demand for its internal agricultural products, and enlarges its mercantile marine and naval power. The superior power of the mother country in population, capital, and enterprising spirit, obtains through colonization an advantageous outlet, which is again made good with interest by the fact that a considerable portion of those who have enriched themselves in the colony bring back the capital which they have acquired there, and pour it into the lap of the mother nation, or expend their income in it. Agricultural nations, which already need the means of forming colonies, also do not possess the power of utilizing and maintaining them. What the colonies require, cannot be offered by them, and what they can offer the colony itself possesses. The exchange of manufactured goods for natural products is the fundamental condition on which the position of the present colonies continues. On that account the United States of North America seceded from England as soon as they felt the necessity and the power of manufacturing for themselves, of carrying on for themselves navigation and commerce with the countries of the torrid zone. On that account Canada will also secede after she has reached the same point. On that account independent agricultural manufacturing commercial states will also arise in the countries of temperate climate in Australia in the course of time. But this exchange between the countries of the temperate zone and the countries of the torrid zone is based upon natural causes, and will be so for all time. Hence India has given up her manufacturing power with her independence to England. Hence all Asiatic countries of the torrid zone will pass gradually under the dominion of the manufacturing commercial nations of the temperate zone. Hence the islands of the torrid zone which are at present dependent colonies can hardly ever liberate themselves from that condition, and the states of South America will always remain dependent to a certain degree on the manufacturing commercial nations. England owes her immense colonial possessions solely to her surpassing manufacturing power. If the other European nations wish also to partake of the profitable business of cultivating waste territories and civilizing barbarous nations, or nations once civilized but which are again sunk in barbarism, they must commence with the development of their own internal manufacturing powers, of their mercantile marine, and of their naval power. And should they be hindered in these endeavors by England's manufacturing, commercial, and naval supremacy, in the union of their powers lies the only means of reducing such unreasonable pretensions to reasonable ones. Chapter 23. The manufacturing power and the instruments of circulation. If the experience of the last 25 years has confirmed, as being partly correct, the principles which have been set up by the prevailing theory in contradiction to the ideas of the so-called mercantile system on the circulation of the precious metals and on the balance of trade, it has, on the other hand, brought to light important weak points in that theory respecting those subjects. Experience has proved repeatedly, and especially in Russia and North America, that in agricultural nations, whose manufacturing market is exposed to the free competition of a nation which has attained manufacturing supremacy, the value of the importation of manufactured goods exceeds frequently to an enormous extent the value of the agricultural products which are exported, and that thereby at times suddenly an extraordinary exportation of precious metals is occasioned, whereby the economy of the agricultural nation, especially if its internal interchange is chiefly based on paper circulation, falls into confusion, and national calamities are the result. The popular theory maintains that if we provide ourselves with the precious metals in the same manner as every other article, it is in the main indifferent whether large or small quantities of precious metals are in circulation, as it merely depends on the relation of the price of any article in exchange whether that article shall be cheap or dear. A derangement in the rate of exchange acts simply like a premium on a larger exportation of goods from that country, in favor of which it oscillates from time to time. Consequently the stock of metallic money and the balance between the imports and exports, as well as all the other economical circumstances of the nation, would regulate themselves in the safest and best manner by the operation of the natural course of things. This argument is perfectly correct as respects the internal interchange of a nation. It is demonstrated in the commercial intercourse between town and town, between town and country districts, between province and province, as in the union between state and state. Any political economist would be deserving of pity who believed that the balance of the mutual imports and exports between the various states of the American Union or the German Zollverein, or between England, Scotland, and Ireland, can be regulated better through state regulations and laws than through free interchange. On the hypothesis that a similar union existed between the various states and nations of the earth, the argument of the theory of trusting to the natural course of things would be quite consistent. Nothing, however, is more contrary to experience than to suppose under the existing conditions of the world that in international exchange things act with similar effect. The imports and exports of independent nations are regulated and controlled at present not by what the popular theory calls the natural course of things, but mostly by the commercial policy and the power of the nation, by the influence of these on the conditions of the world and on foreign countries and peoples, by colonial possessions and internal credit establishments, or by war and peace. Here, accordingly, all conditions shape themselves in an entirely different manner than between societies which are united by political, legal, and administrative bonds in a state of unbroken peace and of perfect unity of interests. Let us take into consideration as an example the conditions between England and North America. If England from time to time throws large masses of manufactured goods onto the North American market, if the Bank of England stimulates or restricts, in an extraordinary degree, the exports to North America and the credit granted to her by its raising or lowering its discount rates, if, in addition to and as a consequence of this extraordinary glut of the American market for manufactured goods, it happens that the English manufactured goods can be obtained cheaper in North America than in England, nay, sometimes much below the cost price of production, if thus North America gets into a state of perpetual indebtedness and of an unfavorable condition of exchange towards England, yet would this disorganized state of things readily rectify itself under a state of perfectly unrestricted exchange between the two countries. North America produces tobacco, timber, corn, and all sorts of means of subsistence very much cheaper than England does. The more English manufactured goods go to North America, the greater are the means and inducements to the American planter to produce commodities of value sufficient to exchange for them. The more credit is given to him, the greater is the impulse to procure for himself the means of discharging his liabilities. The more the rate of exchange on England is to the disadvantage of North America, the greater is the inducement to export American agricultural products, and hence the more successful will be the competition of the American agriculturist in the English produce market. In consequence of these exportations, the adverse rate of exchange would speedily rectify itself. Indeed, it could not even reach any very unfavorable point, because the certain anticipation in North America that the indebtedness which had been contracted through the large importation of manufactured goods in the course of the present year, would equalize itself through the surplus production and increased exports of the coming year, would be followed by easier accommodation in the money market and in credit. Such would be the state of things if the interchange between the English manufacturer and the American agriculturist were as little restricted as the interchange between the English manufacturer and the Irish agriculturist is. But they are and must be different. If England imposes a duty on American tobacco of from 500 to 1000%, if she renders the importation of American timber impossible by her tariffs, and admits the American means of subsistence only in the event of famine, for at present the American agricultural production cannot balance itself with the American consumption of English manufactured goods, nor can the debt incurred for those goods be liquidated by agricultural products. At present the American exports to England are limited by narrow bounds, while the English exports to North America are practically unlimited. The rate of exchange between both countries under such circumstances cannot equalize itself, and the indebtedness of America towards England must be discharged by exports of bullion to the latter country. These exports of bullion, however, as they undermine the American system of paper circulation, necessarily lead to the ruin of the credit of the American banks, and therewith to general revolutions in the prices of landed property and of the goods in circulation, and especially to those general confusions of prices and credit which derange and overturn the economy of the nation, and with which, we may observe, that the North American free states are visited whenever they have found themselves unable to restore a balance between their imports and their exports by state tariff regulations. It cannot afford any great consolation to the North American that in consequence of bankruptcies and diminished consumption, the imports and exports between both countries are at a later period restored to a tolerable proportion to one another. For the destruction and convulsions of commerce and in credit, as well as the reduction in consumption, are attended with disadvantages to the welfare and happiness of individuals and to public order, from which one cannot very quickly recover, and the frequent repetition of which must necessarily leave permanently ruinous consequences. Still less can it afford any consolation to the North Americans, if the popular theory maintains that it is an indifferent matter whether large or small quantities of precious metals are in circulation, that we exchange products merely for products. Whether this exchange is made by means of large or small quantities of metallic circulation is of no importance to individuals. To the producer or proprietor it certainly may be of no consequence whether the object of his production or of his possession is worth 100 centimes or 100 francs, provided always that he can procure with the 100 centimes as large a quantity of objects of necessity and of enjoyment as he can with the 100 francs. But low or high prices are thus a matter of indifference only in case they remain on the same footing uninterruptedly for a long period of time. If, however, they fluctuate frequently and violently, disarrangements arise which throw the economy of every individual, as well as that of society, into confusion. Whoever has purchased raw materials at high prices, cannot under low prices, by the sale of his manufactured article, realize again that sum in precious metals which his raw materials have cost him. Whoever has bought at high prices landed property and has left a portion of the purchase money as a mortgage debt upon it, loses his ability of payment and his property, because, under diminished prices, probably the value of the entire property will scarcely equal the amount of the mortgage. Whoever has taken leases of property under a state of high prices, finds himself ruined by the decrease in prices, or at least unable to fulfill the covenants of his leases. The greater the rising and falling of prices, and the more frequently that fluctuations occur, the more ruinous is their effect on the economical conditions of the nation and especially on credit. But nowhere are these disadvantageous effects of the unusual influx or efflux of precious metals seen in a more glaring light than in those countries which are entirely dependent on foreign nations in respect of their manufacturing requirements and the sale of their own products, and whose commercial transactions are chiefly based on paper circulation. It is acknowledged that the quantity of banknotes which a country is able to put into and to maintain in circulation, is dependent on the largeness of the amount of metallic money which it possesses. Every bank will endeavor to extend or limit its paper circulation and its business in proportion to the amount of precious metals lying in its vaults. If the increase in its own money capital or in deposits is large, it will give more credit, and through this credit, increase the credit given by its debtors, and by so doing raise the amount of consumption and prices, especially those of landed property. If, on the contrary, an efflux of precious metals is perceptible, such a bank will limit its credit, and thereby occasion restriction of credit and consumption by its debtors, and by the debtors of its debtors, and so on to those who by credit are engaged in bringing into consumption the imported manufactured goods. In such countries, therefore, the whole system of credit, the market for goods and products, and especially the money value of all landed property, is thrown into confusion by any unusual drain of metallic money. The cause of the latest as well as of former American commercial crises, has been alleged to exist in the American banking and paper system. The truth is that the banks have helped to bring about these crises in the manner above named, but the main cause of their occurrence is that since the introduction of the Compromise Bill the value of the English manufactured goods has far surpassed the value of the exported American products, and that thereby the United States have become indebted to the English to the amount of several hundreds of millions for which they could not pay in products. The proof that these crises are occasioned by disproportionate importation is, that they have always taken place whenever, in consequence of peace having set in or of a reduction being made in the American customs duties, importation of manufactured goods into the United States has been unusually large, and that they have never occurred as long as the imports of goods have been prevented by customs duties on imports from exceeding the value of the exports of produce. The blame for these crises has further been laid on the large capital which has been expended in the United States in the construction of canals and railways, and which has mostly been procured from England by means of loans. The truth is that these loans have merely assisted in delaying the crisis for several years, and in increasing it when it arose, but these very loans themselves have evidently been incurred through the inequality which had arisen between the imports and exports, and but for that inequality would not have been made and could not have been made. While North America became indebted to the English for large sums through the large importation of manufactured goods which could not be paid for in produce, but only in the precious metals, the English were enabled, and in consequence of the unequal rates of exchange and interest found it to their advantage, to have this balance paid for in American railway, canal, and bank stocks, or in American state paper. The more the import of manufactured goods into America surpassed her exports in produce, and the greater that the demand for such paper in England became, the more were the North Americans incited to embark in public enterprises. And the more that capital was invested in such enterprises in North America, the greater was the demand for English manufactured goods, and at the same time the disproportion between the American imports and exports. If on the one hand the importation of English manufactured goods into North America was promoted by the credit given by the American banks, the Bank of England on the other side through the credit facilities which it gave and by its low rates of discount operated in the same direction. It has been proved by an official account of the English Committee on Trade and Manufactures, that the Bank of England lessened, in consequence of these discounts, the cash in its possession from £8 million to £2 million. It thereby on the one hand weakened the effect of the American protective system to the advantage of the English competition with the American manufactories, on the other hand it thus offered facilities for, and stimulated, the placing of American stocks and state paper in England. For as long as money could be got in England at 3%, the American contractors and loan procurers who offered 6%. Interest had no lack of buyers of their paper in England. These conditions of exchange afforded the appearance of much prosperity, although under them the American manufactories were being gradually crushed. For the American agriculturists sold a great part of that surplus produce which under free trade they would have sold to England, on which under a moderate system of protection of their own manufactories they would have sold to the working men employed therein, to those workmen who were employed in public works and who were paid with English capital. Such an unnatural state of things could not, however, last long in the face of opposing and divided national interests. And the break-up of it was the more disadvantageous to North America the longer it was repressed. As a creditor can keep the debtor on his legs for a long time by renewals of credit, but the bankruptcy of the debtor must become so much the greater the longer he is enabled to prolong a course of ruinous trading by means of continually augmented credit from the creditor. So was it also in this case. The cause of the bankruptcy in America was the unusual export of bullion which took place from England to foreign countries in consequence of insufficient crops and in consequence of the continental protective systems. We say in consequence of the continental protective systems, because the English, if the European continental markets had remained open to them, would have covered their extraordinary importations of corn from the continent chiefly by means of extraordinary export of English manufactured goods to the continent, and because the English bullion, even had it flown over for a time to the continent, would again have found its way back to England in a short time in consequence of the augmented export of manufactured goods. In such a case the continental manufactories would undoubtedly have fallen a sacrifice to the English-American commercial operations. As matters stood, however, the Bank of England could only help itself by limiting its credit and increasing its rate of discount. In consequence of this measure not only the demand for more American stocks and state paper fell off in England, but also such paper as was already in circulation now forced itself more on the market. The United States were thereby not merely deprived of the means of covering their current deficit by the further sale of paper, but payment of the whole debt they had contracted in the course of many years with England by means of their sales of stocks and state paper became liable to be demanded in money. It now appeared that the cash circulation in America really belonged to the English. It appeared yet further that the English could dispose of that ready money on whose possession the whole bank and paper system of the United States was based, according to their own inclination. If, however, they disposed of it, the American bank and paper system would tumble down like a house built of cards, and with it the foundation would fall whereon rested the prices of landed property, consequently the economical means of existence of a great number of private persons. The American banks tried to avoid their fall by suspending specie payments, and indeed this was the only means of at least modifying it. On the one hand they tried by this means to gain time so as to decrease the debt of the United States through the yield of the new cotton crops and to pay it off by degrees in this manner. On the other hand they hoped by means of the reduction of credit occasioned by the suspension to lessen the imports of English manufactured goods and to equalize them in future with their own country's exports. How far the exportation of cotton can afford the means of balancing the importation of manufactured goods is, however, very doubtful. For more than 20 years the production of this article has constantly outstripped the consumption, so that with the increased production the prices have fallen more and more. Hence it happens that, on the one hand, the cotton manufacturers are exposed to severe competition with linen manufactures, perfected as these are by greatly improved machinery, while the cotton planters, on the other hand, are exposed to it from the planters of Texas, Egypt, Brazil, and the East Indies. It must, in any case, be borne in mind that the exports of cotton of North America benefit those states to the least extent which consume most of the English manufactured goods. In these states, namely, those which derive from the cultivation of corn and from cattle breeding the chief means of procuring manufactured goods, a crisis of another kind now manifests itself. In consequence of the large importation of English manufactured goods the American manufactures were depressed. All increase in population and capital was thereby forced to the new settlements in the West. Every new settlement increases at the commencement the demand for agricultural products, but yields after the lapse of a few years considerable surplus of them. This has already taken place in those settlements. The Western states will therefore pour, in the course of the next few years, into the Eastern states considerable surplus produce, by the newly constructed canals and railways, while in the Eastern states, in consequence of their manufactories being depressed by foreign competition, the number of consumers has decreased and must continually decrease. From this, depreciation in the value of produce and of land must necessarily result, and if the Union does not soon prepare to stop up the sources from which the above described money crises emanate, a general bankruptcy of the agriculturists in the corn-producing states is unavoidable. The commercial conditions between England and North America which we have above explained, therefore teach: 1. That a nation which is far behind the English in capital and manufacturing power cannot permit the English to obtain a predominating competition on its manufacturing market without becoming permanently indebted to them, without being rendered dependent on their money institutions, and drawn into the whirlpool of their agricultural, industrial, and commercial crises. 2. That the English National Bank is able by its operations to depress the prices of English manufactured goods in the American markets which are placed under its influence to the advantage of the English and to the disadvantage of the American manufactories. 3. That the English National Bank could effect by its operations the consumption by the North Americans, for a series of years, of a much larger value of imported goods than they would be able to repay by their exportation of products, and that the Americans had to cover their deficit during several years by the exportation of stocks and state paper. 4. That under such circumstances the Americans carried on their internal interchange and their bank and paper money system with ready money, which the English bank was able to draw to itself for the most part by its own operations whenever it felt inclined so to do. 5. that the fluctuations in the money market under all circumstances act on the economy of the nations in a highly disadvantageous manner, especially in countries where an extensive bank and paper money system is based on the possession of certain quantities of the precious metals. 6. That the fluctuations in the money market and the crises which result therefrom can only be prevented, and that a solid banking system can only be founded and maintained, if the imports of the country are placed on a footing of equality to the exports. 7. That this equality can less easily be maintained in proportion as foreign manufactured goods can successfully compete in the home manufacturing markets, and in proportion as the exportation of native agricultural products is limited by foreign commercial restrictions. Finally, that this equality can less easily be disturbed in proportion as the nation is independent of foreign nations for its supply of manufactured goods, and for the disposal of its own produce. These doctrines are also confirmed by the experience of Russia. We may remember to what convulsions public credit in the Russian Empire was subjected as long as the market there was open to the overwhelming consignments of English manufactured goods, and that since the introduction of the tariff of 1821 no similar convulsion has occurred in Russia. The popular theory has evidently fallen into the opposite extreme to the errors of the so-called mercantile system. It would be of course false if we maintained that the wealth of nations consisted merely in precious metals, that a nation can only become wealthy if it exports more goods than it imports, and if hence the balance is discharged by the importation of precious metals. But it is also erroneous if the popular theory maintains, under the existing conditions of the world, that it does not signify how much or how little precious metals circulate in a nation, that the fear of possessing too little of the precious metals is a frivolous one, that we ought rather to further their exportation than favor their importation, and c. This manner of reasoning would only be correct in case we could consider all nations and countries as united under one and the same system of law, if no commercial restrictions of any kind against the exportation of our products existed in those nations for whose manufactured goods we can only repay with the productions of our agriculture, if the changes wrought by war and peace caused no fluctuations in production and consumption, in prices, and on the money market. If the great credit institutions do not seek to extend their influence over other nations for the special interest of the nation to which they belong. But as long as separate national interests exist, a wise state policy will advise every great nation to guard itself by its commercial system against extraordinary money fluctuations and revolutions in prices which overturn its whole internal economy. And it will attain this purpose only by placing its internal manufacturing production in a position of proper equality with its internal agricultural production and its imports with its exports. The prevailing theory has evidently not sufficiently discriminated between the mere possession of the precious metals and the power of disposition of the precious metals in international interchange. Even in private exchange, the necessity of this distinction is clearly evident. No one wishes to keep money by him, everyone tries to remove it from the house as soon as possible, but everybody at the same time seeks to be able to dispose at any time of the sums which he requires. The indifference in regard to the actual possession of ready money is manifested everywhere in proportion to wealth. The richer the individual is, the less he cares about the actual possession of ready money if only he is able at any hour to dispose of the ready cash lying in the safes of other individuals. The poorer, however, the individual is, and the smaller his power of disposing of the ready money lying in other people's hands, the more anxiously must he take care to have in readiness what is required. The same is the case with nations which are rich in industry or poor in industry. If England cares but little as a rule about how great or how small a quantity of gold or silver bars are exported out of the country, she is perfectly well aware that an extraordinary export of precious metals occasions on the one hand a rise in the value of money and in discount rates, on the other hand a fall in the prices of fabrics, and that she can regain through larger exportation of fabrics or through realization of foreign stocks and state paper speedy possession of the ready money required for her trade. England resembles the rich banker who, without having a thaler in his pocket, can draw for any sum he pleases on neighboring or more distant business connections. If, however, in the case of merely agricultural nations extraordinary exports of coin take place, they are not in the same favorable position, because their means of procuring the ready money they require are very limited, not merely on account of the small value in exchange of their products and agricultural values, but also on account of the hindrances which foreign laws put in the way of their exportation. They resemble the poor man who can draw no bills on his business friends, but who is drawn upon if the rich man gets into any difficulty, who can, therefore, not even call what is actually in his hands, his own. A nation obtains the power of disposition of the amount of ready money which is always required for its internal trade, mainly through the possession or the production of those goods and values whose facility of exchange approaches most nearly to that of the precious metals. The diversity of this property of the facility of exchange in respect to the various articles of commerce and of property, has been as little taken into consideration by the popular school of economists in judging of international commerce, as the power of disposition of the precious metals. If we consider in this respect the various articles of value existing in private interchange, we perceive that many of them are fixed in such a way that their value is exchangeable only on the spot where they are, and that even there their exchange is attended with great costs and difficulties. To that class belong more than 3/4 of all national property, namely, immovable properties and fixed plant and instruments. However large the landed property of an individual may be, he cannot send his fields and meadows to town in order to obtain money or goods for them. He can, indeed, raise mortgages on such property, but he must first find a lender on them, and the further from his estate that such an individual resides, the smaller will be the probability of the borrower's requirements being satisfied. Next, after property thus fixed to the locality, the greatest part of agricultural products, excepting colonial produce and a few less valuable articles, have in regard to international intercourse the least facility for exchange. The greatest part of these values, as for example building materials and wood for fuel, breadstuffs, and sea, fruit, and cattle, can only be sold within a reasonable distance of the place where they are produced, and if a great surplus of them exists they have to be warehoused in order to become realizable. So far as such products can be exported to foreign countries, their sale again is limited to certain manufacturing and commercial nations, and in these also their sale is generally limited by duties on importation and is affected by the larger or smaller produce of the purchasing nation's own harvests. The inland territories of North America might be completely overstocked with cattle and products, but it would not be possible for them to produce through exportation of this excess considerable amounts of the precious metals from South America, from England, or from the European continent. The valuable manufactured goods of common use, on the other hand, possess incomparably greater facilities for exchange. They find at ordinary times a sale in all open markets of the world, and at extraordinary crises they also find a sale, at lower prices, in those markets whose protective tariffs are calculated to operate adversely merely in ordinary times. The power of exchange of these articles clearly approaches most nearly to that of the precious metals, and the experience of England shows that if in consequence of deficient harvests money crises occurred, the increased exportation of fabrics, and of foreign stocks and state paper, quickly rectifies the balance. The latter, the foreign stocks and state paper, which are evidently the results of former favorable balances of exchange caused by exportations of fabrics, constitute in the hands of the nation which is rich in manufacturing industry so many bills which can be drawn on the agricultural nation, which at the time of an extraordinary demand for the precious metals are indeed drawn with loss to the individual owner of them, like the manufactured goods at the time of money crises, but, nevertheless, with immense advantage to the maintenance of the economical conditions of that nation which is rich in manufacturing industry. However much the doctrine of the balance of trade may have been scorned by the popular school, Observations like those above described encourage us nevertheless to express the opinion that between large and independent nations something of the nature of a balance of trade must exist, that it is dangerous for great nations to remain for a long period at very considerable disadvantage in respect of this balance, and that a considerable and lasting efflux of the precious metals must always be followed as a consequence by important revolutions in the system of credit and in the condition of prices in the interior of the nation. We are far from wishing in these remarks to revive the doctrine of the balance of trade as it existed under the so-called mercantile system, and to maintain that the nation ought to impose obstacles in the way of the exportation of precious metals, or that we must keep a specially exact account with each individual nation, or that in the commerce between great nations a few millions difference between the imports and exports is of great moment. What we deny is merely this, that a great and independent nation, as Adam Smith maintains at the conclusion of his chapter devoted to this subject, 88 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html may continually import every year considerably larger values in products and fabrics than it exports, that the quantities of precious metals existing in such a nation may decrease considerably from year to year and be replaced by paper circulation in the interior. Moreover, that such a nation may allow its indebtedness towards another nation continually to increase and expand, and at the same time nevertheless make progress from year to year in prosperity. 89 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. This opinion, expressed by Adam Smith and maintained since that time by his school, is alone that which we here characterize as one that has been contradicted 100 times by experience, as one that is contrary in the very nature of things to common sense. In one word, to retort upon Adam Smith his own energetic expression, as an absurdity. It must be well understood that we are not speaking here of countries which carry on the production of the precious metals themselves at a profit, from which therefore the export of these articles has quite the character of an export of manufactured goods. We are also not speaking of that difference in the balance of trade which must necessarily arise if the nation rates its exports and imports at those prices which they have in their own seaport towns. That in such a case the amount of imports of every nation must exceed its exports by the total amount of the nation's own commercial profits, a circumstance which speaks to its advantage rather than to its disadvantage, is clear and indisputable. Still less do we mean to deny the extraordinary cases where the greater exportation rather denotes loss of value than gain, as for example if property is lost by shipwreck. The popular school has made clever use of all those delusions arising from a shopkeeper-like calculation and comparison of the value of the exchanges arising from the exports and imports, in order to make us disbelieve in the disadvantages which result from a real and enormous disproportion between the exports and imports of any great and independent nation, even though such disproportion be not permanent, which shows itself in such immense sums as for instance in the case of France in 1786 and 1789, in that of Russia in 1820 and 1821, and in that of the United States of North America after the Compromise Bill. Finally, we desire to speak, and this must be specially noted, not of colonies, not of dependent countries, not of small states or of single independent towns, but of entire, great, independent nations, which possess a commercial system of their own, a national system of agriculture and industry, a national system of money and credit. It evidently consists with the character of colonies that their exports can surpass their imports considerably and continuously, without thereby involving any conclusion as to the decrease or increase of their prosperity. The colony always prospers in the proportion in which the total amount of its exports and imports increases year by year. If its export of colonial produce exceeds its imports of manufactured goods considerably and lastingly, The main cause of this may be that the landed proprietors of the colony live in the mother country, and that they receive their income in the shape of colonial goods, in produce, or in the money which has been obtained for them. If, however, the exports of fabrics to the colony exceed the imports of colonial goods considerably, this may be chiefly due to the fact that by emigrations or loans from year to year large masses of capital go to the colony. This latter circumstance is, of course, of the utmost advantage to the prosperity of the colony. It can continue for centuries, and yet commercial crises under such circumstances may be infrequent or impossible, because the colony is endangered neither by wars nor by hostile commercial measures, nor by operations of the National Bank of the mother country, because it possesses no independent system of commerce, credit, and industry peculiar to itself, but is, on the contrary, supported and constantly upheld by the institutions of credit and political measures of the mother country. Such a condition existed for more than a century with advantage between North America and England, exists still between England and Canada, and will probably exist for centuries between England and Australia. This condition becomes fundamentally changed, however, from the moment in which the colony appears as an independent nation with every claim to the attributes of a great and independent nationality, in order that it may develop a power and policy of its own and its own special system of commerce and credit. The former colony then enacts laws for the special benefit of its own navigation and naval power. It establishes in favor of its own internal industry a customs tariff of its own, it establishes a national bank of its own, and provided namely that the new nation thus passing from the position of a colony to independence feels itself capable, by reason of the mental, physical, and economical endowments which it possesses, of becoming an industrial and commercial nation. The mother country, in consequence, places restrictions, on its side, on the navigation, commerce, and agricultural production of the former colony, and acts, by its institutions of credit, exclusively for the maintenance of its own national economical conditions. But it is precisely the instance of the North American colonies as they existed before the American War of Independence by which Adam Smith seeks to prove the above-mentioned highly paradoxical opinion, that a country can continually increase its exportation of gold and silver, decrease its circulation of the precious metals, extend its paper circulation, and increase its debts contracted with other nations while enjoying simultaneously steadily increasing prosperity. Adam Smith has been very careful not to cite the example of two nations which have been independent of one another for some time, and whose interests of navigation, commerce, industry, and agriculture are in competition with those of other rival nations. In proof of his opinion, he merely shows us the relation of a colony to its mother country. If he had lived to the present time and only written his book now, he would have been very careful not to cite the example of North America, as this example proves in our days just the opposite of what he attempts by it to demonstrate. Under such circumstances, however, it may be urged against us that it would be incomparably more to the advantage of the United States if they returned again to the position of an English colony. To this we answer, yes, provided always that the United States do not know how to utilize their national independence so as to cultivate and develop a national industry of their own, and a self-supporting system of commerce and credit which is independent of the world outside. But, it may be urged, is it not evident that if the United States had continued to exist as a British colony, no English Corn Law would ever have been passed, that England would never have imposed such high duties on American tobacco, that continual quantities of timber would have been exported from the United States to England, that England, far from ever entertaining the idea of promoting the production of cotton in other countries, would have endeavored to give the citizens of the United States a monopoly in this article, and to maintain it, that consequently commercial crises such as have occurred within the last decades in North America, would have been impossible? Yes, if the United States do not manufacture, if they do not found a durable system of credit of their own, if they do not desire or are not able to develop a naval power. But then, in that case, The citizens of Boston have thrown the tea into the sea in vain, then all their declamation as to independence and future national greatness is in vain. Then indeed would they do better if they re-enter as soon as possible into dependence on England as her colony. In that event England will favour them instead of imposing restrictions on them. She will rather impose restrictions on them. She will rather impose restrictions on those who compete with the North Americans in cotton culture and corn production, and sea, than raise up with all possible energy competitors against them. The Bank of England will then establish branch banks in the United States. The English government will promote emigration and the export of capital to America, and through the entire destruction of the American manufactories, as well as by favoring the export of American raw materials and agricultural produce to England, take maternal care to prevent commercial crises in North America, and to keep the imports and exports of the colony always at a proper balance with one another. In one word, the American slaveholders and cotton planters will then realize the fulfillment of their finest dreams. In fact, such a position has already for some time past appeared to the patriotism, the interests, and requirements of these planters more desirable than the national independence and greatness of the United States. Only in the first emotions of liberty and independence did they dream of industrial independence. They soon, however, grew cooler, and for the last quarter of a century the industrial prosperity of the Middle and Eastern states is to them an abomination. They tried to persuade the Congress that the prosperity of America depends on the industrial sovereignty of England over North America. What else can be meant by the assertion that the United States would be richer and more prosperous if they again went over to England as a colony? In general it appears to us that the defenders of free trade would argue more consistently in regard to money crises and the balance of trade, as well as to manufacturing industry, if they openly advised all nations to prefer to subject themselves to the English as dependencies of England, and to demand in exchange the benefits of becoming English colonies, which condition of dependence would be, in economical respects, clearly more favourable to them than the condition of half-independence in which those nations live who, without maintaining an independent system of industry, commerce, and credit of their own, nevertheless always want to assume towards England the attitude of independence. Do not we see what Portugal would have gained if she had been governed since the Methuen Treaty by an English viceroy, if England had transplanted her laws and her national spirit to Portugal, and taken that country, like the East Indian Empire, altogether under her wings? Do not we perceive how advantageous such a condition would be to Germany, to the whole European continent? India, it is true, has lost her manufacturing power to England, but has she not gained considerably in her internal agricultural production and in the exportation of her agricultural products? Have not the former wars under her nabobs ceased? Are not the native Indian princes and kings extremely well off? Have they not preserved their large private revenues? Do not they find themselves thereby completely relieved of the weighty cares of government? Moreover, it is worthy of notice, though it is so after the manner of those who, like Adam Smith, make their strong points in maintaining paradoxical opinions, that this renowned author, in spite of all his arguments against the existence of a balance of trade, maintains, nevertheless, the existence of a thing which he calls the balance between the consumption and production of a nation, which, however, when brought to light, means nothing else but our actual balance of trade. A nation whose exports and imports tolerably well balance each other, may rest assured that, in respect of its national interchange, it does not consume much more in value than it produces, while a nation which for a series of years, as the United States of America have done in recent years, imports larger quantities in value of foreign manufactured goods than it exports in value of products of its own, may rest assured that, in respect to international interchange, it consumes considerably larger quantities in value of foreign goods than it produces at home. For what else did the crises of France, 1786 to 1789, of Russia, 1820 to 1821, and of the United States since 1833, prove? In concluding this chapter, we must be permitted to put a few questions to those who consider the whole doctrine of the balance of trade as a mere exploded fallacy. How is it that a decidedly and continuously disadvantageous balance of trade has always and without exception been accompanied in those countries to whose detriment it existed, with the exception of colonies, by internal commercial crises, revolutions in prices, financial difficulties, and general bankruptcies, both in the public institutions of credit, and among the individual merchants, manufacturers, and agriculturists? How is it that in those nations which possessed a balance of trade decidedly in their favor, the opposite appearances have always been observed, and that commercial crises in the countries with which such nations were connected commercially, have only affected such nations detrimentally for periods which passed away very quickly? How is it that since Russia has produced for herself the greatest part of the manufactured goods which she requires, the balance of trade has been decidedly and lastingly in her favor, that since that time nothing has been heard of economical convulsions in Russia, and that since that time the internal prosperity of that empire has increased year by year? How is it that in the United States of North America the same effects have always resulted from similar causes? How is it that in the United States of North America, under the large importation of manufactured goods which followed the Compromise Bill, the balance of trade was for a series of years so decidedly adverse to them, and that this appearance was accompanied by such great and continuous convulsions in the internal economy of that nation? How is it that we, at the present moment, see the United States so glutted with primitive products of all kinds, cotton, tobacco, cattle, corn, and see, that the prices of them have fallen everywhere one half, and that at the same time these states are unable to balance their exports with their imports, to satisfy their debt contracted with England, and to put their credit again on sound footing? How is it, if no balance of trade exists, or if it does not signify whether it is in our favor or not, if it is a matter of indifference whether much or little of the precious metals flows to foreign countries, that England in the case of failures of harvests, the only case where the balance is adverse to her, strives, with fear and trembling, to equalize her exports with her imports, that she then carefully estimates every ounce of gold or silver which is imported or exported, that her national bank endeavors most anxiously to stop the exportation of precious metals and to promote their importation? How is it, we ask, if the balance of trade is an exploded fallacy, that at such a time no English newspaper can be read wherein this exploded fallacy is not treated as a matter of the most important concern to the nation? How is it that, in the United States of North America, the same people who before the Compromise Bill spoke of the balance of trade as an exploded fallacy, since the Compromise Bill cannot cease speaking of this exploded fallacy as a matter of the utmost importance to their country? How is it, if the nature of things itself always suffices to provide every country with exactly the quantity of precious metals which it requires, that the Bank of England tries to turn this so-called nature of things in her own favor by limiting her credits and increasing her rates of discount, and that the American banks are obliged from time to suspend their cash payments till the imports of the United States are reduced to a tolerably even balance with the exports? Chapter 24, The Manufacturing Power and the Principle of Stability and Continuity of Work. If we investigate the origin and progress of individual branches of industry, we shall find that they have only gradually become possessed of improved methods of operation, machinery, buildings, advantages in production, experiences, and skill, and of all those knowledges and connections which ensure to them the profitable purchase of their raw materials and the profitable sale of their products. We may rest assured that it is, as a rule, incomparably easier to perfect and extend a business already established than to found a new one. We see everywhere old business establishments that have lasted for a series of generations worked with greater profits than new ones. We observe that it is the more difficult to set a new business going in proportion as fewer branches of industry of a similar character already exist in a nation, because, in that case, masters, foremen, and workmen must first be either trained up at home or procured from abroad, and because the profitableness of the business has not been sufficiently tested to give capitalists confidence in its success. If we compare the conditions of distinct classes of industry in any nation at various periods, we everywhere find that when special causes had not operated to injure them, they have made remarkable progress, not only in regard to cheapness of prices, but also with respect to quantity and quality, from generation to generation. On the other hand, we observe that in consequence of external injurious causes, such as wars and devastation of territory, and sea, or oppressive tyrannical or fanatical measures of government and finance, as for example the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, whole nations have been thrown back for centuries, either in their entire industry or in certain branches of it, and have in this manner been far outstripped by nations in comparison with which they had previously been far advanced. One can see at a glance that, as in all human institutions so also in industry, a law of nature lies at the root of important achievements which has much in common with the natural law of the division of labor and of the confederation of the productive forces, whose principle, namely, consists in the circumstance that several generations following one another have equally united their forces towards the attainment of one and the same object, and have participated in like manner in the exertions needed to attain it. It is the same principle which in the cases of hereditary kingdoms has been incomparably more favorable to the maintenance and increase of the power of the nation than the constant changes of the ruling families in the case of electoral kingdoms. It is partly this natural law which secures to nations who have lived for a long time past under a rightly ordered constitutional form of government, such great successes in industry, commerce, and navigation. Only through this natural law can the effect of the invention of printing on human progress be partially explained. Printing first rendered it possible to hand down the acquisitions of human knowledge and experience from the present to future generations more perfectly and completely than could be done by oral tradition. To the recognition of this natural law is undoubtedly partly attributable the division of the people into castes, which existed among the nations of antiquity, and also the law of the old Egyptians that the son must continue to follow the trade or profession of his father. Before the invention and general dissemination of printing took place, these regulations may have appeared to be indispensable for the maintenance and for the development of arts and trades. Guilds and trade societies also have partly originated from this consideration. For the maintenance and bringing to perfection of the arts and sciences, and their transfer from one generation to another, we are in great measure indebted to the priestly castes of ancient nations, to the monasteries and universities. What power and what influence have the orders of priesthood and orders of knights, as well as the papal chair, attained to, by the fact that for centuries they have aspired to one and the same aim, and that each successive generation has always continued to work where the other had left off. The importance of this principle becomes still more evident in respect to material achievements. Individual cities, monasteries, and corporations have erected works the total cost of which perhaps surpassed the value of their whole property at the time. They could only obtain the means for this by successive generations devoting their savings to one and the same great purpose. Let us consider the canal and dike system of Holland. It comprises the labors and savings of many generations. Only to a series of generations is it possible to complete systems of national transport or a complete system of fortifications and defensive works. The system of state credit is one of the finest creations of more recent statesmanship, and a blessing for nations, inasmuch as it serves as the means of dividing among several generations the costs of those achievements and exertions of the present generation which are calculated to benefit the nationality for all future times, and which guarantee to it continued existence, growth, greatness, power, and increase of the powers of production. It becomes a curse only if it serves for useless national expenditure, and thus not merely does not further the progress of future generations, but deprives them beforehand of the means of undertaking great national works, or also if the burden of the payment of interest of the national debt is thrown on the consumptions of the working classes instead of on capital. State debts are bills which the present generation draws on future ones. This can take place either to the special advantage of the present generation or the special advantage of the future one, or to the common advantage of both. In the first case only is this system an objectionable one. But all cases in which the object in view is the maintenance and promotion of the greatness and welfare of the nationality, so far as the means required for the purpose surpass the powers of the present generation, belong to the last category. No expenditure of the present generation is so decidedly and specially profitable to future generations as that for the improvement of the means of transport, especially because such undertakings as a rule, besides increasing the powers of production of future generations, do also in a constantly increasing ratio not merely pay interest on the cost in the course of time, but also yield dividends. The present generation is, therefore, not merely entitled to throw on to future generations the capital outlay of these works and fair interest on it, as long as they do not yield sufficient income, but further acts unjustly towards itself and to the true fundamental principles of national economy, if it takes the burden or even any considerable part of it on its own shoulders. If in our consideration of the subject of the continuity of national industry we revert to the main branches which constitute it, we may perceive, that while this continuity has an important influence on agriculture, yet that interruptions to it, in the case of that industry, are much less decided and much less injurious when they occur, also that their evil consequences can be much more easily and quickly made good than in the case of manufactures. However great may be any damage or interruption to agriculture, the actual personal requirements and consumption of the agriculturist, the general diffusion of the skill and knowledge required for agriculture, and the simplicity of its operations and of the implements which it requires, suffice to prevent it from coming entirely to an end. Even after devastations by war it quickly raises itself up again. Neither the enemy nor the foreign competitor can take away the main instrument of agriculture, the land, and it needs the oppressions of a series of generations to convert arable fields into uncultivated waste, or to deprive the inhabitants of a country of the capability of carrying on agriculture. On manufactures, however, the least and briefest interruption has a crippling effect, a longer one is fatal. The more art and talent that any branch of manufacture requires, the larger the amounts of capital which are needful to carry it on, the more completely this capital is sunk in the special branch of industry in which it has been invested, so much the more detrimental will be the interruption. By it machinery and tools are reduced to the value of old iron and firewood, the buildings become ruins, the workmen and skilled artificers emigrate to other lands or seek subsistence in agricultural employment. Thus in a short time a complex combination of productive powers and of property becomes lost, which had been created only by the exertions and endeavors of several generations. Just as by the establishment and continuance of industry one branch of trade originates, draws after it, supports and causes to flourish many others, so is the ruin of one branch of industry always the forerunner of the ruin of several others, and finally of the chief foundations of the manufacturing power of the nation. The conviction of the great effects produced by the steady continuation of industry and of the irretrievable injuries caused by its interruption, and not the clamor and egotistical demands of manufacturers and traders for special privileges, has led to the idea of protective duties for native industry. In cases where the protective duty cannot help, where the manufactories, for instance, suffer from want of export trade, where the government is unable to provide any remedy for its interruption, we often see manufacturers continuing to produce at an actual loss. They want to avert, in expectation of better times, the irrecoverable injury which they would suffer from a stoppage of their works. By free competition it is often hoped to oblige the competitor to discontinue work which has compelled the manufacturer or merchant to sell his products under their legitimate price and often at an actual loss. The object is not merely to prevent the interruption of our own industry, but also to force others to discontinue theirs in the hope later on of being able by better prices to recoup the losses which have been suffered. In any case striving after monopoly forms part of the very nature of manufacturing industry. This circumstance tends to justify and not to discredit a protective policy, for this striving, when restricted in its operation to the home market, tends to promote cheaper prices and improvements in the art of production, and thus increases the national prosperity, while the same thing, in case it presses from without with overwhelming force on the internal industry, will occasion the interruption of work and downfall of the internal national industry. The circumstance that there are no limits to manufacturing production, especially since it has been so extraordinarily aided and promoted by machinery, except the limits of the capital which it possesses and its means of effecting sales, enables that particular nation whose manufacturing industry has continued for a century, which has accumulated immense capitals, extended its commerce all over the world, dominated the money market by means of large institutions of credit, whose operations are able to depress the prices of fabrics and to induce merchants to export, to declare a war of extermination against the manufacturers of all other countries. Under such circumstances it is quite impossible that in other nations, in the natural course of things, as Adam Smith expresses himself, merely in consequence of their progress in agriculture, immense manufactures and works should be established, or that those manufactures which have originated in consequence of the commercial interruptions caused by war should be able, in the natural course of things, to continue to maintain themselves. The reason for this is the same as that why a child or a boy in wrestling with a strong man can scarcely be victorious or even offer steady resistance. The manufactories which constitute the commercial and industrial supremacy of England have 1,000 advantages over the newly born or half-grown manufactories of other nations. The former, for instance, can obtain skilled and experienced workmen in the greatest number and at the cheapest wages, the best technical men and foremen, the most perfect and the cheapest machinery, the greatest benefit in buying and selling advantageously, further, the cheapest means of transport, as respects raw materials and also in respect of transporting goods when sold, more extended credit for the manufacturers with banks and money institutions at the lowest rates of interest, greater commercial experience, better tools, buildings, arrangements, connections, such as can only be acquired and established in the course of generations, an enormous home market, and, what is equally good, a colonial market equally enormous. Hence under all circumstances the English manufacturers can feel certainty as to the sale of large quantities of manufactured products by vigorous efforts, and consequently possess a guarantee for the continuance of their business and abundant means to sell on credit for years to come in the future, if it is required to acquire the control of a foreign market. If we enumerate and consider these advantages one after another, we may easily be convinced that in competition with such a power it is simply foolish to rest our hopes on the operation of the natural course of things. Under free competition with such a power it is simply foolish to rest our hopes on the operation of the natural course of things under free competition, where, as in our case, workmen and technical men have in the first place yet to be trained, where the manufacture of machinery and proper means of transport are merely in course of erection, where even the home market is not secured to the manufacturer, not to mention any important export market, where the credit that the manufacturer can obtain is under the most fortunate circumstances limited to the lowest point, where no man can be certain even for a day that, in consequence of English commercial crises and bank operations, masses of foreign goods may not be thrown on the home market at prices which scarcely recoup the value of the raw materials of which they are made, and which bring to a stand for years the progress of our own manufacturing industries. It would be in vain for such nations to resign themselves to a state of perpetual subordination to the English manufacturing supremacy, and content themselves with the modest determination to supply it with what it may not be able to produce for itself or to procure elsewhere. Even by this subordination they will find no permanent benefit. What benefit is it to the people of the United States, for instance, that they sacrifice the welfare of their finest and most cultivated states, the states of free labor, and perhaps their entire future national greatness, for the advantage of supplying England with raw cotton? Do they thereby restrict the endeavours of England to procure this material from other districts of the world? In vain would the Germans be content to obtain their requirements of manufactured goods from England in exchange for their fine sheep's wool. They would by such a policy hardly prevent Australia from flooding all Europe with fine wool in the course of the next 20 years. Such a condition of dependence appears still more deplorable when we consider that such nations lose in times of war their means of selling their agricultural products, and thereby the means of purchasing the manufacturing products of the foreigner. At such times all economical considerations and systems are thrust into the background. It is the principle of self-maintenance, of self-defense, which counsels the nations to work up their agricultural products themselves, and to dispense with the manufactured goods of the enemy. Whatever losses may be involved in adopting such a war-prohibitive system, cannot be taken into account during such a state of things. However great the exertions and the sacrifices may have been by which the agricultural nation during the time of war has called into existence manufactures and works, the competition of the manufacturing supremacy which sets in on the recurrence of peace will again destroy all these creations of the times of necessity. In short, it is an eternal alternation of erecting and destroying, of prosperity and calamity, which those nations have to undergo who do not strive to ensure, through realization of their national division of labor and through the confederation of their own powers of production, the benefits of the continuation of their own industries from generation to generation. Chapter 25. The manufacturing power and the inducement to production and consumption. In society man is not merely productive owing to the circumstance that he directly brings forth products or creates powers of production, but he also becomes productive by creating inducements to production and to consumption, or to the formation of productive powers. The artist by his works acts in the first place on the ennobling and refinement of the human spirit and on the productive power of society. But inasmuch as the enjoyment of art presupposes the possession of those material means whereby it must be purchased, the artist also offers inducements to material production and to thrift. Books and newspapers act on the mental and material production by giving information, but their acquisition costs money, and so far the enjoyment which they afford is also an inducement to material production. The education of youth ennobles society. But what great exertions do parents make to obtain the means of giving their children a good education? What immense performances in both mental and material production arise out of the endeavor to move in better society. We can live as well in a house made of boards as in a villa, we can protect ourselves for a few florins against rain and cold as well as by means of the finest and most elegant clothing. Ornaments and utensils of gold and silver add no more to comfort than those of iron and tin, but the distinction connected with the possession of the former acts as an inducement to exertions of the body and the mind, and to order and thrift, and to such inducements society owes a large part of its productiveness. Even the man living on his private property who merely occupies himself with preserving, increasing, and consuming his income, acts in manifold ways on mental and material production, firstly, by supporting through his consumption art and science, and artistic trades, next, by discharging, as it were, the function of a preserver and augmenter of the material capital of society, finally, by inciting through his display all other classes of society to emulation. As a whole school is encouraged to exertions by the offer of prizes, although only a few become winners of the principal prizes, so does the possession of large property, and the appearance and display connected with it, act on civil society. This action of course ceases when the great property is the fruit of usurpation, of extortion, or fraud, or where the possession of it and the enjoyment of its fruits cannot be openly displayed. Manufacturing production yields either productive instruments or the means of satisfying the necessities of life and the means of display. The last two advantages are frequently combined. The various ranks of society are everywhere distinguished by the manner in which and where they live, and how they are furnished and clothed, by the costliness of their equipages and the quality, number, and external appearance of their servants. Where the commercial production is on a low scale, this distinction is but slight, that is almost all people live badly and are poorly clothed, emulation is nowhere observable. It originates and increases according to the ratio in which industries flourish. In flourishing manufacturing countries almost everyone lives and dresses well, although in the quality of manufactured goods which are consumed the most manifold degrees of difference take place. No one who feels that he has any power in him to work is willing to appear outwardly needy. Manufacturing industry, therefore, furthers production by the community by means of inducements which agriculture, with its mean domestic manufacture, its productions of raw materials and provisions, cannot offer. There is of course an important difference between various modes of living, and everyone feels some inducement to eat and drink well, but we do not dine in public, and a German proverb says strikingly, "Man sieht mir auf den Kragen, nicht auf den Magen." One looks at my shirt collar, not at my stomach. If we are accustomed from youth to rough and simple fare, we seldom wish for better. The consumption of provisions also is restricted to very narrow limits where it is confined to articles produced in the immediate neighborhood. These limits are extended in countries of temperate climate, in the first instance, by procuring the products of tropical climates. But as respects the quantity and the quality of these products, in the enjoyment of which the whole population of a country can participate, they can only be procured, as we have shown in a former chapter, by means of foreign commerce in manufactured goods. Colonial products, so far as they do not consist of raw materials for manufacturing purposes, evidently act more as stimulants than necessary means of subsistence. No one will deny that barley coffee without sugar is as nutritious as mocha coffee with sugar, and admitting also that these products contain some nutritious matter, their value in this respect is nevertheless so unimportant that they can scarcely be considered as substitutes for native provisions. With regard to spices and tobacco, they are certainly mere stimulants, that is, they chiefly produce a useful effect on society only so far as they augment the enjoyments of the masses, and incite them to mental and bodily labor. In many countries very erroneous notions prevail among those who live by salaries or rents, respecting what they are accustomed to call the luxurious habits of the lower classes. Such persons are shocked to observe that laborers drink coffee with sugar, and regret the times when they were satisfied with gruel. They deplore that the peasant has exchanged his poor clothing of coarse homespun for woolen cloth. They express fears that the maidservant will soon not be distinguishable from the lady of the house. They praise the legal restrictions on dress of previous centuries. But if we compare the result of the labor of the workman in countries where he is clad and nourished like the well-to-do man with the result of his labor where he has to be satisfied with the coarsest food and clothing, we shall find that the increase of his comfort in the former case has been attained not at the expense of the general welfare, but to the advantage of the productive powers of the community. The day's work of the workman is double or 3 times greater in the former case than in the latter. Attempts to regulate dress and restrictions on luxury have destroyed wholesome emulation in the large masses of society, and have merely tended to the increase of mental and bodily idleness. In any case, products must be created before they can be consumed, and thus production must necessarily generally precede consumption. In popular and national practice, however, consumption frequently precedes production. Manufacturing nations, supported by large capital and less restricted in their production than mere agricultural nations, make, as a rule, advances to the latter on the yield of future crops. The latter thus consume before they produce later on because they have previously consumed. The same thing manifests itself in a much greater degree in the relation between town and country. The closer the manufacturer is to the agriculturist, the more will the former offer to the latter both an inducement to consume and means for consumption. The more also will the latter feel himself stimulated to greater production. Among the most potent stimulants are those afforded by the civil and political institutions of the country. Where it is not possible to raise oneself by honest exertions and by prosperity from one class of society to another, from the lowest to the highest, where the possessor necessarily hesitates to show his property publicly or to enjoy the fruits of it because it would expose his property to risk, or lest he should be accused of arrogance or impropriety, where persons engaged in trade are excluded from public honor, from taking part in administration, legislation, and juries, where distinguished achievements in agriculture, industry, and commerce do not lead also to public esteem and to social and civil distinction. There the most important motives for consumption as well as for production are wanting. Every law, every public regulation, has a strengthening or weakening effect on production or on consumption or on the productive forces. The granting of patent privileges offers a prize to inventive minds. The hope of obtaining the prize arouses the mental powers, and gives them a direction towards industrial improvements. It brings honor to the inventive mind in society, and roots out the prejudice for old customs and modes of operation so injurious among uneducated nations. It provides the man who merely possesses mental faculties for new inventions with the material means which he requires, inasmuch as capitalists are thus incited to support the inventor, by being assured of participation in the anticipated profits. Protective duties act as stimulants on all those branches of internal industry the produce of which foreign countries can provide better than the home country, but of the production of which the home country is capable. They guarantee a reward to the man of enterprise and to the workman for acquiring new knowledge and skill, and offer to the inland and foreign capitalist means for investing his capital for a definite and certain time in a specially remunerative manner. Chapter 26, Customs Duties as a Chief Means of Establishing and Protecting the Internal Manufacturing Power. It is not part of our plan to treat of those means of promoting internal industry whose efficacy and applicability are nowhere called in question. To these belong, for example, educational establishments, especially technical schools, industrial exhibitions, offers of prizes, transport improvements, patent laws, and in short, all those laws and institutions by means of which industry is furthered, and internal and external commerce facilitated and regulated. We have here merely to speak of the institution of customs duties as a means for the development of industry. According to our system, prohibitions of, or duties on, exports can only be thought of as exceptional things. The imports of natural products must everywhere be subject to revenue duties only, and never to duties intended to protect native agricultural production. In manufacturing states, articles of luxury from warm climates are chiefly subject to duties for revenue, but not the common necessaries of life, as for example corn or fat cattle, but the countries of warmer climate or countries of smaller population or limited territory, or countries not yet sufficiently populous, or such as are still far behind in civilization and in their social and political institutions, are those which should only impose mere revenue duties on manufactured goods. Revenue duties of every kind, however, should everywhere be so moderate as not essentially to restrict importation and consumption, because, otherwise, not only would the internal productive power be weakened, but the object of raising revenue be defeated. Measures of protection are justifiable only for the purpose of furthering and protecting the internal manufacturing power, and only in the case of nations which through an extensive and compact territory, large population, possession of natural resources, far advanced agriculture, a high degree of civilization and political development, are qualified to maintain an equal rank with the principal agricultural manufacturing commercial nations, with the greatest naval and military powers. Protection can be afforded, either by the prohibition of certain manufactured articles, or by rates of duty which amount wholly, or at least partly, to prohibition, or by moderate import duties. None of these kinds of protection are invariably beneficial or invariably objectionable, and it depends on the special circumstances of the nation and on the condition of its industry which of these is the right one to be applied to it. War exercises a great influence on the selection of the precise system of protection, inasmuch as it effects a compulsory prohibitive system. In time of war, exchange between the belligerent parties ceases, and every nation must endeavor, without regard to its economical conditions, to be sufficient to itself. Hence, on the one hand, in the less advanced manufacturing nations commercial industry, on the other hand, in the most advanced manufacturing nation agricultural production, becomes stimulated in an extraordinary manner, indeed to such a degree that it appears advisable to the less advanced manufacturing nation, especially if war has continued for several years, to allow the exclusion which war has occasioned of those manufactured articles in which it cannot yet freely compete with the most advanced manufacturing nation, to continue for some time during peace. France and Germany were in this condition after the general peace. If in 1815 France had allowed English competition, as Germany, Russia, and North America did, she would also have experienced the same fate. The greatest part of her manufactories which had sprung up during the war would have come to grief. The progress which has since been made in all branches of manufacture, in improving the internal means of transport, in foreign commerce, in steam river and sea navigation, in the increase in the value of land, which, by the way, has doubled in value during this time in France, in the augmentation of population and of the state's revenues, could not have been hoped for. The manufactories of France at that time were still in their childhood, the country possessed but few canals, the mines had been but little worked, political convulsions and wars had not yet permitted considerable capital to accumulate, sufficient technical cultivation to exist, a sufficient number of really qualified workmen or an industrial and enterprising spirit to have been called into existence. The mind of the nation was still turned more towards war than towards the arts of peace. The small capital which a state of war permitted to accumulate, still flowed principally into agriculture, which had declined very much indeed. Then, for the first time, could France perceive what progress England had made during the war. Then, for the first time, was it possible for France to import from England machinery, artificers, workmen, capital, and the spirit of enterprise, then, to secure home market exclusively for the benefit of home industry, demanded the exertion of her best powers, and the utilization of all her natural resources. The effects of this protective policy are very evident. Nothing but blind cosmopolitanism can ignore them, or maintain that France would have, under a policy of free competition with other nations, made greater progress. Does not the experience of Germany, the United States of America, and Russia, conclusively prove the contrary? If we maintain that the prohibitive system has been useful to France since 1815, we do not by that contention wish to defend either her mistakes or her excessive protection, nor the utility or necessity of her continued maintenance of that excessive protective policy. It was an error for France to restrict the importation of raw materials and agricultural products, pig iron, coal, wool, corn, cattle, by import duties. It would be a further error if France, after her manufacturing power has become sufficiently strong and established, were not willing to revert gradually to a moderate system of protection, and by permitting a limited amount of competition incite our manufacturers to emulation. In regard to protective duties, it is especially important to discriminate between the case of a nation which contemplates passing from a policy of free competition to one of protection, and that of a nation which proposes to exchange a policy of prohibition for one of moderate protection. In the former case the duties imposed at first must be low, and be gradually increased. In the latter they must be high at first and be gradually diminished. A nation which has been formerly insufficiently protected by customs duties, but which feels itself called upon to make greater progress in manufactures, must first of all endeavor to develop those manufactures which produce articles of general consumption. In the first place, the total value of such industrial products is incomparably greater than the total value of the much more expensive fabrics of luxury. The former class of manufactures, therefore, brings into motion large masses of natural, mental, and personal productive powers, and gives by the fact that it requires large capital inducements for considerable saving of capital, and for bringing over to its aid foreign capital and powers of all kinds. The development of these branches of manufacture thus tends powerfully to promote the increase of population, the prosperity of home agriculture, and also especially the increase of the trade with foreign countries, inasmuch as less cultivated countries chiefly require manufactured goods of common use, and the countries of temperate climates are principally enabled by the production of these articles to carry on direct interchange with the countries of tropical climates. A country, for example, which has to import cotton yarns and cotton goods cannot carry on direct trade with Egypt, Louisiana, or Brazil, because it cannot supply those countries with the cotton goods which they require, and cannot take from them their raw cotton. Furthermore, these articles, on account of the magnitude of their total value, serve especially to equalize the exports of the nation tolerably well with its imports, and always to retain in the nation the amount of circulating medium which it requires, or to provide it with the same. Thus it is by the prosperity and preservation of these important branches of industry that the industrial independence of the nation is gained and maintained, for the disturbance of trade resulting from wars is of little importance if it merely hinders the purchase of expensive articles of luxury, but, on the other hand, it always occasions great calamities if it is attended by scarcity and rise in price of common manufactured goods, and by the interruption of a previously considerable sale of agricultural products. Finally, the evasion of customs duties by smuggling and false declarations of value is much less to be feared in the case of these articles, and can be much more easily prevented than in the case of costly fabrics of luxury. Manufactures and manufactories are always plants of slow growth, and every protective duty which suddenly breaks off formerly existing commercial connections must be detrimental to the nation for whose benefit it is professedly introduced. Such duties ought only to be increased in the ratio in which capital, technical abilities, and the spirit of enterprise are increasing in the nation or are being attracted to it from abroad, in the ratio in which the nation is in a condition to utilize for itself its surplus of raw materials and natural products which it had previously exported. It is, however, of special importance that the scale by which the import duties are increased should be determined beforehand. So that an assured remuneration can be offered to the capitalists, artificers, and workmen, who are found in the nation or who can be attracted to it from abroad. It is indispensable to maintain these scales of duty inviolably, and not to diminish them before the appointed time, because the very fear of any such breach of promise would already destroy for the most part the effect of that assurance of remuneration. To what extent import duties should be increased in the case of a change from free competition to the protective system, and how much they ought to be diminished in the case of a change from a system of prohibition to a moderate system of protection, cannot be determined theoretically. That depends on the special conditions as well as on the relative conditions in which the less advanced nation is placed in relation to the more advanced ones. The United States of North America, for example, have to take into special consideration their exports of raw cotton to England, and of agricultural and maritime products to the English colonies, also the high rate of wages existing in the United States, whereby they again profit by the fact that they can depend more than any other nation on attracting to themselves English capital, artificers, men of enterprise, and workmen. It may in general be assumed that where any technical industry cannot be established by means of an original protection of 40 to 60%, and cannot continue to maintain itself under a continued protection of 20 to 30%, the fundamental conditions of manufacturing power are lacking. The causes of such incapacity can be removed more or less readily. To the class more readily removable belong want of internal means of transport, want of technical knowledge, of experienced workmen, and of the spirit of industrial enterprise. To the class which it is more difficult to remove belong the lack of industrious disposition, civilization, education, morality, and love of justice on the part of the people, want of a sound and vigorous system of agriculture, and hence of material capital, but especially defective political institutions, and want of civil liberty and of security of justice, and finally, want of compactness of territory, whereby it is rendered impossible to put down contraband trade. Those industries which merely produce expensive articles of luxury require the least consideration and the least amount of protection, firstly, because their production requires and assumes the existence of a high degree of technical attainment and skill, secondly, because their total value is inconsiderable in proportion to that of the whole national production, and the imports of them can be readily paid for by means of agricultural products and raw materials, on with manufactured products of common use, further, because the interruption of their importation occasions no important inconvenience in time of war, lastly, because high protective duties on these articles can be most readily evaded by smuggling. Nations which have not yet made considerable advances in technical art and in the manufacture of machinery should allow all complicated machinery to be imported free of duty, or at least only levy a small duty upon them, until they themselves are in a position to produce them as readily as the most advanced nation. Machine manufactories are in a certain sense the manufacturers of manufactories, and every tax on the importation of foreign machinery is a restriction on the internal manufacturing power. Since it is, however, of the greatest importance, because of its great influence on the whole manufacturing power, that the nation should not be dependent on the chances and changes of war in respect of its machinery, this particular branch of manufacture has very special claims for the direct support of the state in case it should not be able under moderate import duties to meet competition. The state should at least encourage and directly support its home manufactories of machinery, so far as their maintenance and development may be necessary to provide at the commencement of a time of war the most necessary requirements, and under a longer interruption by war to serve as patterns for the erection of new machine factories. Drawbacks can according to our system only be entertained in cases where half-manufactured goods which are still imported from abroad, as for instance cotton yarn, must be subjected to a considerable protective duty in order to enable the country gradually to produce them itself. Bounties are objectionable as permanent measures to render the exports and the competition of the native manufactories possible with the manufactories of further advanced nations in neutral markets, but they are still more objectionable as the means of getting possession of the inland markets for manufactured goods of nations which have themselves already made progress in manufactures. Yet there are cases where they are to be justified as temporary means of encouragement, namely, where the slumbering spirit of enterprise of a nation merely requires stimulus and assistance in the first period of its revival, in order to evoke in it a powerful and lasting production and an export trade to countries which themselves do not possess flourishing manufactures. But even in these cases it ought to be considered whether the state would not do better by making advances free of interest and granting special privileges to individual men of enterprise, or whether it would not be still more to the purpose to promote the formation of companies to carry into effect such primary experimental adventures, to advance to such companies a portion of their requisite share capital out of the state treasury, and to allow to the private persons taking shares in them a preferential interest on their invested capital. As instances of the cases referred to, we may mention experimental undertakings in trade and navigation to distant countries, to which the commerce of private persons has not yet been extended, the establishment of lines of steamers to distant countries, the founding of new colonies, and c. Chapter 27. The customs system and the popular school. The popular school does not discriminate, in respect of the operation of protective duties, between natural or primitive products and manufactured products. It perverts the fact that such duties always operate injuriously on the production of primitive or natural products, into the false conclusion that they exercise an equally detrimental influence on the production of manufactured goods. The school recognizes no distinction in reference to the establishment of manufacturing industry in a state between those nations which are not adapted for such industry and those which, owing to the nature of their territory, to perfectly developed agriculture, to their civilization, and to their just claims for guarantees for their future prosperity, for their permanence, and for their power, are clearly qualified to establish such an industry for themselves. The school fails to perceive that under a system of perfectly free competition with more advanced manufacturing nations, a nation which is less advanced than those, although well fitted for manufacturing, can never attain to a perfectly developed manufacturing power of its own, nor to perfect national independence, without protective duties. It does not take into account the influence of war and the necessity for a protective system, especially it does not perceive that war effects a compulsory prohibitive system, and that the prohibitive system of the custom house is but a necessary continuation of that prohibitive system which war has brought about. It seeks to adduce the benefits which result from free internal trade as a proof that nations can only attain to the highest degree of prosperity and power by absolute freedom in international trade, whereas history everywhere proves the contrary. It maintains that protective measures afford a monopoly to inland manufacturers, and thus tend to induce indolence, while, nevertheless, all the time internal competition amply suffices as a stimulus to emulation among manufacturers and traders. It would have us believe that protective duties on manufactured goods benefit manufacturers at the expense of agriculturists, whereas it can be proved that enormous benefits accrue to home agriculture from the existence of a home manufacturing power, compared to which the sacrifices which the former has to make to the protective system are inconsiderable. As a main point against protective duties, the popular school adduces the expenses of the custom house system and the evils caused by contraband trade. These evils cannot be denied, but can they be taken seriously into account in comparison of measures which exercise such enormous influence on the existence, the power, and the prosperity of the nation? Can the evils of standing armies and wars constitute an adequate motive for the nation to neglect means of defense? If it is maintained that protective duties which far exceed the limit which offers an assured remuneration to smuggling, serve merely to favor contraband trade, but not to benefit home manufactures, that can apply only to ill-regulated customs establishments, to countries of small extent and irregular frontiers, to the consumption which takes place on the frontiers, and only to high duties on articles of luxury of no great aggregate bulk. But experience everywhere teaches us that with well-ordered customs establishments, and with wisely devised tariffs, the objects of protective duties in large and compact states cannot be materially impeded by contraband trade. So far as regards the mere expenses of the customs system, a large portion of these would, if it were abolished, have to be incurred in the collection of revenue duties, and that revenue duties can be dispensed with by great nations, even the school itself does not maintain. Moreover, the school itself does not condemn all protective duties. Adam Smith allows in 3 cases the special protection of internal industry. Firstly, as a measure of retaliation in case a foreign nation imposes restrictions on our imports, and there is hope of inducing it by means of reprisals to repeal those restrictions. Secondly, for the defense of the nation, in case those manufacturing requirements which are necessary for defensive purposes could not under open competition be produced at home. Thirdly, as a means of equalization in case the products of foreigners are taxed lower than those of our home producers. J. B. say objects to protection in all these cases, but admits it in a 4th case, namely, when some branch of industry is expected to become after the lapse of a few years so remunerative that it will then no longer need protection. Thus it is Adam Smith who wants to introduce the principle of retaliation into commercial policy, a principle which would lead to the most absurd and most ruinous measures, especially if the retaliatory duties, as Smith demands, are to be repealed as soon as the foreign nation agrees to abolish its restrictions. Supposing Germany made reprisals against England, because of the duties imposed by the latter on German corn and timber, by excluding from Germany English manufactured goods, and by this exclusion called artificially into existence a manufacturing power of her own, must Germany then allow this manufacturing industry, created at immense sacrifice, to come to grief in case England should be induced to reopen her ports to German corn and timber? What folly! It would have been 10 times better than that if Germany had submitted quietly to all measures of restriction on the part of England, and had discouraged the growth of any manufacturing power of her own which might grow up notwithstanding the English import prohibitions. Instead of stimulating its growth. The principle of retaliation is reasonable and applicable only if it coincides with the principle of the industrial development of the nation. If it serves as it were as an assistance to this object. Yes, it is reasonable and beneficial that other nations should retaliate against the English import restrictions on their agricultural products, by imposing restrictions on the importation of manufactured goods, but only when those nations are qualified to establish a manufacturing power of their own and to maintain it for all times. By the second exception, Adam Smith really justifies not merely the necessity of protecting such manufactures as supply the immediate requirements of war, such as, for instance, manufactories of arms and powder, but the whole system of protection as we understand it, for by the establishment in the nation of a manufacturing power of its own, protection to native industry tends to the augmentation of the nation's population, of its material wealth, of its machine power, of its independence, and of all mental powers, and, therefore, of its means of national defense, in an infinitely higher degree than it could do by merely manufacturing arms and powder. The same must be said of Adam Smith's third exception. If the burden of taxation to which our productions are subjected, affords a just ground for imposing protective duties on the less taxed products of foreign countries, why should not also the other disadvantages to which our manufacturing industry is subjected in comparison with that of the foreigner afford just grounds for protecting our native industry against the overwhelming competition of foreign industry? J. B. Say has clearly perceived the contradictory character of this exception, but the exception substituted by him is no better, for in a nation qualified by nature and by its degree of culture to establish a manufacturing power of its own, almost every branch of industry must become remunerative under continued and powerful protection, and it is ridiculous to allow a nation merely a few years for the task of bringing to perfection one great branch of national industry or the whole industry of the nation, just as a shoemaker's apprentice is allowed only a few years to learn shoemaking. In its eternal declamations on the immense advantages of absolute freedom of trade, and the disadvantages of protection, the popular school is accustomed to rely on the examples of a few nations. That of Switzerland is quoted to prove that industry can prosper without protective duties, and that absolute liberty of international commerce forms the safest basis of national prosperity. The fate of Spain is quoted to exhibit to all nations which seek aid and preservation in the protective system, a frightful example of its ruinous effects. The case of England, which, as we have shown in a former chapter, affords such an excellent example for imitation to all nations which are capable of developing a manufacturing power, is adduced by these theorists merely to support their allegation that capability for manufacturing production is a natural gift exclusively peculiar to certain countries, like the capability to produce Burgundy wines, and that nature has bestowed on England, above all other countries of the earth, the destiny and the ability to devote herself to manufacturing industry and to an extensive commerce. Let us now take these examples more closely into consideration. As for Switzerland, it must be remarked in the first place that she does not constitute a nation, at least not one of normal magnitude which can be ranked as a great nation, but is merely a conglomeration of municipalities. Possessing no sea-coast, hemmed in between three great nations, she lacks all inducement to strive to obtain a native commercial marine, or direct trade with tropical countries. She need pay no regard to the establishment of a naval power, or to founding or acquiring colonies. Switzerland laid the foundation of her present very moderate degree of prosperity at the time when she still belonged to the German Empire. Since that time, she has been almost entirely free from internal wars. Her capital has been permitted to increase from generation to generation, as scarcely any of it was required by her municipal governments for discharging their expenses. Amid the devastations occasioned by the despotism, fanaticism, wars, and revolutions, with which Europe was perturbed during the last centuries, Switzerland offered an asylum to all who desired to transfer their capital and talents to another country than their own, and thus acquired considerable wealth from abroad. Germany has never adopted strong commercial restrictions against Switzerland, and a large part of the manufactured products of the latter has obtained a market in Germany. Moreover, the industry of Switzerland was never a national one comprising the production of articles of common use, but chiefly an industry in articles of luxury, the products of which could be easily smuggled into the neighboring countries or transported to distant parts of the world. Furthermore, her territory is most favorably situated for intermediate trade, and in this respect is in some measure privileged. Again, their excellent opportunity of becoming acquainted with the languages, laws, institutions, and circumstances of the three nations which adjoin her must have given the Swiss important advantages in intermediate commerce and in every other respect. Civil and religious liberty and universal education have evoked in the Swiss activity and a spirit of enterprise which, in view of the narrow limits of their country's internal agriculture, and of her internal resources for supporting her population, drove the Swiss to foreign countries, where they amassed wealth, by means of military service, by commerce, by industries of every kind, in order to bring it home to their fatherland. If under such special circumstances they managed to acquire mental and material resources, in order to develop a few branches of industry for producing articles of luxury, if these industries could maintain themselves without protective duties by sales to foreign countries, it cannot thence be concluded that great nations could follow a similar policy under wholly different circumstances. In her small national expenditure Switzerland possesses an advantage which great nations could only attain if they, like Switzerland, resolved themselves into mere municipalities and thus exposed their nationality to foreign attacks. That Spain acted foolishly in preventing the exportation of the precious metals, especially since she herself produced such a large excess of these articles, must be admitted by every reasonable person. It is a mistake, however, to attribute the decline of the industry and national well-being of Spain to her restrictions against the importation of manufactured goods. If Spain had not expelled the Moors and Jews, and had never had an Inquisition, if Charles V. had permitted religious liberty in Spain, if the priests and monks had been changed into teachers of the people, and their immense property secularized, or at least reduced to what was actually necessary for their maintenance, if, in consequence of these measures, civil liberty had gained a firm footing, the feudal nobility had been reformed and the monarchy limited, if, in a word, Spain had politically developed herself in consequence of a reformation, as England did, and if the same spirit had extended to her colonies, a prohibitive and protective policy would have had similar effects in Spain as it had in England, and this all the more because at the time of Charles V. the Spaniards were more advanced than the English and French in every respect, and the Netherlands only, of all countries, occupied a more advanced position than Spain, whose industrial and commercial spirit might have been transferred to Spain by means of the protective policy, provided that the institutions and conditions of Spain were such as would have invited foreign talents and capital to her shores, instead of driving her own native talents and capital into foreign countries. To what causes England owes her manufacturing and commercial supremacy, we have shown in our 5th chapter. It is especially owing to her civil, mental, and religious liberty, to the nature and excellence of her political institutions, that the commercial policy of England has been enabled to make the most of the natural riches of the country, and fully to develop the productive powers of the nation. But who would deny that other nations are capable of raising themselves to the same degree of liberty? Who would venture to maintain that nature has denied to other nations the means which are requisite for manufacturing industry? In the latter respect, the great natural wealth in coal and iron which England possesses has often been adduced as a reason why the English are specially destined to be a manufacturing nation. It is true that in this respect England is greatly favored by nature, but against this it may be stated that even in respect of these natural products, nature has not treated other countries merely like a stepmother. For the most part the want of good transport facilities is the chief obstacle to the full utilization of these products by other nations, that other countries possess enormous unemployed water power, which is cheaper than steam power, that where it is necessary they are able to counterbalance the want of coal by the use of other fuels, that many other countries possess inexhaustible means for the production of iron, and that they are also able to procure these raw materials from abroad by commercial exchange. In conclusion, we must not omit here to make mention of commercial treaties based on mutual concessions of duties. The school objects to these conventions as unnecessary and detrimental, whereas they appear to us as the most effective means of gradually diminishing the respective restrictions on trade, and of leading the nations of the world gradually to freedom of international intercourse. Of course, the specimens of such treaties which the world has hitherto seen, are not very encouraging for imitation. We have shown in former chapters what injurious effects the Methuen Treaty has produced in Portugal, and the Aden Treaty has produced in France. It is on these injurious effects of reciprocal alleviation of duties, that the objections of the school to commercial treaties appear principally to be founded. Its principle of absolute commercial liberty has evidently experienced a practical contradiction in these cases, inasmuch as, according to that principle, those treaties ought to have operated beneficially to both contracting nations, but not to the ruin of the one, and to the immense advantage of the other. If, however, we investigate the cause of this disproportionate effect, we find that Portugal and France, in consequence of those conventions, abandoned in favor of England the progress they had already made in manufacturing industry, as well as that which they could expect to make in it in the future, with the expectation of increasing by that means their exportation of natural products to England, that, accordingly, both those nations have declined, in consequence of the treaties thus concluded, from a higher to a lower standpoint of industrial development. From this, however, it merely follows that a nation acts foolishly if it sacrifices its manufacturing power to foreign competition by commercial treaties, and thereby binds itself to remain for all future time dependent on the low standpoint of merely agricultural industry. But it does not in the least follow from this, that those treaties are also detrimental and objectionable whereby the reciprocal exchange of agricultural products and raw materials, or the reciprocal exchange of manufactured products, is promoted. We have previously explained that free trade in agricultural products and raw materials is useful to all nations at all stages of their industrial development. From this it follows that every commercial treaty which mitigates or removes prohibitions and restrictions on freedom of trade in such articles must have a beneficial effect on both contracting nations, as for example a convention between France and England whereby the mutual exchange of wines and brandies for pig iron and coal, or a treaty between France and Germany whereby the mutual exchange of wine, oil, and dried fruit, for corn, wool, and cattle, were promoted. According to our former deductions, protection is only beneficial to the prosperity of the nation so far as it corresponds with the degree of the nation's industrial development. Every exaggeration of protection is detrimental. Nations can only obtain a perfect manufacturing power by degrees. On that account also, two nations which stand at different stages of industrial cultivation, can with mutual benefit make reciprocal concessions by treaty in respect to the exchange of their various manufacturing products. The less advanced nation can, while it is not yet able to produce for itself with profit finer manufactured goods, such as fine cotton and silk fabrics, nevertheless supply the further advanced nation with a portion of its requirements of coarser manufactured goods. Such treaties might be still more allowable and beneficial between nations which stand at about the same degree of industrial development, between which, therefore, competition is not overwhelming, destructive, or oppressive, nor tending to give a monopoly of everything to one side, but merely acts, as competition in the inland trade does, as an incentive to mutual emulation, perfection, and cheapening of production. This is the case with most of the continental nations. France, Austria, and the German Zollverein might, for instance, anticipate only very prosperous effects from moderately low reciprocal protective duties. Also, between these countries and Russia mutual concessions could be made to the advantage of all sides. What they all have to fear at this time is solely the preponderating competition of England. Thus it appears also from this point of view, that the supremacy of that island in manufactures, in trade, in navigation, and in her colonial empire, constitutes the greatest existing impediment to all nations drawing nearer to one another, although it must be at the same time admitted that England, in striving for this supremacy, has immeasurably increased, and is still daily increasing, the productive power of the entire human race. Third book, The Systems, Chapter 28, The National Economists of Italy. Italy has been the forerunner of all modern nations, in the theory as well as in the practice of political economy. Count Beccio has given us a laboriously written sketch of that branch of Italian literature. Only his book is open to the observation, that he has clung too slavishly to the popular theory, and has not duly set forth the fundamental causes of the decline of Italy's national industry. The absence of national unity, surrounded as she was by great nationalities united under hereditary monarchies, further, priestly rule and the downfall of municipal freedom in the Italian republics and cities. If he had more deeply investigated these causes, he could not have failed to apprehend the special tendency of the Prince of Machiavelli, and he would not have passed that author by with merely an incidental reference to him. 90 https://list2.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html. Through a remark of Beccio, that Machiavelli in a letter to his friend Guicciardini, in 1525, had proposed a union of all the powers of Italy against the foreigner, and that as that letter was communicated to Pope Clement VII, he had thus exercised considerable influence in the formation of the Holy League. In 1526, we were led to imagine that the same tendency must underlie the prince. As soon as we referred to that work, we found our anticipation confirmed at first sight. The object of the prince, written in 1513, was clearly to impress the Medici with the idea, that they were called upon to unite the whole of Italy under one sovereignty, and to indicate to them the means whereby that end might be attained. The title and form of that book, as though its general intention was to treat of the nature of absolute government, were undoubtedly selected from motives of prudence. It only alludes incidentally to the various hereditary princes and their governments. Everywhere the author has in view only one Italian usurper. Principalities must be overthrown, dynasties destroyed, the feudal aristocracy brought under subjection, liberty in the republics rooted out. The virtues of heaven and the artifices of hell, wisdom and audacity, valor and treachery, good fortune and chance, must all be called forth, made use of, and tried by the usurper, in order to found an Italian empire. And to this end a secret is confided to him, the power of which has been thoroughly made manifest 300 years later. A national army must be created, to whom victory must be assured by new discipline and by newly invented arms and maneuvers. 91 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. If the general character of his arguments leaves room for doubt as to the special bias of this author, such doubt will be removed by his last chapter. There he plainly declares that foreign invasions and internal divisions are the fundamental causes of all the evils prevailing in Italy, that the house of the Medici, under whose dominion were, fortunately, Tuscany and the states of the Church, were called by Providence itself to accomplish that great work, that the present was the best time and opportunity for introducing a new regime, that now a new Moses must arise to deliver his people from the bondage of Egypt, that nothing conferred on a prince more distinction and fame than great enterprises. 92 https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. That anyone may read between the lines the tendency of that book in the other chapters also, may be best seen by the manner in which the author in his 9th chapter speaks of the states of the Church. It is merely an irony when he says, "The priests possessed lands but did not govern them, they held lordships but did not defend them, these happiest of all territories were directly protected by God's providence, it would be presumption to utter a criticism upon them." He clearly by this language meant it to be understood without saying so in plain words. This country presents no special impediment to a bold conqueror, especially to a Medici whose relative occupies the papal chair. But how can we explain the advice which Machiavelli gives to his proposed usurper respecting the republics, considering his own republican sentiments? And must it be solely attributed to a design on his part to ingratiate himself with the prince to whom his book is dedicated, and thus to gain private advantages, when he, their zealous republican, the great thinker and literary genius, the patriotic martyr, advised the future usurper utterly to destroy the freedom of the Italian republics? It cannot be denied that Machiavelli, at the time when he wrote The Prince, was languishing in poverty, that he regarded the future with anxiety, that he earnestly longed and hoped for employment and support from the Medici. A letter which he wrote on October 10, 1513, from his poor dwelling in the country to his friend Betteri, at Florence, places that beyond doubt. 93 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_html. Nevertheless, there are strong reasons for believing that he by this book did not merely design to flatter the Medici, and to gain private advantage, but to promote the realization of a plan of usurpation, a plan which was not opposed to his republican patriotic ideas, though according to the moral ideas of our day it must be condemned as reprehensible and wicked. His writings and his deeds in the service of the state prove that Machiavelli was thoroughly acquainted with the history of all periods, and with the political condition of all states. But an eye which could see so far backwards, and so clearly what was around it, must also have been able to see far into the future. A spirit which even at the beginning of the 16th century recognized the advantage of the national arming of Italy, must also have seen that the time for small republics was past, that the period for great monarchies had arrived, that nationality could, under the circumstances then existing, be won only by means of usurpation, and maintained only by despotism, that the oligarchies as they then existed in the Italian republics constituted the greatest obstacle to national unity, that consequently they must be destroyed, and that national freedom would one day grow out of national unity. Machiavelli evidently desired to cast away the worn-out liberty of a few cities as a prey to despotism, hoping by its aid to acquire national union, and thus to ensure to future generations freedom on a greater and a nobler scale. The earliest work written specially on political economy in Italy, is that of Antonio Sira of Naples, in 1613, on the means of providing the kingdoms with an abundance of gold and silver. J. B. Say and McCulloch appear to have seen and read only the title of this book. They each pass it over with the remark that it merely treats of money, and its title certainly shows that the author labored under the error of considering the precious metals as the sole constituents of wealth. If they had read farther into it, and duly considered its contents, they might perhaps have derived from it some wholesome lessons. Antonio Sira, although he fell into the error of considering an abundance of gold and silver as the tokens of wealth, nevertheless expresses himself tolerably clearly on the causes of it. He certainly puts mining in the first place as the direct source of the precious metals, but he treats very justly of the indirect means of acquiring them. Agriculture, manufactures, commerce, and navigation, are, according to him, the chief sources of national wealth. The fertility of the soil is a sure source of prosperity. Manufactures are a still more fruitful source, for several reasons, but chiefly because they constitute the foundation of an extensive commerce. The productiveness of these sources depends on the characteristic qualifications of the people, viz. whether they are industrious, active, enterprising, thrifty, and so forth, also on the nature and circumstances of the locality, whether, for instance, a city is well situated for maritime trade. But above all these causes, Sirr ranks the form of government, public order, municipal liberty, political guarantees, the stability of the laws. No country can prosper, says he, where each successive ruler enacts new laws, hence the states of the Holy Father cannot be so prosperous as those countries whose government and legislation are more stable. In contrast with the former, one may observe in Venice the effect which a system of order and legislation, which has continued for centuries, has on the public welfare. This is the quintessence of a system of political economy which in the main, notwithstanding that its object appears to be only the acquisition of the precious metals, is remarkable for its sound and natural doctrine. The work of J.B. Say, although it comprises ideas and matter on political economy of which Antonio Sirr had in his day no foreknowledge, is far inferior to Sirr's on the main points, and especially as respects a due estimate of the effect of political circumstances on the wealth of nations. Had Say studied Sirr instead of laying his work aside, he could hardly have maintained, in the first page of his System of Political Economy, that the constitution of countries cannot be taken into account in respect to political economy, that the people have become rich, and become poor, under every form of government, that the only important point is, that its administration should be good. We are far from desiring to maintain the absolute preferableness of any one form of government compared with others. One need only cast a glance at the southern states of America, to be convinced that democratic forms of government among people who are not ripe for them can become the cause of decided retrogression in public prosperity. One need only look at Russia, to perceive that people who are yet in a low degree of civilization are capable of making most remarkable progress in their national well-being under an absolute monarchy. But that in no way proves that people have become rich, that is have attained the highest degree of economical well-being, under all forms of government. History rather teaches us that such a degree of public well-being, namely, a flourishing state of manufactures and commerce, has been attained in those countries only whose political constitution, whether it bear the name of democratic or aristocratic republic, or limited monarchy, has secured to their inhabitants a high degree of personal liberty and of security of property, whose administration has guaranteed to them a high degree of activity and power successfully to strive for the attainment of their common objects, and of steady continuity in those endeavors. For in a state of highly advanced civilization, it is not so important that the administration should be good for a certain period, but that it should be continuously and conformably good, that the next administration should not destroy the good work of the former one, that a 30 years administration of Colbert should not be followed by a revocation of the Edict of Nantes, that for successive centuries one should follow one and the same system, and strive after one and the same object. Only under those political constitutions in which the national interests are represented, and not under an absolute government, under which the state administration is necessarily always modified according to the individual will of the ruler, can such a steadiness and consistency of administration be secured, as Antonio Sirr rightly observes. On the other hand, there are undoubtedly certain grades of civilization in which the administration by absolute power may prove far more favorable to the economical and mental progress of the nation, and generally is so, than that of a limited monarchy. We refer to periods of slavery and serfdom, of barbarism and superstition, of national disunity, and of caste privileges. For, under such circumstances, the Constitution tends to secure not only the interests of the nation, but also the continuance of the prevailing evils, whereas it is the interest and the nature of absolute government to destroy the latter, and it is also possible that an absolute ruler may arise of distinguished power and sagacity, who may cause the nation to make advances for centuries, and secure to its nationality existence and progress for all future time. It is consequently only a conditional commonplace truth on the faith of which J.B. Say would exclude politics from his doctrine. In every case it is the chief desideratum that the administration should be good, but the efficiency of the administration depends on the form of government, and that form of government is clearly the best which most promotes the moral and material welfare and the future progress of any given nation. Nations have made some progress under all forms of government. But a high degree of economical development has only been attained in those nations whose form of government has been such as to secure to them a high degree of freedom and power, of steadiness of laws and of policy, and efficient institutions. Antonio Sirra sees the nature of things as it actually exists, and not through the spectacles of previous systems, or of some one principle which he is determined to advocate and carry out. He draws a comparison between the condition of the various states of Italy, and perceives that the greatest degree of wealth is to be found where there is extensive commerce, that extensive commerce exists where there is a well-developed manufacturing power, but that the latter is to be found where there is municipal freedom. The opinions of Beccaria are pervaded by the false doctrines of the physiocratic school. That author indeed either discovered, or derived from Aristotle, the principle of the division of labor, either before, or contemporaneously with, Adam Smith. He, however, carries it farther than Adam Smith, inasmuch as he not only applies it to the division of the work in a single manufactory, but shows that the public welfare is promoted by the division of occupation among the members of the community. At the same time he does not hesitate, with the physiocrats, to assert that manufactures are non-productive. The views of the great philosophical jurist, Filangieri, are about the narrowest of all. Imbued with false cosmopolitanism, he considers that England, by her protective policy, has merely given a premium to contraband trade, and weakened her own commerce. Very, as a practical statesman, could not err so widely as that. He admits the necessity of protection to native industry against foreign competition, but did not or could not see that such a policy is conditional on the greatness and unity of the nationality. Chapter 29, The Industrial System, falsely termed by the school the mercantile system. At the period when great nationalities arose, owing to the union of entire peoples brought about by hereditary monarchy and by the centralization of public power, commerce and navigation, and hence wealth and naval power, existed for the most part, as we have before shown, in republics of cities, or in leagues of such republics. The more, however, that the institutions of these great nationalities became developed, the more evident became the necessity of establishing on their own territories these main sources of power and of wealth. Under the conviction that they could only take root and flourish under municipal liberty, the royal power favored municipal freedom and the establishment of guilds, both which it regarded as counterpoises against the feudal aristocracy, who were continually striving for independence, and always hostile to national unity. But this expedient appeared insufficient, for one reason, because the total of the advantages which individuals enjoyed in the free cities and republics was much greater than the total of those advantages which the monarchical governments were able to offer, or chose to offer, in their own municipal cities. In the second place, because it is very difficult, indeed impossible, for a country which has always been principally engaged in agriculture, successfully to displace in free competition those countries which for centuries have acquired supremacy in manufactures, commerce, and navigation. Lastly, because in the great monarchies the feudal institutions acted as hindrances to the development of their internal agriculture, and consequently to the growth of their internal manufactures. Hence, the nature of things led the great monarchies to adopt such political measures as tended to restrict the importation of foreign manufactured goods, and foreign commerce and navigation, and to favor the progress of their own manufactures, and their own commerce and navigation. Instead of raising revenue as they had previously done by duties on the raw materials which they exported, they were henceforth principally levied on the imported manufactured goods. The benefits offered by the latter policy stimulated the merchants, seamen, and manufacturers of more highly civilized cities and countries to immigrate with their capital into the great monarchies, and stimulated the spirit of enterprise of the subjects of the latter. The growth of the national industry was followed by the growth of the national freedom. The feudal aristocracy found it necessary in their own interest to make concessions to the industrial and commercial population, as well as to those engaged in agriculture. Hence resulted progress in agriculture as well as in native industry and native commerce, which had a reciprocally favorable influence on those two other factors of national wealth. We have shown how England, in consequence of this system, and favored by the Reformation, made forward progress from century to century in the development of her productive power, freedom, and might. We have stated how in France this system was followed for some time with success, but how it came to grief there, because the institutions of feudalism, of the priesthood, and of the absolute monarchy, had not yet been reformed. We have also shown how the Polish nationality succumbed, because the elective system of monarchy did not possess influence and steadiness enough to bring into existence powerful municipal institutions, and to reform the feudal aristocracy. As a result of this policy, there was created in the place of the commercial and manufacturing city, and of the agricultural province which chiefly existed outside the political influence of that city, the agricultural manufacturing commercial state, a nation complete in itself, an harmonious and compact whole, in which, on the one hand, the formerly prevailing differences between monarchy, feudal aristocracy, and citizenhood gave place to one harmonious accord, and, on the other hand, the closest union and reciprocally beneficial action took place between agriculture, manufactures, and commerce. This was an immeasurably more perfect commonwealth than the previously existing one, because the manufacturing power, which in the municipal republic had been confined to a narrow range, now could extend itself over a wider sphere, because now all existing resources were placed at its disposition, because the division of labor and the confederation of the productive powers in the different branches of manufactures, as well as in agriculture, were made effectual in an infinitely greater degree, because the numerous classes of agriculturists became politically and commercially united with the manufacturers and merchants, and hence perpetual concord was maintained between them. The reciprocal action between manufacturing and commercial power was perpetuated and secured forever, and finally, the agriculturists were made partakers of all the advantages of civilization arising from manufactures and commerce. The agricultural manufacturing commercial state is like a city which spreads over a whole kingdom, or a country district raised up to be a city. In the same proportion in which material production was promoted by this union, the mental powers must necessarily have been developed, the political institutions perfected, the state revenues, the national military power, and the population, increased. Hence we see at this day, that nation which first of all perfectly developed the agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial state, standing in these respects at the head of all other nations. The industrial system was not defined in writing, nor was it a theory devised by authors, it was simply acted upon in practice, until the time of Stuart, who deduced it for the most part from the actual English practice, just as Antonio Sirra deduced his system from a consideration of the circumstances of Venice. Stuart's treatise, however, cannot be considered a scientific work. The greater part of it is devoted to money, banking, the paper circulation, commercial crises, the balance of trade, and the doctrine of population. Discussions from which even in our day much may be learned, but which are carried on in a very illogical and unintelligible way, and in which one and the same idea is 10 times repeated. The other branches of political economy are either superficially treated, or passed over altogether. Neither the productive powers, nor the elements of price, are thoroughly discussed. Everywhere the author appears to have in view only the experiences and circumstances of England. In a word, his book possesses all the merits and demerits of the practice of England, and of that of Colbert. The merits of the industrial system as compared with later ones, are : 1. That it clearly recognizes the value of native manufactures and their influence on native agriculture, commerce, and navigation, and on the civilization and power of the nation, and expresses itself unreservedly to that effect. 2. That it indicates what is in general the right means whereby a nation which is qualified for establishing a manufacturing power may attain a national industry. 94 https://l3.ms/l3/store/titles/315/list_html middle.3. That it is based on the idea of the nation, and regarding the nations as individual entities, everywhere takes into account the national interests and national conditions. On the other hand, this system is chargeable with the following chief faults: middle. 1. That it does not generally recognize the fundamental principle of the industrial development of the nation and the conditions under which it can be brought into operation. Middle. 2. That it consequently would mislead peoples who live in a climate unsuited for manufacturing, and small and uncivilized states and peoples, into the adoption of the protective system. Middle. 3. That it always seeks to apply protection to agriculture, and especially to the production of raw materials to the injury of agriculture, whereas agricultural industry is sufficiently protected against foreign competition by the nature of things. 95 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html middle. 4. That it seeks to favor manufactures unjustly by imposing restrictions on the export of raw materials, to the detriment of agriculture. Middle. 5. That it does not teach the nation which has already attained manufacturing and commercial supremacy to preserve her own manufacturers and merchants from indolence, by permitting free competition in her own markets. Middle. 6. That in the exclusive pursuit of the political object, it ignores the cosmopolitical relations of all nations, the objects of the whole human race, and hence would mislead governments into a prohibitory system, where a protective one would amply suffice, or imposing duties which are practically prohibitory, when moderate protective duties would better answer the purpose. Finally, middle. 7. That chiefly owing to his utterly ignoring the principle of cosmopolitanism, it does not recognize the future union of all nations, the establishment of perpetual peace, and of universal freedom of trade, as the goal towards which all nations have to strive, and more to approach. The subsequent schools have, however, falsely reproached this system for considering the precious metals as the sole constituents of wealth, whereas they are merely merchandise like all other articles of value, and that hence it would follow that we ought to sell as much as possible to other nations and to buy from them as little as possible. As respects the former objection, it cannot be truly alleged of either Colbert's administration or of that of the English since George I. that they have attached an unreasonable degree of importance to the importation of the precious metals. To raise their own native manufactures, their own navigation, their foreign trade, was the aim of their commercial policy, which indeed was chargeable with many mistakes, but which on the whole produced important results. We have observed that since the Methuen Treaty, 1703, the English have annually exported great quantities of the precious metals to the East Indies, without considering these exports as prejudicial. The ministers of George I, when they prohibited, in 1721, the importation of the cotton and silk fabrics of India, did not assign as a reason for that measure that a nation ought to sell as much as possible to the foreigner, and buy as little as possible from him. That absurd idea was grafted onto the industrial system by a subsequent school. What they asserted was, that it is evident that a nation can only attain to wealth and power by the export of its own manufactured goods, and by the import from abroad of raw materials and the necessaries of life. England has followed this maxim of state policy to the present day, and by following it has become rich and mighty. This maxim is the only true one for a nation which has been long civilized, and which has already brought its own agriculture to a high degree of development. Chapter Produce of tropical countries, and to pay for them by their own surplus produce, The inland trade was oppressed by provincial customs duties. Under such circumstances, nothing could be more natural than that thoughtful men, in their investigations into the causes of the prevailing poverty and misery, should have arrived at the conviction that national welfare could not be attained so long as agriculture was not freed from its fetters, so long as the owners of land and capital took no interest in agriculture, so long as the peasantry remained sunk in personal subjection, in superstition, idleness, and ignorance, so long as taxation remained undiminished and was not equally borne by all classes, so long as internal tariff restrictions existed, and foreign trade did not flourish. But these thoughtful men, we must remember, were either physicians to the king and his court favorites, or confidants and friends of the aristocracy and the clergy. They could not and would not declare open war against either absolute power or against clergy and nobility. There remained to them but one method of disseminating their views, that of concealing their plan of reform under the obscurity of a profound system, just as, in earlier as well as later times, ideas of political and religious reform have been embedded in the substance of philosophical systems. Following the philosophers of their own age and country, who, in view of the total disorganization of the national condition of France, sought consolation in the wider field of philanthropy and cosmopolitanism, much as the father of a family, in despair at the break-up of his household, goes to seek comfort in the tavern, so the physiocrats caught at the cosmopolitan idea of universal free trade, as a panacea by which all prevailing evils might be cured. When they had got hold of this point of truth by exalting their thoughts above, they then directed them beneath, and discovered in the net revenue of the soil a basis for their preconceived ideas. Thence resulted the fundamental maxim of their system: the soil alone yields net revenue, therefore agriculture is the sole source of wealth. That is a doctrine from which wonderful consequences might be inferred. First, feudalism must fall, and if requisite, landowning itself; then all taxation ought to be levied on the land, as being the source of all wealth; then the exemption from taxation enjoyed by the nobility and clergy must cease; finally the manufacturers must be deemed an unproductive class, who ought to pay no taxes, but also ought to have no state protection, hence custom houses must be abolished. In short, people contrived by means of the most absurd arguments and contentions to prove those great truths which they had determined beforehand to prove. Of the nation, and its special circumstances and condition in relation to other nations, no further account was to be taken, for that is clear from the Encyclopédie Méthodique, which says, the welfare of the individual is conditional on the welfare of the entire human race. Here, therefore, no account was taken of any nation, of any war, of any foreign commercial measures. History and experience must be either ignored or misrepresented. The great merit of this system was, that it bore the appearance of an attack made on the policy of Colbert and on the privileges of the manufacturers, for the benefit of the landowners, while in reality its blows told with most effect on the special privileges of the latter. Poor Colbert had to bear all the blame of the sufferings of the French agriculturists, while nevertheless everyone knew that France possessed a great industry for the first time since Colbert's administration, and that even the dullest intellect was aware that manufactures constitute the chief means for promoting agriculture and commerce. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes, the wanton wars of Louis XIV, the profligate expenditure of Louis XV, were utterly ignored by these philosophers. Quesnay in his writings has adduced, and replied to, point by point, the objections which were urged against his system. One is astonished at the mass of sound sense which he puts into the mouth of his opponents, and at the mass of mystical absurdity which he opposes to those objections by way of argument. Notwithstanding, all that absurdity was accepted as wisdom by the contemporaries of this reformer, because the tendency of his system accorded with the circumstances of France at that time, and with the philanthropic and cosmopolitan ideas prevalent in that century. Adam Smith set out from this fundamental idea, and to prove it and to illustrate it was the sole object of all his later works. He was confirmed in this idea by Quesnay, Turgot, and the other coryphée of the physiocratic school, whose acquaintance he had made in a visit to France in the year 1765. Smith evidently considered the idea of freedom of trade as an intellectual discovery which would constitute the foundation of his literary fame. How natural, therefore, it was that he should endeavor in his work to put aside and to refute everything that stood in the way of that idea, that he should consider himself as the professed advocate of absolute freedom of trade, and that he thought and wrote in that spirit. How could it be expected that with such preconceived opinions, Smith should judge of men and of things, of history and statistics, of political measures and of their authors, in any other light than as they confirmed or contradicted his fundamental principle? In the passage above quoted from Dugald Stewart, Adam Smith's whole system is comprised as in a nutshell. The power of the state can and ought to do nothing, except to allow justice to be administered, to impose as little taxation as possible. Statesmen who attempt to found a manufacturing power, to promote navigation, to extend foreign trade, to protect it by naval power, and to found or to acquire colonies, are in his opinion project makers who only hinder the progress of the community. For him no nation exists, but merely a community, that is a number of individuals dwelling together. These individuals know best for themselves what branches of occupation are most to their advantage, and they can best select for themselves the means which promote their prosperity. This entire nullification of nationality and of state power, this exaltation of individualism to the position of author of all effective power, could be made plausible only by making the main object of investigation to be not the power which effects, but the thing effected, namely, material wealth, or rather the value in exchange which the thing effected possesses. Materialism must come to the aid of individualism, in order to conceal what an enormous amount of power accrues to individuals from nationality, from national unity, and from the national confederation of the productive powers. A bare theory of values must be made to pass current as national economy, because individuals alone produce values, and the state, incapable of creating values, must limit its operations to calling into activity, protecting, and promoting the productive powers of individuals. In this combination, the quintessence of political economy may be stated as follows, viz., wealth consists in the possession of objects of exchangeable value. Objects of exchangeable value are produced by the labor of individuals in combination with the powers of nature and with capital. By the division of labor, the productiveness of the labor is increased, capital is accumulated by savings, by production exceeding consumption. The greater the total amount of capital, so much the greater is the division of labor, and hence the capacity to produce. Private interest is the most effectual stimulus to labor and to economy. Therefore the highest wisdom of statecraft consists in placing no obstacle in the way of private industry, and in caring only for the good administration of justice. And hence also it is folly to induce the subjects of a state, by means of state legislative measures, to produce for themselves anything which they can buy cheaper from abroad. A system so consistent as this is, which sets forth the elements of wealth, which so clearly explains the process of its production, and apparently so completely exposes the errors of the previous schools, could not fail, in default of any other, to meet with acceptance. The mistake has been simply, that this system at bottom is nothing else than a system of the private economy of all the individual persons in a country, or of the individuals of the whole human race, as that economy would develop and shape itself, under a state of things in which there were no distinct nations, nationalities, or national interests, no distinctive political constitutions or degrees of civilization, no wars or national animosities, that it is nothing more than a theory of values, a mere shopkeeper's or individual merchant's theory, not a scientific doctrine, showing how the productive powers of an entire nation can be called into existence, increased, maintained, and preserved for the special benefit of its civilization, welfare, might, continuance, and independence. This system regards everything from the shopkeeper's point of view. The value of anything is wealth, according to it, so its sole object is to gain values. The establishment of powers of production, it leaves to chance, to nature, or to the providence of God, whichever you please. Only the state must have nothing at all to do with it, nor must politics venture to meddle with the business of accumulating exchangeable values. It is resolved to buy wherever it can find the cheapest articles. That the home manufactories are ruined by their importation, matters not to it. If foreign nations give a bounty on the export of their manufactured goods, so much the better, it can buy them so much the cheaper. In its view, no class is productive save those who actually produce things valuable in exchange. It well recognizes how the division of labor promotes the success of a business in detail, but it has no perception of the effect of the division of labor as affecting a whole nation. It knows that only by individual economy can it increase its capital, and that only in proportion to the increase in its capital can it extend its individual trades. But it sets no value on the increase of the productive power, which results from the establishment of native manufactories, or on the foreign trade and national power which arise out of that increase. What may become of the entire nation in the future, is to it a matter of perfect indifference, so long as private individuals can gain wealth. It takes notice merely of the rent yielded by land, but pays no regard to the value of landed property. It does not perceive that the greatest part of the wealth of a nation consists in the value of its land and its fixed property. For the influence of foreign trade on the value and price of landed property, and for the fluctuations and calamities thence arising, it cares not a straw. In short, this system is the strictest and most consistent mercantile system, and it is incomprehensible how that term could have been applied to the system of Colbert, the main tendency of which is towards an industrial system, that is a system which has solely in view the founding of a national industry, a national commerce, without regarding the temporary gains or losses of values in exchange. Notwithstanding, we would by no means deny the great merits of Adam Smith. He was the first who successfully applied the analytical method to political economy. By means of that method and an unusual degree of sagacity, he threw light on the most important branches of the science, which were previously almost wholly obscure. Before Adam Smith only a practice existed. His works rendered it possible to constitute a science of political economy, and he has contributed a greater amount of materials for that object than all his predecessors or successors. But that very peculiarity of his mind by which, in analyzing the various constituent parts of political economy, he rendered such important service, was the cause why he did not take a comprehensive view of the community in its entirety, that he was unable to combine individual interests in one harmonious whole, that he would not consider the nation in preference to mere individuals, that out of mere anxiety for the freedom of action of the individual producers, he lost sight of the interests of the entire nation. He who so clearly perceived the benefits of the division of labor in a single manufactory, did not perceive that the same principle is applicable with equal force to entire provinces and nations. With this opinion, that which Dugald Stewart says of him exactly agrees. Smith could judge individual traits of character with extraordinary acuteness, but if an opinion was needed as to the entire character of a man or of a book, one could not be sufficiently astonished at the narrowness and obliquity of his views. Nay, he was incapable of forming a correct estimate of the character of those with whom he had lived for many years in the most intimate friendship. The portrait, says his biographer, was ever full of life and expression, and had a strong resemblance to the original if one compared it with the original from a certain point of view, but it never gave a true and perfect representation according to all its dimensions and circumstances. Chapter. Just as the wealth of a fisherman does not consist in the possession of fish, but in the ability and the means of continually catching fish to satisfy his wants. It is noteworthy, and, so far as we are aware, not generally known, that Jean-Baptiste Say had a brother whose plain clear common sense led him clearly to perceive the fundamental error of the theory of values, and that J.B. Say himself expressed to his doubting brother doubts as to the soundness of his own doctrine. Louis Say wrote from Nantes, that a technical language had become prevalent in political economy which had led to much false reasoning, and that his brother Jean himself was not free from it. 96 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_html. According to Louis Say, the wealth of nations does not consist in material goods and their value in exchange, but in the ability continuously to produce such goods. The exchange theory of Smith and J.B. Say regards wealth from the narrow point of view of an individual merchant, and this system, which would reform their so-called mercantile system, is itself nothing else than a restricted mercantile system. 97 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html. To these doubts and objections J.B. Say replied to his brother that his J.B. Say's method, viz. the theory of exchangeable values, was certainly not the best, but that the difficulty was to find a better. 98 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html. What? Difficult to find a better? Had not Brother Louis, then, found one? No, the real difficulty was that people had not the requisite acuteness to grasp and to follow out the idea which the brother had, certainly only in general terms, expressed, or rather, perhaps, because it was very distasteful to have to overturn the already established school, and to have to teach the precise opposite of the doctrine by which one had acquired celebrity. The only original thing in J.B. Say's writings is the form of his system, viz. that he defined political economy as the science which shows how material wealth is produced, distributed, and consumed. It was by this classification and by his exposition of it that J.B. Say made his success and also his school, and no wonder, for here everything lay ready to his hand. He knew how to explain so clearly and intelligibly the special process of production, and the individual powers engaged in it. He could set forth so lucidly, within the limits of his own narrow circle, the principle of the division of labor, and so clearly expound the trade of individuals. Every working potter, every huckster could understand him, and do so the more readily, the less J.B. Say told him that was new or unknown. For that in the work of the potter, hands and skill, labor, must be combined with clay, natural material, in order by means of the potter's wheel, the oven, and fuel, capital, to produce pots, valuable products or values in exchange, had been well known long before in every respectable potter's workshop, only they had not known how to describe these things in scientific language, and by means of it to generalize upon them. Also there were probably very few hucksters who did not know before J.B. Say's time, that by exchange both parties could gain values in exchange, and that if anyone exported 1,000 thalers worth of goods, and got for them 1,500 thalers worth of other goods from abroad, he would gain 500 thalers. It was also well known before, that work leads to wealth, and idleness to beggary, that private self-interest is the most powerful stimulus to active industry, and that he who desires to obtain young chickens, must not first eat the eggs. Certainly people had not known before that all this was political economy, but they were delighted to be initiated with so little trouble into the deepest mysteries of the science, and thus to get rid of the hateful duties which make our favorite luxuries so dear, and to get perpetual peace, universal brotherhood, and the millennium into the bargain. It is also no cause for surprise that so many learned men and state officials ranked themselves among the admirers of Smith and Say, for the principle of laissez-faire et laissez-aller demands no sagacity from any save those who first introduced and expounded it. Authors who succeeded them had nothing to do but to reiterate, embellish, and elucidate their argument, and who might not feel the wish and have the ability to be a great statesman, if all one had to do was to fold one's hands in one's bosom. It is a strange peculiarity of these systems, that one need only adopt their first propositions, and let oneself be led credulously and confidingly by the hand by the author, through a few chapters, and one is lost. We must say to M. Jean-Baptiste say at the outset that political economy is not, in our opinion, that science which teaches only how values in exchange are produced by individuals, distributed among them, and consumed by them. We say to him that a statesman will know and must know, over and above that, how the productive powers of a whole nation can be awakened, increased, and protected, and how on the other hand they are weakened, laid to sleep, or utterly destroyed, and how by means of those national productive powers the national resources can be utilized in the wisest and best manner so as to produce national existence, national independence, national prosperity, national strength, national culture, and a national future. This system, of say, has rushed from one extreme view that the state can and ought to regulate everything into the opposite extreme that the state can and ought to do nothing, that the individual is everything, and the state nothing at all. The opinion of M. Say as to the omnipotence of individuals and the impotence of the state verges on the ridiculous. Where he cannot forbear from expressing a word of praise on the efficacy of Colbert's measures for the industrial education of France, he exclaims, "One could hardly have given private persons credit for such a high degree of wisdom. If we turn our attention from the system to its author, we see in him a man who, without a comprehensive knowledge of history, without deep insight into state policy or state administration, without political or philosophical views, with merely one idea adopted from others in his head, rummages through history, politics, statistics, commercial and industrial relations, in order to discover isolated proofs and facts which may serve to support his idea. If anyone will read his remarks on the navigation laws, the Methuen Treaty, the system of Colbert, the Eden Treaty, and c. he will find this judgment confirmed. It did not suit him to follow out connectedly the commercial and industrial history of nations. That nations have become rich and mighty under protective tariffs he admits, only in his opinion they became so in spite of that system and not in consequence of it, and he requires that we should believe that conclusion on his word alone. He maintains that the Dutch were induced to trade directly with the East Indies, because Philip II forbade them to enter the harbour of Portugal, as though the protective system would justify that prohibition, as though the Dutch would not have found their way to the East Indies without it. With statistics and politics M. Say is as dissatisfied as with history, with the former because no doubt they produce the inconvenient facts which he says have so often proved contradictory of his system, with the latter because he understood nothing at all of it. He cannot desist from his warnings against the pitfalls into which statistical facts may mislead us, or from reminding us that politics have nothing to do with political economy, which sounds about as wise as if anyone were to maintain that pewter must not be taken into account in the consideration of a pewter platter. First a merchant, then a manufacturer, then an unsuccessful politician, say laid hold of political economy just as a man grasps at some new undertaking when the old one cannot go on any longer. We have his own confession on record, that he stood in doubt at first whether he should advocate their so-called mercantile system, or the system of free trade. Hatred of the continental system, of Napoleon, which had ruined his manufactory, and against the author of it who had turned him out of the magistracy, determined him to espouse the cause of absolute freedom of trade. The term freedom in whatever connection it is used has for 50 years past exercised a magical influence in France. Hence it happened that say, under the Empire as well as under the Restoration, belonged to the opposition, and that he incessantly advocated economy. Thus his writings became popular for quite other reasons than what they contained. Otherwise would it not be incomprehensible that their popularity should have continued after the fall of Napoleon, at a period when the adoption of Say's system would inevitably have ruined the French manufacturers? His firm adherence to the cosmopolitical principle under such circumstances proves how little political insight the man had. How little he knew the world, is shown by his firm belief in the cosmopolitical tendencies of Canning and Huskisson. One thing only was lacking to his fame, that neither Louis XVIII nor Charles X made him Minister of Commerce and of Finance. In that case history would have coupled his name with that of Colbert, the one as the creator of the national industry, the other as its destroyer. Never has any author with such small materials exercised such a wide scientific terrorism as J.B. Say. The slightest doubt as to the infallibility of his doctrine was branded as obscurantism, and even men like Chaptal feared the anathemas of this politico-economical pope. Chaptal's work on the industry of France, from the beginning to the end, is nothing else than an exposition of the effects of the French protective system. He states that expressly. He says distinctly that under the existing circumstances of the world, prosperity for France can only be hoped for under the system of protection. At the same time Chaptal endeavors by an article in praise of free trade, directly in opposition to the whole tendency of his book, to solicit pardon for his heresy from the school of Say. Say imitated the papacy even so far as to its index. He certainly did not prohibit heretical writings individually by name, but he was stricter still. He prohibits all, the non-heretical as well as the heretical. He warns the young students of political economy not to read too many books, as they might thus too easily be misled into errors. They ought to read only a few, but those good books, which means in other words, you ought only to read me and Adam Smith, no others. But that none too great sympathy should accrue to the immortal father of the school from the adoration of his disciples, his successor and interpreter on earth took good care, for, according to Say, Adam Smith's books are full of confusion, imperfection, and contradictions, and he clearly gives us to understand that one can only learn from himself how one ought to read Adam Smith. Notwithstanding, when Say was at the zenith of his fame, certain young heretics arose who attacked the basis of his system so effectually and so boldly, that he preferred privately to reply to them, and meekly to avoid any public discussion. Among these, Taniguy Duchatel, more than once a minister of state, was the most vigorous and the most ingenious. Celanvaus, mon cher critique, said Say to Duchatel in a private letter, il n'y reste plus dans mon économie politique des actions sans motifs, des faits sans explication, unchained rapports dont les extrémités manquent et dont les angles les plus importants sont brises. Je partage donc l'infortune d'Adam Smith. Don't under nos critiques dit qu'il avait fait rétrograde l'économie politique. 99 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/all3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html. In a postscript to this letter he remarks very naively, dans le second article que vous annonces, il est bien inutile de revenir sur cette polémique, par laquelle nous pouvions bien ennuyer le public. At the present day the school of Smith and Say has been exploded in France, and the rigid and spiritless influence of the theory of exchangeable values has been succeeded by a revolution and an anarchy, which neither M. Rossi nor M. Blanqui are able to exorcise. The Saint Simonians and the Fourierists, with remarkable talent at their head, instead of reforming the old doctrines, have cast them entirely aside, and have framed for themselves a utopian system. Quite recently the most ingenious persons among them have been seeking to discover the connection of their doctrines with those of the previous schools, and to make their ideas compatible with existing circumstances. Important results may be expected from their labors, especially from those of the talented Michel Chevalier. The amount of truth, and of what is practically applicable in our day, which their doctrines contain, consists chiefly in their expounding the principle of the confederation and the harmony of the productive powers. Their annihilation of individual freedom and independence is their weak side. With them the individual is entirely absorbed in the community, in direct contradiction to the theory of exchangeable values, according to which the individual ought to be everything and the state nothing. It may be that the spirit of the world is tending to the realization of the state of things which these sects dream of or prognosticate. In any case, however, I believe that many centuries must elapse before that can be possible. It is given to no mortal to estimate the progress of future centuries in discoveries and in the condition of society. Even the mind of a Plato could not have foretold that after the lapse of thousands of years the instruments which do the work of society would be constructed of iron, steel, and brass, nor could that of a Cicero have foreseen that the printing press would render it possible to extend the representative system over whole kingdoms, perhaps over whole quarters of the globe, and over the entire human race. If meanwhile it is given to only a few great minds to foresee a few instances of the progress of future thousands of years, yet to every age is assigned its own special task. But the task of the age in which we live appears not to be to break up mankind into Fourierist phalansters, in order to give each individual as nearly as possible an equal share of mental and bodily enjoyments, but to perfect the productive powers, the mental culture, the political condition, and the power of whole nationalities, and by equalizing them in these respects as far as is possible, to prepare them beforehand for universal union. For even if we admit that under the existing circumstances of the world the immediate object which its apostles had in view could be attained by each phalansteer, what would be its effect on the power and independence of the nation? And would not the nation which was broken up into phalansteers, run the risk of being conquered by some less advanced nation which continued to live in the old way, and of thus having its premature institutions destroyed together with its entire nationality? At present the theory of exchangeable values has so completely lost its influence, that it is almost exclusively occupied with inquiries into the nature of rent, and that Ricardo in his Principles of Political Economy could write: "The chief object of political economy is to determine the laws by which the produce of the soil ought to be shared between the landowner, the farmer, and the laborer." While some persons are firmly convinced that this science is complete, and that nothing essential can further be added to it, those, on the other hand, who read these writings with philosophical or practical insight, maintain that as yet there is no political economy at all, that science has yet to be constructed, that until it is so, what goes by its name is merely an astrology, but that it is both possible and desirable out of it to produce an astronomy. Finally, we must remark, in order not to be misunderstood, that our criticism of the writings alike of J.B. Say and of his predecessors and successors refers only to their national and international bearing, and that we recognize their value as expositions of subordinate doctrines. It is evident that an author may form very valuable views and inductions on individual branches of a science, while all the while the basis of his system may be entirely erroneous. Fourth book, The Politics chapter: How far the human race might retrograde. Let us then congratulate ourselves on the immense progress of that nation, and wish her prosperity for all future time. But ought we on that account also to wish that she may erect a universal dominion on the ruins of the other nationalities? Nothing but unfathomable cosmopolitanism or shopkeepers' narrow-mindedness can give an assenting answer to that question. In our previous chapters we have pointed out the results of such denationalization, and shown that the culture and civilization of the human race can only be brought about by placing many nations in similar positions of civilization, wealth, and power, that just as England herself has raised herself from a condition of barbarism to her present high position, so the same path lies open for other nations to follow, and that at this time more than one nation is qualified to strive to attain the highest degree of civilization, wealth, and power. Let us now state summarily the maxims of state policy by means of which England has attained her present greatness. They may be briefly stated thus: always to favor the importation of productive power, 100 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_/title/368.html in preference to the importation of goods. Carefully to cherish and to protect the development of the productive power. To import produce only raw materials and agricultural products, and to export nothing but manufactured goods. To direct any surplus of productive power to colonization, and to the subjection of barbarous nations. To reserve exclusively to the mother country the supply of the colonies and subject countries with manufactured goods, but in return to receive on preferential terms their raw materials and especially their colonial produce. To devote especial care to the coast navigation, to the trade between the mother country and the colonies, to encourage sea fisheries by means of bounties, and to take as active a part as possible in international navigation. By these means to found a naval supremacy, and by means of it to extend foreign commerce, and continually to increase her colonial possessions. To grant freedom in trade with the colonies and in navigation only so far as she can gain more by it than she loses. To grant reciprocal navigation privileges only if the advantage is on the side of England, or if foreign nations can by that means be restrained from introducing restrictions on navigation in their own favor. To grant concessions to foreign independent nations in respect of the import of agricultural products, only in case concessions in respect of her own manufactured products can be gained thereby. In cases where such concessions cannot be obtained by treaty, to attain the object of them by means of contraband trade. To make wars and to contract alliances with exclusive regard to her manufacturing, commercial, maritime, and colonial interests. To gain by these alike from friends and foes, from the latter by interrupting their commerce at sea, from the former by ruining their manufactures through subsidies which are paid in the shape of English manufactured goods. 101 https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html. These maxims were in former times plainly professed by all English ministers and parliamentary speakers. The ministers of George I. in 1721 openly declared, on the occasion of the prohibition of the importation of the manufactures of India, that it was clear that a nation could only become wealthy and powerful if she imported raw materials and exported manufactured goods. Even in the times of Lords Chatham and North, they did not hesitate to declare in open Parliament that it ought not to be permitted that even a single horseshoe nail should be manufactured in North America. In Adam Smith's time, a new maxim was for the first time added to those which we have above stated, namely, to conceal the true policy of England under the cosmopolitical expressions and arguments which Adam Smith had discovered, in order to induce foreign nations not to imitate that policy. It is a very common clever device that when anyone has attained the summit of greatness, he kicks away the ladder by which he has climbed up, in order to deprive others of the means of climbing up after him. In this lies the secret of the cosmopolitical doctrine of Adam Smith, and of the cosmopolitical tendencies of his great contemporary William Pitt, and of all his successors in the British government administrations. Any nation which by means of protective duties and restrictions on navigation has raised her manufacturing power and her navigation to such a degree of development that no other nation can sustain free competition with her, can do nothing wiser than to throw away these ladders of her greatness, to preach to other nations the benefits of free trade, and to declare in penitent tones that she has hitherto wandered in the paths of error, and has now for the first time succeeded in discovering the truth. William Pitt was the first English statesman who clearly perceived in what way the cosmopolitical theory of Adam Smith could be properly made use of, and not in vain did he himself carry about a copy of the work on the wealth of nations. His speech in 1786, which was addressed neither to Parliament nor to the nation, but clearly to the ears of the statesmen of France, who were destitute of all experience and political insight, and solely intended to influence the latter in favor of the Aden Treaty, is an excellent specimen of Smith's style of reasoning. By nature, he said, France was adapted for agriculture and the production of wine, as England was thus adapted to manufacturing production. These nations ought to act towards one another just as two great merchants would do who carry on different branches of trade and who reciprocally enrich one another by the exchange of goods. 102 https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html. Not a word here of the old maxim of England, that a nation can only attain to the highest degree of wealth and power in her foreign trade by the exchange of manufactured products against agricultural products and raw materials. This maxim was then, and has remained since, an English state secret. It was never again openly professed, but was all the more persistently followed. If, however, England since William Pitt's time had really cast away the protective system as a useless crutch, she would now occupy a much higher position than she does, and she would have got much nearer to her object, which is to monopolize the manufacturing power of the whole world. The favorable moment for attaining this object was clearly just after the restoration of the general peace. Hatred of Napoleon's continental system had secured a reception among all nations of the continent of the doctrines of the cosmopolitical theory. Russia, the entire north of Europe, Germany, the Spanish peninsula, and the United States of North America would have considered themselves fortunate in exchanging their agricultural produce and raw materials for English manufactured goods. France herself would perhaps have found it possible, in consideration of some decided concessions in respect of her wine and silk manufactures. To depart from her prohibitive system. Then also the time had arrived when, as Priestley said of the English navigation laws, it would be just as wise to repeal the English protective system as it had formerly been to introduce it. The result of such a policy would have been that all the surplus raw materials and agricultural produce from the two hemispheres would have flowed over to England, and all the world would have clothed themselves with English fabrics. All would have tended to increase the wealth and the power of England. Under such circumstances the Americans or the Russians would hardly have taken it into their heads in the course of the present century to introduce a protective system, or the Germans to establish a customs union. People would have come to the determination with difficulty to sacrifice the advantages of the present moment to the hopes of a distant future. But Providence has taken care that trees should not grow quite up to the sky. Lord Castlereagh gave over the commercial policy of England into the hands of the landed aristocracy, and these killed the hen which had laid the golden eggs. Had they permitted the English manufacturers to monopolize the markets of all nations, Great Britain would have occupied the position in respect to the world which a manufacturing town does in respect to the open country. The whole territory of the island of England would have been covered with houses and manufactories, or devoted to pleasure gardens, vegetable gardens, and orchards, to the production of milk and of meat, or of the cultivation of market produce, and generally to such cultivation as only can be carried on in the neighborhood of great cities. The production of these things would have become much more lucrative for English agriculture than the production of corn, and consequently after a time the English landed aristocracy would have obtained much higher rents than by the exclusion of foreign grain from the home market. Only, the landed aristocracy having only their present interests in view, preferred by means of the corn laws to maintain their rents at the high rate to which they had been raised by the involuntary exclusion of foreign raw materials and grain from the English market which had been occasioned by the war, and thus they compelled the nations of the continent to seek to promote their own welfare by another method than by the free exchange of agricultural produce for English manufactures, viz. by the method of establishing a manufacturing power of their own. The English restrictive laws thus operated quite in the same way as Napoleon's continental system had done, only their operation was somewhat slower. When Canning and Huskisson came into office, the landed aristocracy had already tasted too much of the forbidden fruit for it to be possible to induce them by reasons of common sense to renounce what they had enjoyed. These statesmen found themselves in the difficult position of solving an impossible problem, a position in which the English ministry still finds itself. They had at one and the same time to convince the continental nations of the advantages of free trade, and also maintain the restrictions on the import of foreign agricultural produce for the benefit of the English landed aristocracy. Hence it was impossible that their system could be developed in such a manner that justice could be done to the hopes of the advocates of free trade on both continents. With all their liberality, with philanthropical and cosmopolitical phrases which they uttered in general discussions respecting the commercial systems of England and other countries, they nevertheless did not think it inconsistent, whenever the question arose of the alteration of any particular English duties, to base their arguments on the principle of protection. Huskisson certainly reduced the duties on several articles, but he never omitted to take care that at that lower scale of duty the home manufactories were still sufficiently protected. He thus followed pretty much the rules of the Dutch water administration. Wherever the water on the outside rises high, these wise authorities erect high dikes; wherever it rises less, they only build lower dikes. After such a fashion the reform of the English commercial policy which was announced with so much pomp reduced itself to a piece of mere politico-economical jugglery. Some persons have adduced the lowering of the English duty on silk goods as a piece of English liberality, without duly considering that England by that means only sought to discourage contraband trade in these articles to the benefit of her finances and without injury to her own silk manufactories, which object it has also by that means perfectly attained. But if a protective duty of 50 to 70%, which at this day foreign silk manufacturers have to pay in England, including the extra duty 103 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html is to be accepted as a proof of liberality. Most nations may claim that they have rather preceded the English in that respect than followed them. As the demonstrations of Canning and Huskisson were specially intended to produce an effect in France and North America, it will not be uninteresting to call to mind in what way it was that they suffered shipwreck in both countries. Just as formerly in the year 1786, so also on this occasion, the English received great support from the theorists, and the Liberal party in France, carried away by the grand idea of universal freedom of trade and by Say's superficial arguments, and from feelings of opposition towards a detested government, and supported by the maritime towns, the wine growers, and the silk manufacturers, the Liberal party clamorously demanded, as they had done in the year 1786, extension of the trade with England as the one true method of promoting the national welfare. For whatever faults people may lay to the charge of the Restoration, it rendered an undeniable service to France, a service which posterity will not dispute. It did not allow itself to be misled into a false step as respects commercial policy either by the stratagems of the English or by the outcry of the Liberals. Mr. Canning laid this business so much to heart that he himself made a journey to Paris in order to convince Monsieur Villèle of the excellence of his measures, and to induce him to imitate them. M. Villèle was, however, much too practical not to see completely through this stratagem. He is said to have replied to Mr. Canning, "If England in the far advanced position of her industry permits greater foreign competition than formerly, that policy corresponds to England's own well-understood interests. But at this time it is to the well-understood interests of France that she should secure to her manufactories which have not as yet attained perfect development, that protection which is at present indispensable to them for that object. But whenever the moment shall have arrived when French manufacturing industry can be better promoted by permitting foreign competition than by restricting it, then he, M. Villèle, would not delay to derive advantage from following the example of Mr. Canning." Annoyed by this conclusive answer, Canning boasted in open Parliament after his return, how he had hung a millstone on the neck of the French government by means of the Spanish intervention, from which it follows that the cosmopolitan sentiments and the European liberalism of Mr. Canning were not spoken quite so much in earnest as the good Liberals on the Continent might have chosen to believe. For how could Mr. Canning, if the cause of liberalism on the Continent had interested him in the least, have sacrificed the liberal constitution of Spain to the French intervention owing to the mere desire to hang a millstone round the neck of the French government? The truth is, that Mr. Canning was every inch an Englishman, and he only permitted himself to entertain philanthropical or cosmopolitical sentiments, when they could prove serviceable to him in strengthening and still further extending the industry and commercial supremacy of England, or in throwing dust into the eyes of England's rivals in industry and commerce. In fact, no great sagacity was needed on the part of M. Villèle to perceive the snare which had been laid for him by Mr. Canning. In the experience of neighbouring Germany, who after the abolition of the continental system had continually retrograded farther and farther in respect of her industry, M. Villèle possessed a striking proof of the true value of the principle of commercial freedom as it was understood in England. Also France was prospering too well under the system which she had adopted since 1815, for her to be willing to attempt, like the dog in the fable, to let go the substance and snap at the shadow. Men of the deepest insight into the condition of industry, such as Chaptal and Charles Dupin, had expressed themselves on the results of this system in the most unequivocal manner. Chaptal's work on French industry is nothing less than a defense of the French commercial policy, and an exposition of its results as a whole and in every particular. The tendency of this work is expressed in the following quotation from it. Instead of losing ourselves in the labyrinth of metaphysical abstractions, we maintain above all that which exists, and seek above all to make it perfect. Good customs legislation is the bulwark of manufacturing industry. It increases or lessens import duties according to circumstances, it compensates the disadvantages of higher wages of labor and of higher prices of fuel. It protects arts and industries in their cradle until they at length become strong enough to bear foreign competition. It creates the industrial independence of France and enriches the nation through labor, which, as I have already often remarked, is the chief source of wealth. 104 https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_html. Charles Dupin had, in his work on the productive powers of France, and on the progress of French industry from 1814 to 1847, thrown such a clear light on the results of the commercial policy which France had followed since the Restoration, that it was impossible that a French minister could think of sacrificing this work of half a century, which had cost such sacrifices, which was so rich in fruits, and so full of promise for the future, merely for the attractions of a Methuen treaty. The American tariff for the year 1828 was a natural and necessary result of the English commercial system, which shut out from the English frontiers the North American timber, grain, meal, and other agricultural products, and only permitted raw cotton to be received by England in exchange for her manufactured goods. On this system the trade with England only tended to promote the agricultural labor of the American slaves, while on the other hand, the freest, most enlightened, and most powerful states of the Union found themselves entirely arrested in their economical progress, and thus reduced to dispose of their annual surplus of population and capital by emigration to the waste lands of the West. Mr. Huskisson understood this position of affairs very well. It was notorious that the English ambassador in Washington had more than once correctly informed him of the inevitable consequence of the English policy. If Mr. Huskisson had really been the man that people in other countries supposed him to be, he would have made use of the publication of the American tariff as a valuable opportunity for making the English aristocracy comprehend the folly of their corn laws, and the necessity of abolishing them. But what did Mr. Huskisson do? He fell into a passion with the Americans, or at least affected to do so, and in his excitement he made allegations the incorrectness of which was well known to every American planter, and permitted himself to use threats which made him ridiculous. Mr. Huskisson said the exports of England to the United States amounted to only about the sixth part of all the exports of England, while the exports of the United States to England constituted more than half of all their exports. From this he sought to prove that the Americans were more in the power of the English than the latter were in that of the former, and that the English had much less reason to fear interruptions of trade through war, cessation of intercourse, and so forth, than the Americans had. If one looks merely at the totals of the value of the imports and exports, Huskisson's argument appears sufficiently plausible, but if one considers the nature of the reciprocal imports and exports, it will then appear incomprehensible how Mr. Huskisson could make use of an argument which proves the exact opposite of that which he desired to prove. Or by far the greater part of the exports of the United States to England consisted of raw materials, whose value is increased tenfold by the English, and which they cannot dispense with, and also could not at once obtain from other countries, at any rate not in sufficient quantity, while on the other hand all the imports of the North Americans from England consisted of articles which they could either manufacture for themselves or procure just as easily from other nations. If we now consider what would be the operation of an interruption of commerce between the two nations according to the theory of values, it will appear as if it must operate to the disadvantage of the Americans, whereas if we judge of it according to the theory of the productive powers, it must occasion incalculable injury to the English. For by it 2/3 of all the English cotton manufactories would come to a standstill and fall into ruin. England would lose as by magic a productive source of wealth, the annual value of which far exceeds the value of her entire exports, and the results of such a loss on the peace, wealth, credit, commerce, and power of England would be incalculable. What, however, would be the consequences of such a state of things for the North Americans? Compelled to manufacture for themselves those goods which they had hitherto obtained from England, they would in the course of a few years gain what the English had lost. No doubt such a measure must occasion a conflict for life and death, as formerly the navigation laws did between England and Holland. But probably it would also end in the same way as formerly did the conflict in the English Channel. It is unnecessary here to follow out the consequences of a rivalry which, as it appears to us, must sooner or later, from the very nature of things, come to a rupture. What we have said suffices to show clearly the futility and danger of Huskisson's argument, and to demonstrate how unwisely England acted in compelling the North Americans, by means of her corn laws, to manufacture for themselves, and how wise it would have been of Mr. Huskisson had he, instead of trifling with the question by such futile and hazardous arguments, labored to remove out of the way the causes which led to the adoption of the American tariff of 1828. In order to prove to the North Americans how advantageous to them the trade of England was, Mr. Huskisson pointed out the extraordinary increase in the English importations of cotton, but the Americans also knew how to estimate this argument at its true value. For the production of cotton in America had for more than 10 years previously so greatly exceeded the consumption of, and the demand for, this article from year to year, that its prices had fallen in almost the same ratio in which the export had increased, as may be seen from the fact that in the year 1816 the Americans had obtained for £80 million of cotton $24 million, while in the year 1826 for £204 million of cotton they only obtained $25 million. Finally, Mr. Huskisson threatened the North Americans with the organization of a wholesale contraband trade by way of Canada. It is true that under existing circumstances an American protective system can be endangered by nothing so seriously as by the means indicated by Mr. Huskisson. But what follows from that? Is it that the Americans are to lay their system at the feet of the English Parliament, and await in humility whatever the latter may be pleased to determine from year to year respecting their national industry? How absurd! The only consequence would be that the Americans would annex Canada and include it in their union, or else assist it to attain independence as soon as ever the Canadian smuggling trade became unendurable. Must we not, however, deem the degree of folly absolutely excessive if a nation which has already attained industrial and commercial supremacy, first of all compels an agricultural nation connected with her by the closest ties of race, of language, and of interest, to become herself a manufacturing nation, and then, in order to hinder her from following the impulse thus forcibly given to her, compels her to assist that nation's own colonies to attain independence? After Huskisson's death, Mr. Poulett Thomson undertook the direction of the commercial affairs of England. This statesman followed his celebrated predecessor in his policy as well as in his office. In the meantime, so far as concerned North America, there remained little for him to do, for in that country, without special efforts on the part of the English, by means of the influence of the cotton planters and the importers, and by the aid of the Democratic Party, especially by means of the so-called Compromise Bill in 1832, a modification of the former tariff had taken place, which, although it certainly amended the excesses and faults of the former tariff, and also still secured to the American manufacturers a tolerable degree of protection in respect of the coarser fabrics of cotton and woolen, nevertheless gave the English all the concessions which they could have desired without England having been compelled to make any counter-concessions. Since the passing of that bill, the exports of the English to America have enormously increased. And subsequently to this time they greatly exceed the English imports from North America, so that at any time it is in the power of England to draw to herself as much as she pleases of the precious metals circulating in America, and thereby to occasion commercial crises in the United States as often as she herself is in want of money. But the most astonishing thing in this matter is that that bill had for its author Henry Clay, the most eminent and clear-sighted defender of the American manufacturing interest. For it must be remembered that the prosperity of the American manufacturers which resulted from the tariff of 1828 excited so greatly the jealousy of the cotton planters, that the Southern states threatened to bring about a dissolution of the Union in case the tariff of 1828 was not modified. The federal government, which was dominated by the Democratic Party, had sided with the Southern planters from purely party and electioneering motives, and also managed to get the agriculturists of the Middle and Western states, who belonged to that party, to adopt the same views. These last had lost their former sympathy with the manufacturing interest in consequence of the high prices of produce which had prevailed, which, however, were the result for the most part of the prosperity of the home manufactories and of the numerous canals and railways which were undertaken. They may also have actually feared that the Southern states would press their opposition so far as to bring about a real dissolution of the Union and even civil war. Hence it became the party interests of the Democrats of the Central and Eastern states not to alienate the sympathies of the Democrats of the Southern states. In consequence of these political circumstances, public opinion veered round so much in favor of free trade with England, that there was reason to fear that all the manufacturing interests of the country might be entirely sacrificed in favor of English free competition. Under such circumstances the Compromise Bill of Henry Clay appeared to be the only means of at least partially preserving the protective system. By this bill part of the American manufactures, viz. those of finer and more expensive articles, was sacrificed to foreign competition, in order to preserve another class of them, viz. the manufacture of articles of a coarser and a less expensive character. In the meantime all appearances seem to indicate that the protective system in North America in the course of the next few years will again raise its head and again make new progress. However much the English may desire to lessen and mitigate the commercial crises in North America, however large also may be the amount of capital which may pass over from England to North America in the form of purchases of stock or of loans or by means of emigration, the existing and still increasing disproportion between the value of the exports and that of imports cannot possibly in the long run be equalized by those means. Alarming commercial crises, which continually increase in their magnitude, must occur, and the Americans must at length be led to recognize the sources of the evil and to determine to put a stop to them. It thus lies in the very nature of things, that the number of the advocates of the protective system must again increase, and those of free trade again diminish. Hitherto, the prices of agricultural produce have been maintained at an unusually high level, owing to the previous prosperity of the manufactories, through the carrying out of great public undertakings, through the demand for necessaries of life arising from the great increase of the production of cotton, also partially through bad harvests. One may, however, foresee with certainty, that these prices in the course of the next few years will fall as much below the average as they have hitherto ranged above it. The greater part of the increase of American capital has since the passing of the Compromise Bill been devoted to agriculture, and is only now beginning to become productive. While thus agricultural production has unusually increased, on the other hand the demand for it must unusually diminish. Firstly, because public works are no more being undertaken to the same extent. Secondly, because the manufacturing population in consequence of foreign competition can no more increase to an important extent. And thirdly, because the production of cotton so greatly exceeds the consumption that the cotton planters will be compelled, owing to the low prices of cotton, to produce for themselves those necessaries of life which they have hitherto procured from the Middle and Western States. If in addition rich harvests occur, then the Middle and Western States will again suffer from an excess of produce, as they did before the tariff of 1828. But the same causes must again produce the same results, viz. The agriculturists of the Middle and Western States must again arrive at the conviction that the demand for agricultural produce can only be increased by the increase of the manufacturing population of the country, and that increase can only be brought about by an extension of the protective system. While in this manner the partisans of protection will daily increase in number and influence, the opposite party will diminish in like proportion until the cotton planters under such altered circumstances must necessarily come to the conviction that the increase of the manufacturing population of the country and the increase of the demand for agricultural produce and raw materials both consist with their own interests if rightly understood. Because, as we have shown, the cotton planters and the Democrats in North America were striving most earnestly of their own accord to play into the hands of the commercial interests of England, no opportunity was offered at the moment on this side for Mr. Poulett Thomson to display his skill in commercial diplomacy. Matters were quite in another position in France. The people still steadily clung to the prohibitive system. There were indeed many state officials who were disciples of theory, and also deputies who were in favor of an extension of commercial relations between England and France, and the existing alliance with England had also rendered this view to a certain extent popular. But how to attain that object, opinions were less agreed, and in no respect were they quite clear. It seemed evident and also indisputable that the high duties on the foreign necessaries of life and raw materials, and the exclusion of English coal and pig iron, operated very disadvantageously to French industry, and that an increase in the exports of wines, brandy, and silk fabrics would be extremely advantageous to France. In general, people confined themselves to universal declamation against the disadvantages of the prohibitive system. But to attack this in special cases did not appear at the time to be at all advisable. For the government of July had their strongest supporters among the rich bourgeoisie, who for the most part were interested in the great manufacturing undertakings. Under these circumstances Mr. Poulett Thomson formed a plan of operations which does all honor to his breadth of thought and diplomatic adroitness. He sent to France a man thoroughly versed in commerce and industry, and in the commercial policy of France, well known for his liberal sentiments, a learned man and a very accomplished writer, Dr. Bowring, who travelled through the whole of France, and subsequently through Switzerland also, to gather on the spot materials for arguments against the prohibitive system and in favor of free trade. Dr. Bowring accomplished this task with his accustomed ability and adroitness. Especially he clearly indicated the before-mentioned advantages of a freer commercial intercourse between the two countries in respect of coal, pig iron, wines, and brandies. In the report which he published, he chiefly confined his arguments to these articles. In reference to the other branches of industry he only gave statistics, without committing himself to proofs or propositions how these could be promoted by means of free trade with England. Dr. Bowring acted in precise accordance with the instructions given to him by Mr. Poulett Thomson, which were framed with uncommon art and subtlety, and which appear at the head of his report. In these Mr. Thomson makes use of the most liberal expressions. He expresses himself, with much consideration for the French manufacturing interests, on the improbability that any important result was to be expected from the contemplated negotiations with France. This instruction was perfectly adapted for calming the apprehensions respecting the views of England entertained by the French woolen and cotton manufacturing interests which had become so powerful. According to Mr. Thompson, it would be folly to ask for important concessions respecting these. On the other hand, he gives a hint how the object might more easily be attained in respect of less important articles. These less important articles are certainly not enumerated in the instruction, but the subsequent experience of France has completely brought to light what Mr. Thompson meant by it, for at the time of the writing of this instruction the exports of linen yarn and linen fabrics of England to France were included in the term less important. The French government, moved by the representations and explanations of the English government and its agents, and with the intention of making to England a comparatively unimportant concession, which would ultimately prove advantageous to France herself, lowered the duty on linen yarn and linen fabrics to such an extent that they no longer gave any protection to French industry in face of the great improvements which the English had made in these branches of manufacture, so that even in the next few years the export of these articles from England to France increased enormously, 1838, 32 million francs, and that France stood in danger, owing to the start which England had thus obtained, of losing its entire linen industry, amounting to many hundred millions in value, which was of the greatest importance for her agriculture and for the welfare of her entire rural population, unless means could be found to put a check on the English competition by increasing the duties. That France was duped by Mr. Poulett Thomson was clear enough. He had already clearly seen in the year 1834 what an impulse the linen manufacture of England would receive in the next few years in consequence of the new inventions which had been made there, and in this negotiation he had calculated on the ignorance of the French government respecting these inventions and their necessary consequences. The advocates of this lowering of duties now indeed endeavoured to make the world believe that by it they only desired to make a concession to the Belgian linen manufactures. But did that make amends for their lack of acquaintance with the advances made by the English, and their lack of foresight as to the necessary consequences? Be that as it may, this much is clearly demonstrated, that it was necessary for France to protect herself still more, under penalty of losing the greater part of her linen manufacturing for the benefit of England, and that the first and most recent experiment of the increase of freedom of trade between England and France remains as an indelible memorial of English craft and of French inexperience, as a new Methuen Treaty, as a second Eden Treaty. But what did Mr. Poulett Thomson do when he perceived the complaints of the French linen manufacturers and the inclination of the French government to repair the mistake which had been made? He did what Mr. Huskisson had done before him. He indulged in threats. He threatened to exclude French wines and silk fabrics. This is English cosmopolitanism. France must give up a manufacturing industry of 1,000 years standing. Bound up in the closest manner with the entire economy of her lower classes and especially with her agriculture, the products of which must be reckoned as chief necessaries of life for all classes, and of the entire amount of between 300 and 400 millions, in order thereby to purchase the privilege of exporting to England some few millions more in value of wines and silk manufactures. Quite apart from this disproportion in value, it must be considered in what a position France would be placed if the commercial relations between both nations became interrupted in consequence of a war, in case viz. that France could no more export to England her surplus products of silk manufactures and wines, but at the same time suffered from the want of such an important necessary of life as linen. If anyone reflects on this he will see that the linen question is not simply a question of economical well-being, but, as everything is which concerns the national manufacturing power, is still more a question of the independence and power of the nation. It seems indeed as if the spirit of invention had set itself the task, in this perfecting of the linen manufacture, to make the nations comprehend the nature of the manufacturing interest, its relations with agriculture, and its influence on the independence and power of the state, and to expose the erroneous arguments of the popular theory. The school maintains, as is well known, that every nation possesses special advantages in various branches of production, which she has either derived from nature, on which she has partly acquired in the course of her career, and which under free trade compensate one another. We have in a previous chapter adduced proof that this argument is only true in reference to agriculture, in which production depends for the most part on climate and on the fertility of the soil, but that it is not true in respect to manufacturing industry, for which all nations inhabiting temperate climates have equal capability provided that they possess the necessary material, mental, social, and political qualifications. England at the present day offers the most striking proof of this. If any nations whatever are specially adapted by their past experience and exertions, and through their natural qualifications, for the manufacture of linen, those are the Germans, the Belgians, the Dutch, and the inhabitants of the north of France for 1,000 years past. The English, on the other hand, up to the middle of the last century, had notoriously made such small progress in that industry, that they imported a great proportion of the linen which they required, from abroad. It would never have been possible for them, without the duties by which they continuously protected this manufacturing industry, even to supply their own markets and colonies with linen of their own manufacture. And it is well known how Lords Castlereagh and Liverpool adduced proof in Parliament, that without protection it was impossible for the Irish linen manufactures to sustain competition with those of Germany. At present, however, we see how the English threaten to monopolize the linen manufacture of the whole of Europe, in consequence of their inventions, notwithstanding that they were for 100 years the worst manufacturers of linen in all Europe, just as they have monopolized for the last 50 years the cotton markets of the East Indies, notwithstanding that 100 years previously they could not even compete in their own market with the Indian cotton manufacturers. At this moment it is a matter of dispute in France how it happens that England has lately made such immense progress in the manufacture of linen, although Napoleon was the first who offered such a great reward for the invention of a machine for spinning cotton, and that the French machinists and manufacturers had been engaged in this trade before the English. The inquiry is made whether the English or the French possess more mechanical talent. All kinds of explanations are offered except the true and the natural one. It is absurd to attribute specially to the English greater mechanical talent, or greater skill and perseverance in industry, than to the Germans or to the French. Before the time of Edward III, the English were the greatest bullies and good-for-nothing characters in Europe. Certainly it never occurred to them to compare themselves with the Italians and Belgians or with the Germans in respect to mechanical talent or industrial skill, but since then their government has taken their education in hand, and thus they have by degrees made such progress that they can dispute the palm of industrial skill with their instructors. If the English in the last 20 years have made more rapid progress in machinery for linen manufacture than other nations, and especially the French, have done, this has only occurred because, firstly, they had attained greater eminence in mechanical skill, secondly, that they were further advanced in machinery for spinning and weaving cotton, which is so similar to that for spinning and weaving linen, thirdly, that in consequence of their previous commercial policy, they had become possessed of more capital than the French, fourthly, that in consequence of that commercial policy their home market for linen goods was far more extensive than that of the French, and lastly, that their protective duties, combined with the circumstances above named, afforded to the mechanical talent of the nation greater stimulus and more means to devote itself to perfecting this branch of industry. The English have thus given a striking confirmation of the opinions which we in another place have propounded and explained, that all individual branches of industry have the closest reciprocal effect on one another, that the perfecting of one branch prepares and promotes the perfecting of all others, that no one of them can be neglected without the effects of that neglect being felt by all, that, in short, the whole manufacturing power of a nation constitutes an inseparable whole. Of these opinions they have by their latest achievements in the linen industry offered a striking confirmation. Chapter was, but how is it now? Germany has advanced in prosperity and industry, in national self-respect and in national power, in the course of 10 years as much as in a century. And how has this result been achieved? It was certainly good and beneficial that the internal tariffs were abolished which separated Germans from Germans, but the nation would have derived small comfort from that if her home industry had thenceforth remained freely exposed to foreign competition. It was especially the protection which the tariff of the Zollverein secured to manufactured articles of common use, which has wrought this miracle. Let us freely confess it. For Dr. Boring 105 https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_168.html has incontrovertibly shown it, that the Zollverein tariff has not, as was before asserted, imposed merely duties for revenue, that it has not confined itself to duties of 10 to 15%. As Huskisson believed, let us freely admit that it has imposed protective duties of from 20 to 60%. As respects the manufactured articles of common use. But what has been the operation of these protective duties? Are the consumers paying for their German manufactured goods 20 to 60% more than they formerly paid for foreign ones, as must be the case if the popular theory is correct, or are these goods at all worse than the foreign ones? Nothing of the sort. Dr. Boring himself adduces testimony that the manufactured goods produced under the high customs tariff are both better and cheaper than the foreign ones. 106 https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_168.html. The internal competition and the security from destructive competition by the foreigner has wrought this miracle, of which the popular school knows nothing and is determined to know nothing. Thus, that is not true, which the popular school maintains, that a protective duty increases the price of the goods of home production by the amount of the protective duty. For a short time the duty may increase the price, but in every nation which is qualified to carry on manufacturing industry the consequence of the protection will be, that the internal competition will soon reduce the prices lower than they had stood at when the importation was free. But has agriculture at all suffered under these high duties? Not in the least. It has gained tenfold during the last 10 years. The demand for agricultural produce has increased. The prices of it everywhere are higher. It is notorious that solely in consequence of the growth of the home manufactories the value of land has everywhere risen from 50 to 100%, that everywhere higher wages are being paid, and that in all directions improvements in the means of transport are either being effected or projected. Such brilliant results as these must necessarily encourage us to proceed farther on the system which we have commenced to follow. Other states of the Union have also proposed to take similar steps, but have not yet carried them into effect, while, as it would appear, some other states of the Union only expect to attain prosperity solely by the abolition of the English duties on grain and timber, and while, as it is alleged, there are still to be found influential men who believe in the cosmopolitical system and distrust their own experience. Dr. Boring's report gives us most important explanations on these points as well as on the circumstances of the German commercial union and the tactics of the English government. Let us endeavor to throw a little light on this report. First of all, we have to consider the point of view from which it was written. Mr. Laboutier, President of the Board of Trade under the Melbourne Ministry, had sent Dr. Boring to Germany for the same purpose as that for which Mr. Poulett-Thomson had sent him to France in the year 1834. Just as it was intended to mislead the French by concessions in respect of wines and brandies to open their home market to English manufactured goods, so it was intended to mislead the Germans to do the same by concessions in respect of grain and timber. Only there was a great difference between the two missions in this respect, that the concession which was to be offered to the French had to fear no opposition in England, while that which had to be offered to the Germans had first to be fought for in England herself. Hence the tendency of these two reports was of necessity of quite a different character. The report on the commercial relations between France and England was written exclusively for the French, To them it was necessary to represent that Colbert had accomplished nothing satisfactory through his protective regulations. It was necessary to make people believe that the Aden Treaty was beneficial to France, and that Napoleon's continental system, as well as the then existing French prohibitive system, had been extremely injurious to her. In short, in this case it was necessary to stick closely to the theory of Adam Smith, and the good results of the protective system must be completely and unequivocally denied. The task was not quite so simple with the other report, for in this, one had to address the English landowners and the German governments at one and the same time. To the former it was necessary to say, see, there is a nation which has already in consequence of protective regulations made enormous advances in her industry, and which, in possession of all necessary means for doing so, is making rapid steps to monopolize her own home market and to compete with England in foreign markets. This, you Tories in the House of Lords, this, you country squires in the House of Commons, is your wicked doing. This has been brought about by your unwise Corn Laws, for by them the prices of provisions and raw materials and the wages of labor have been kept low in Germany. By them the German manufactories have been placed in an advantageous position compared to the English ones. Make haste, therefore, you fools, to abolish these Corn Laws. By that means you will doubly and trebly damage the German manufactories, firstly, because the prices of provisions and raw materials and the wages of labor will be raised in Germany and lowered in England, secondly, because by the export of German grain to England the export of English manufactured goods to Germany will be promoted, thirdly, because the German Commercial Union has declared that it is disposed to reduce their duties on common cotton and woolen goods in the same proportion in which England facilitates the import of German grain and timber. Thus we Britons cannot fail once more to crush the German manufactories. But the question cannot wait. Every year the manufacturing interests are gaining greater influence in the German Union, and if you delay, then your Corn Law abolition will come too late. It will not be long before the balance will turn. Very soon the German manufactories will create such a great demand for agricultural produce that Germany will have no more surplus corn to sell to foreign countries. What concessions, then, are you willing to offer to the German governments to induce them to lay hands on their own manufactories in order to hinder them from spinning cotton for themselves, and from encroaching upon your foreign markets in addition? All this the writer of the report was compelled to make clear to the landowners in Parliament. The forms of the British state administration permit no secret government reports. Dr. Boring's report must be published, must therefore be seen by the Germans in translations and extracts. Hence one must use no expressions which might lead the Germans to a perception of their true interests. Therefore to every method which was adapted to influence Parliament, an antidote must be added for the use of the German governments. It must be alleged that in consequence of the protective system much German capital had been diverted into improper channels. The agricultural interests of Germany would be damaged by the protective system. That interest for its part ought only to turn its attention to foreign markets. Agriculture was in Germany by far the most important productive industry, for 3/4 of the inhabitants of Germany were engaged in it. It was mere nonsense to talk about protection for the producers. The manufacturing interest itself could only thrive under foreign competition. Public opinion in Germany desired freedom of trade. Intelligence in Germany was too universal for a desire for high duties to be entertained. The most enlightened men in the country were in favor of a reduction of duties on common woolen and cotton fabrics, in case the English duties on corn and timber were reduced. In short, in this report two entirely different voices speak, which contradict one another like two opponents. Which of the two must be deemed the true one, that which speaks to the Parliament, or that which speaks to the German governments? There is no difficulty in deciding this point, for everything which Dr. Boring adduces in order to induce Parliament to lower the import duties on grain and timber is supported by statistical facts, calculations, and evidence, while everything that he adduces to dissuade the German governments from the protective system is confined to mere superficial assertions. Let us consider in detail the arguments by which Dr. Böhring proves to the Parliament that in case a check is not put to the progress of the German protective system in the way which he pointed out, the German market for manufactured goods must become irrecoverably lost to England. The German people is remarkable, says Dr. Böhring, for temperance, thrift, industry, and intelligence, and enjoys a system of universal education. Excellent polytechnic schools diffuse technical instruction throughout the entire country. The art of design is especially much more cultivated there than in England. The great annual increase of its population, of its head of cattle, and especially of sheep, proves what progress agriculture there has achieved. The report makes no mention of the improvement in the value of property, though that is an important feature, nor of the increase in the value of produce. The wages of labor have risen 30%. In the manufacturing districts, the country possesses a great amount of water power, as yet unused, which is the cheapest of all motive powers. Its mining industry is everywhere flourishing, more than at any previous time. From 1832 up to 1837 the imports of raw cotton have increased from 118,000 centners to 240,000 centners, the imports of cotton yarn from 172,000 centners to 322,000 centners, the exports of cotton fabrics from 26,000 centners to 75,000 centners, the number of cotton weaving looms in Prussia from 22,000 in 1825 to 32,000 in 1834, the imports of raw wool from 99,000 centners to 195,000 centners, the exports of the same from 100,000 centners to 122,000 centners, the imports of woolen articles from 15,000 centners to 18,000 centners, the exports of the same from 49,000 centners to 69,000 centners. The manufacture of linen cloths contends with difficulty against the high duties in England, France, and Italy, and has not increased. On the other hand, the imports of linen yarn have increased from 30,000 centners in 1832 to 86,000 centners in 1835, chiefly through the imports from England, which are still increasing. The consumption of indigo increased from 12,000 centners in 1831 to 24,000 centners in 1837, a striking proof of the progress of German industry. The exports of pottery have been more than doubled from 1832 to 1836. The imports of stoneware have diminished from 5,000 centners to 2,000 centners, and the exports of it increased from 4,000 centners to 18,000 centners. The imports of porcelain have diminished from 4,000 centners to 1,000 centners, and the exports of it have increased from 700 centners to 4,000 centners. The output of coal has increased from 6 million Prussian tons in 1832 to 9 million in 1836. In 1816 there were 8 million sheep in Prussia, and in 1837, 15,000,000. In Saxony in 1831 there were 14,000 stocking weaving machines, in 1836, 20,000. From 1831 to 1837, the number of manufactories for spinning woolen yarn and of spindles had increased in Saxony to more than double their previous number. Everywhere machine manufactories had arisen, and many of these were in the most flourishing condition. In short, in all branches of industry, in proportion as they have been protected, Germany has made enormous advances, especially in woolen and cotton goods for common use, the importation of which from England had entirely ceased. At the same time Dr. Böhring admits, in consequence of a trustworthy opinion which had been expressed to him, that the price of the Prussian stuffs was decidedly lower than that of the English, that certainly in respect of some of the colors they were inferior to the best English tints, but that others were perfect and could not be surpassed, that in spinning, weaving, and all preparatory processes, the German goods were fully equal to the British, but only in the finish a distinct inferiority might be observed. but that the want of this would disappear after a little time. It is very easy to understand how by means of such representations as these the English Parliament may at length be induced to abandon its corn laws, which have hitherto operated as a protective system to Germany. But it appears to us utterly incomprehensible how the German Union, which has made such enormous advances in consequence of the protective system, should be induced by this report to depart from a system which has yielded them such excellent results. It is very well for Dr. Böhring to assure us that the home industry of Germany is being protected at the expense of the agriculturists. But how can we attach any credence to his assurance, when we see, on the contrary, that the demand for agricultural produce, prices of produce, the wages of labor, the rents, the value of property, have everywhere considerably risen, without the agriculturist having to pay more than he did before for the manufactured goods which he requires? It is very well for Dr. Böhring to give us an estimate showing that in Germany 3 persons are engaged in agriculture to every one in manufactures, but that statement convinces us that the number of Germans engaged in manufacturing is not yet in proper proportion to the number of German agriculturists. And we cannot see by what other means this disproportion can be equalized, than by increasing the protection on those branches of manufacture which are still carried on in England for the supply of the German market by persons who consume English instead of German agricultural produce. It is all very well for Dr. Böhring to assert that German agriculture must only direct its attention to foreign countries if it desires to increase its sale of produce, but that a great demand for agricultural produce can only be attained by a flourishing home manufacturing power is taught us not alone by the experience of England, but Dr. Böhring himself implicitly admits this, by the apprehension which he expresses in his report, that if England delays for some time to abolish her corn laws, Germany will then have no surplus of either corn or timber to sell to foreign countries. Dr. Böhring is certainly right when he asserts that the agricultural interest in Germany is still the predominant one. But just for the very reason that it is predominant it must, as we have shown in former chapters, by promoting the manufacturing interests, seek to place itself in a just proportion with them. Because the prosperity of agriculture depends on its being in equal proportion with the manufacturing interest, but not on its own preponderance over it. Further, the author of the report appears to be utterly steeped in error when he maintains that foreign competition in German markets is necessary for the German manufacturing interest itself, because the German manufacturers, as soon as they are in a position to supply the German markets, must compete with the manufacturers of other countries for the disposal of their surplus produce, which competition they can only sustain by means of cheap production. But cheap production will not consist with the existence of the protective system, inasmuch as the object of that system is to secure higher prices to the manufacturers. This argument contains as many errors and falsehoods as words. Dr. Böhring cannot deny that the manufacturer can offer his products at cheaper prices. The more he is enabled to manufacture that, therefore, a manufacturing power which exclusively possesses its home market can work so much the cheaper for foreign trade. The proof of this he can find in the same tables which he has published on the advances made by German industry, for in the same proportion in which the German manufactories have acquired possession of their own home market, their export of manufactured goods has also increased. Thus the recent experience of Germany, like the ancient experience of England, shows us that high prices of manufactured goods are by no means a necessary consequence of protection. Finally, German industry is still very far from entirely supplying her home market. In order to do that, she must first manufacture for herself the 13,000 centners of cotton fabrics, the 18,000 centners of woolen fabrics, the 500,000 centners of cotton yarn, thread, and linen yarn, which at present are imported from England. If, however, she accomplishes that, she will then import 500,000 centners more raw cotton than before, by which she will carry on so much the more direct exchange trade with tropical countries, and be able to pay for the greater part if not the whole of that requirement with her own manufactured goods. We must correct the view of the author of the report, that public opinion in Germany is in favor of free trade, by stating that since the establishment of the commercial union people have acquired a clearer perception of what it is that England usually understands by the term free trade, for, as he himself says, since that period the sentiments of the German people have been diverted from the region of hope and of fantasy to that of their actual and material interests. The author of the report is quite right when he says that intelligence is very greatly diffused amongst the German people, but for that very reason people in Germany have ceased to indulge in cosmopolitical dreams. People here now think for themselves, they trust their own conclusions, their own experience, their own sound common sense, more than one-sided systems which are opposed to all experience. They begin to comprehend why it was that Burke declared in confidence to Adam Smith that a nation must not be governed according to cosmopolitical systems, but according to knowledge of their special national interests acquired by deep research. People in Germany distrust counsellors who blow both cold and hot out of the same mouth. People know also how to estimate at their proper value the interests and the advice of those who are our industrial competitors. Finally, people in Germany bear in mind as often as English offers are under discussion the well-known proverb of the present offered by the Danner. For these very reasons we may doubt that influential German statesmen have seriously given grounds for hope to the author of the report, that Germany is willing to abandon her protective policy for the benefit of England, in exchange for the pitiful concession of permission to export to England a little grain and timber. At any rate, public opinion in Germany would greatly hesitate to consider such statesmen to be thoughtful ones. In order to merit that title in Germany in the present day, it is not enough that a man should have thoroughly learned superficial phrases and arguments of the cosmopolitical school. People require that a statesman should be well acquainted with the powers and the requirements of the nation, and, without troubling himself with scholastic systems, should develop the former and satisfy the latter. But that man would betray an unfathomable ignorance of those powers and wants, who did not know what enormous exertions are requisite to raise a national industry to that stage to which the German industry has already attained, who cannot in spirit foresee the greatness of its future, who could so grievously disappoint the confidence which the German industrial classes have reposed in their governments, and so deeply wound the spirit of enterprise in the nation, who was incapable of distinguishing between the lofty position which is occupied by a manufacturing nation of the first rank, and the inferior position of a country which merely exports corn and timber, who is not intelligent enough to estimate how precarious a foreign market for grain and timber is even in ordinary times, how easily concessions of this kind can be again revoked, and what convulsions are involved in an interruption of such a trade, occasioned by wars or hostile commercial regulations, who, finally, has not learned from the example of other great states how greatly the existence, the independence, and the power of the nation depends on its possession of a manufacturing power of its own, developed in all its branches. Truly one must greatly underestimate the spirit of nationality and of unity which has arisen in Germany since 1830, if one believed, as the author of the report does, p. 26, that the policy of the commercial union will follow the separate interests of Prussia, because 2/3 of the population of the union are Prussian. But Prussia's interests demand the export of grain and timber to England. The amount of her capital devoted to manufactures is unimportant. Prussia will therefore oppose every system which impedes the import of foreign manufactures, and all the heads of departments in Prussia are of that opinion. Nevertheless, the author of the report says at the beginning of his report, the German customs union is an incarnation of the idea of national unity which widely pervades this country. If this union is well led, it must bring about the fusion of all German interests in one common league. The experience of its benefits has made it popular. It is the first step towards the nationalization of the German people. By means of the common interest in commercial questions, it has paved the way for political nationality, and in place of narrow-minded views, prejudices, and customs, it has laid down a broader and stronger element of German national existence. Now, how does the opinion agree with these perfectly true prefatory observations? that Prussia will sacrifice the independence and the future greatness of the nation to a narrow regard to her own supposed, but in any case only momentary, private interest, that Prussia will not comprehend that Germany must either rise or fall with her national commercial policy, as Prussia herself must rise or fall with Germany. How does the assertion that the Prussian heads of departments are opposed to the protective system agree with the fact that the high duties on ordinary woolen and cotton fabrics emanated from Prussia herself? And must we not be compelled to conjecture from these contradictions, and from the fact that the author of the report paints in such glowing colors the condition and the progress of the industry of Saxony, that he himself is desirous of exciting the private jealousy of Prussia? Be that as it may, it is very strange that Dr. Bowring attaches such great importance to the private statements of heads of departments, he an English author who ought to be well aware of the power of public opinion, who ought to know that in our days the private views of heads of departments even in unconstitutional states count for very little if they are opposed to public opinion. And especially to the material interests of the whole nation, and if they favor retrograde steps which endanger the whole nationality. The author of the report also feels this well enough himself, when he states at page 98 that the Prussian government has sufficiently experienced, as the English government has done in connection with the abolition of the English Corn Laws, that the views of public officials cannot everywhere be carried into effect. That hence it might be necessary to consider whether German grain and timber should not be admitted to the English markets even without previous concessions on the part of the German Union, because by that very means the way might be paved for the admission of the English manufactured goods into the German market. This view is in any case a correct one. Dr. Bowring sees clearly that the German industry would never have been strengthened but for those laws, that consequently the abolition of the Corn Laws would not only check the further advances of German industry, but must cause it again to retrograde greatly, provided always that in that case the German customs legislation remains unchanged. It is only a pity that the British did not perceive the soundness of this argument 20 years ago, but now, after that the legislation of England has itself undertaken the divorce of German agriculture from English manufactures, after that Germany has pursued the path of perfecting her industry for 20 years, and has made enormous sacrifices for this object, it would betoken political blindness if Germany were now, owing to the abolition of the English Corn Laws, to abstain in any degree from pursuing her great national career. Indeed, we are firmly convinced that in such a case it would be necessary for Germany to increase her protective duties in the same proportion in which the English manufactories would derive advantage from the abolition of the Corn Laws as compared with those of Germany. Germany can for a long time follow no other policy in respect to England than that of a less advanced manufacturing nation which is striving with all her power to raise herself to an equal position with the most advanced manufacturing nation. Every other policy or measure than that, involves the imperiling of the German nationality. If the English are in want of foreign corn or timber, then they may get it in Germany or where else they please. Germany will not on that account any the less protect the advances in industry which she has made up to this time, or strive any the less to make future advances. If the British will have nothing to do with German grain and timber, so much the better. In that case the industry, the navigation, the foreign trade of Germany will raise their heads so much the quicker, the German internal means of transport will be so much the sooner completed, the German nationality will so much the more certainly rest on its natural foundation. Perhaps Prussia may not in this way so soon be able to sell the corn and timber of her Baltic provinces at high prices as if the English markets were suddenly opened to her. But through the completion of the internal means of transport, and through the internal demand for agricultural produce created by the manufactories, the sales of those provinces to the interior of Germany will increase fast enough, and every benefit to these provinces which is founded on the home demand for agricultural produce will be gained by them for all future time. They will never more have to oscillate as heretofore between calamity and prosperity from one decade to another. But further, As a political power, Prussia will gain 100-fold more in concentrated strength in the interior of Germany by this policy than the material values which she sacrifices for the moment in her maritime provinces, or rather invests for repayment in the future. The object of the English ministry in this report is clearly to obtain the admission into Germany of ordinary English woolen and cotton fabrics, partly through the abolition or at least modification of charging duties by weight, partly through the lowering of the tariff, and partly by the admission of the German grain and timber into the English market. By these means the first breach can be made in the German protective system. These articles of ordinary use, as we have already shown in a former chapter, are by far the most important. They are the fundamental element of the national industry. Duties of 10%. Ad valorem, which are clearly aimed at by England, would, with the assistance of the usual tricks of under-declaration of value, sacrifice the greater part of the German industry to English competition, especially if in consequence of commercial crises the English manufacturers were sometimes induced to throw on the market their stocks of goods at any price. It is therefore no exaggeration if we maintain that the tendency of the English proposals aims at nothing less than the overthrow of the entire German protective system, in order to reduce Germany to the position of an English agricultural colony. With this object in view, it is impressed on the notice of Prussia how greatly her agriculture might gain by the reduction of the English corn and timber duties, and how unimportant her manufacturing interest is. With the same view, the prospect is offered to Prussia of a reduction of the duties on brandy. And in order that the other states may not go quite empty away, a 5% reduction of the duties on Nuremberg wares, children's toys, eau de cologne, and other trifles, is promised. That gives satisfaction to the small German states, and also does not cost much. The next attempt will be to convince the German governments, by means of this report, how advantageous to them it would be to let England spin cotton and linen yarns for them. It cannot be doubted that hitherto the policy adopted by the Union, first of all to encourage and protect the printing of cloths and then weaving, and to import the medium and finer yarns, has been the right one. But from that it in no wise follows that it would continue to be the right one for all time. The tariff legislation must advance as the national industry advances if it is rightly to fulfill its purpose. We have already shown that the spinning factories, quite apart from their importance in themselves, yet are the source of further incalculable benefits, inasmuch as they place us in direct commercial communication with the countries of warm climate, and hence that they exercise an incalculable influence on our navigation and on our export of manufactures, and that they benefit our manufactories of machinery more than any other branch of manufacture. Inasmuch as it cannot be doubted that Germany cannot be hindered either by want of water power and of capable workmen, or by lack of material capital or intelligence, from carrying on for herself this great and fruitful industry, so we cannot see why we should not gradually protect the spinning of yarns from one number to another, in such a way that in the course of 5 to 10 years we may be able to spin for ourselves the greater part of what we require. However highly one may estimate the advantages of the export of grain and timber, they cannot nearly equal the benefits which must accrue to us from the spinning manufacture. Indeed, we have no hesitation in expressing the belief that it could be incontestably proved, by a calculation of the consumption of agricultural products and timber which would be created by the spinning industry, that from this branch of manufacture alone far greater benefits must accrue to the German landowners than the foreign market will ever or can ever offer them. Dr. Boring doubts that Hanover, Brunswick, the two Mecklenburgs, Oldenburg, and the Hanse towns will join the Union, unless the latter is willing to make a radical reduction in its import duties. The latter proposal, however, cannot be seriously considered, because it would be immeasurably worse than the evil which by it is desired to remedy. Our confidence in the prosperity of the future of Germany is, however, by no means so weak as that of the author of the report. Just as the Revolution of July has proved beneficial to the German commercial union, so must the next great general convulsion make an end of all the minor hesitations by which these small states have hitherto been withheld from yielding to the greater requirements of the German nationality. Of what value the commercial unity has been to the nationality, and of what value it is to German governments, quite apart from mere material interests, has been recently for the first time very strongly demonstrated, when the desire to acquire the Rhine frontier has been loudly expressed in France. From day to day it is necessary that the governments and peoples of Germany should be more convinced that national unity is the rock on which the edifice of their welfare, their honor, their power, their present security and existence, and their future greatness, must be founded. Thus from day to day the apostasy of these small maritime states will appear more and more, not only to the states in the Union, but to these small states themselves, in the light of a national scandal which must be got rid of at any price. Also, if the matter is intelligently considered, the material advantages of joining the Union are much greater for those states themselves than the sacrifice which it requires. The more that manufacturing industry, that the internal means of transport, the navigation, and the foreign trade of Germany, develop themselves, in that degree in which under a wise commercial policy they can and must be developed in accordance with the resources of the nation, so much the more will the desire become more vigorous on the part of those small states directly to participate in these advantages, and so much the more will they leave off the bad habit of looking to foreign countries for blessings and prosperity. In reference to the Hanse towns especially, the spirit of imperial citizenship of the sovereign parish of Hamburg in no way deters us from our hopes. In those cities, according to the testimony of the author of the report himself, dwell a great number of men who comprehend that Hamburg, Bremen, and Lubeck are and must be to the German nation that which London and Liverpool are to the English, that which New York, Boston, and Philadelphia are to the Americans, men who clearly see that the commercial union can offer advantages to their commerce with the world which far exceed the disadvantages of subjection to the regulations of the union, and that a prosperity without any guarantee for its continuance is fundamentally a delusion. What sensible inhabitant of those seaports could heartily congratulate himself on the continual increase of their tonnage, on the continual extension of their commercial relations, if he reflected the 2 frigates, which coming from Heligoland could be stationed at the mouths of the Weser and the Elbe, would be in a position to destroy in 24 hours this work of a quarter of a century. But the Union will guarantee to these seaports their prosperity and their progress for all future time, partly by the creation of a fleet of its own and partly by alliances. It will foster their fisheries, secure special advantages to their shipping, protect and promote their foreign commercial relations, by effective consular establishments and by treaties. Partly by their means it will found new colonies, and by their means carry on its own colonial trade. For a union of states comprising 35 millions of inhabitants, for the union will comprise that number at least when it is fully completed, which owing to an annual increase of population of 1.5%, can easily spare annually 200,000 or 300,000 persons, whose provinces abound with well-informed and cultivated inhabitants who have a peculiar propensity to seek their fortune in distant countries, people who can take root anywhere and make themselves at home wherever unoccupied land is to be cultivated, are called upon by nature herself to place themselves in the first rank of nations who colonize and diffuse civilization. The feeling of the necessity for such a perfect completion of the commercial union is so universally entertained in Germany, that hence the author of the report could not help remarking, more coasts, more harbors, more navigation, a union flag, the possession of a navy and of a mercantile marine, are wishes very generally entertained by the supporters of the commercial union, but there is little prospect at present of the union making head against the increasing fleet of Russia and the commercial marine of Holland and the Hanse towns. Against them certainly not, but so much the more with them and by means of them. It lies in the very nature of every power to seek to divide in order to rule. After the author of the report has shown why it would be foolish on the part of the maritime states to join the Union, he desires also to separate the great seaports from the German national body for all time, inasmuch as he speaks to us of the warehouses of Altona which must become dangerous to the warehouses of Hamburg, as though such a great commercial empire could not find the means of making the warehouses of Altona serviceable to its objects. We will not follow the author through his acute inferences from this point. We will only say, that if they were applied to England, they would prove that London and Liverpool would increase their commercial prosperity in an extraordinary degree if they were separated from the body of the English nation. The spirit which underlies these arguments is unmistakably expressed in the report of the English consul at Rotterdam. For the commercial interests of Great Britain, says Mr. Alexander Ferrier at the end of his report, it appears of the greatest possible importance that no means should be left untried to prevent the aforesaid states, and also Belgium, from entering the Zollverein, for reasons which are too clear to need any exposition. Who could possibly blame Mr. Ferrier for speaking thus, or Dr. Bowring for speaking thus, or the English ministers for acting as the others speak? The national instinct of England speaks and acts through them. But to expect prosperity and blessing to Germany from proposals which proceed from such a source as that, would appear to exceed even a decent degree of national good nature. Whatever may happen, adds Mr. Ferrier to the words above quoted, Holland must at all times be considered as the main channel for the commercial relations of South Germany with other countries. Clearly Mr. Ferrier understands by the term other countries, merely England. Clearly he means to say that if the English manufacturing supremacy should lose its means of access to Germany or the North Sea and the Baltic, Holland would still remain to it as the great means of access by which it could predominate over the markets for manufactured goods and colonial produce of the south of Germany. But we from a national point of view say and maintain that Holland is in reference to its geographical position, as well as in respect to its commercial and industrial circumstances, and to the origin and language of its inhabitants, a German province, which has been separated from Germany at a period of German national disunion, without whose reincorporation in the German Union Germany may be compared to a house the door of which belongs to a stranger. Holland belongs as much to Germany as Brittany and Normandy belong to France, and so long as Holland is determined to constitute an independent kingdom of her own, Germany can as little attain independence and power as France would have been enabled to attain these if those provinces had remained in the hands of the English. That the commercial power of Holland has declined, is owing to the unimportance of the country. Holland will and must also, notwithstanding the prosperity of her colonies, continue to decline, because the nation is too weak to support the enormous expense of a considerable military and naval power. Through her exertions to maintain her nationality, Holland must become more and more deeply involved in debt. Notwithstanding her great colonial prosperity, she is and remains all the same a country dependent on England, and by her seeming independence she only strengthens the English supremacy. This is also the secret reason why England at the Congress of Vienna took under her protection the restoration of the Dutch seeming independence. The case is exactly the same as with the Hanse towns. On the side of England, Holland is a satellite for the English fleet united with Germany. She is the leader of the German naval power. In her present position, Holland cannot nearly so well derive profit from her colonial possessions as if they became a constituent part of the German Union, especially because she is too weak in the elements which are necessary for colonization in population and in mental powers. Further than this, the profitable development of her colonies, so far as that has hitherto been effected, depends for the most part on German good nature, or rather on the non-acquaintance of the Germans with their own national commercial interests, for while all other nations reserve their market for colonial produce for their own colonies and for the countries subject to them, the German market is the only one which remains open to the Dutch for the disposal of their surplus colonial produce. As soon as the Germans clearly comprehend that those from whom they purchase colonial produce must be made to understand that they on their part must purchase manufactured goods from Germany under differentially favorable treatment, then the Germans will also clearly see that they have it in their power to compel Holland to join the Zollverein. That union would be of the greatest advantage to both countries. Germany would give Holland the means not only of deriving profit from her colonies far better than at present, but also to found and to acquire new colonies. Germany would grant special preferential privileges to the Dutch and Hanseatic shipping, and grant special preferential privileges to Dutch colonial produce in the German markets. Holland and the Hanse towns, in return, would preferentially export German manufactures, and preferentially employ their surplus capital in the manufactories and the agriculture of the interior of Germany. Holland, as she has sunk from her eminence as a commercial power because she, the mere fraction of a nation, wanted to make herself pass as an entire nation, because she sought her advantage in the oppression and the weakening of the productive powers of Germany, instead of basing her greatness on the prosperity of the countries which lie behind her, with which every maritime state must stand or fall, because she sought to become great by her separation from the German nation instead of by her union with it. Holland can only again attain to her ancient state of prosperity by means of the German Union and in the closest connection with it. Only by this union is it possible to constitute an agricultural manufacturing commercial nationality of the first magnitude. Dr. Boring groups in his tables the imports and exports of the German customs union with the Hanse towns and Holland and Belgium altogether, and from this grouping it clearly appears how greatly all these countries are dependent on the English manufacturing industry, and how immeasurably they might gain in their entire productive power by union. He estimates the imports of these countries from England at 19,842,121 litres sterling of official value, or 8,550,347 litres of declared value, but the exports of those countries to England, on the other hand, at only 4,804,491 litres sterling, in which, by the way, are included the great quantities of Java coffee, cheese, butter, and sea, which England imports from Holland. These totals speak volumes. We thank the doctor for his statistical grouping, together with that it might betoken a speedy political grouping. Chapter Possession. A just and wise apportionment of territory is, however, at this day not to be thought of, because this question is complicated by manifold interests of another nature. At the same time it must not be ignored that rectification of territory must be reckoned among the most important requirements of the nations, that striving to attain it is legitimate, that indeed in many cases it is a justifiable reason for war. Further causes of antipathy between the nations are, at the present time, the diversity of their interests in respect to manufactures, commerce, navigation, naval power, and colonial possessions, also the difference in their degrees of civilization, of religion, and of political condition. All these interests are complicated in manifold ways through the interests of dynasties and powers. The causes of antipathy are, on the other hand, causes of sympathy. The less powerful nations sympathize against the most powerful, those whose independence is endangered sympathize against the aggressors, territorial powers against naval supremacy. Those whose industry and commerce are defective sympathize against those who are striving for an industrial and commercial monopoly, the half-civilized against the civilized, those who are subjects of a monarchy against those whose government is entirely or partially democratic. Nations at this time pursue their own interests and sympathies by means of alliances of those who are like-minded and have like interests against the interests and tendencies which conflict with theirs. As, however, these interests and tendencies conflict with one another in various ways, these alliances are liable to change. Those nations who are friends today may be enemies tomorrow, and vice versa, as soon as ever some one of the great interests or principles is at stake by which they feel themselves repelled from or drawn towards one another. Politicians have long felt that the equalization of the nations must be their ultimate aim. That which people call the maintenance of the European balance of power has always been nothing else than the endeavors of the less powerful to impose a check on the encroachments of the more powerful. Yet politics have not seldom confounded their proximate object with their ultimate one, and vice versa. The proximate task of politics always consists in clearly perceiving in what respect the alliance and equalization of the different interests is at the moment most pressing, and to strive that until this equalization is attained all other questions may be suspended and kept in the background. When the dynastic, monarchic, and aristocratic interests of Europe allied themselves against the revolutionary tendencies of 1789, disregarding all considerations regarding power and commerce, their policy was a correct one. It was just as correct when the French Empire introduced the tendency of conquest in place of that of revolution. Napoleon sought by his continental system to establish a continental coalition against the predominant naval and commercial power of England, but in order to succeed, it was necessary for him, first of all, to take away from the continental nations the apprehension of being conquered by France. He failed, because on their part the fear of his supremacy on land greatly outweighed the disadvantages which they suffered from the naval supremacy. With the fall of the French Empire, the object of the Great Alliance ceased. From that time forth, the continental powers were menaced neither by the revolutionary tendencies nor by the lust of conquest of France. England's predominance in manufactures, navigation, commerce, colonial possessions, and naval power, had, on the other hand, enormously increased during the conflicts against the Revolution and against the French conquest. From that time forth, it became the interest of the continental powers to ally themselves with France against the commercial and naval predominance. Solely from fear of the skin of the dead lion, the continental powers did not heed sufficiently the living leopard who had hitherto fought in their ranks. The Holy Alliance was a political error. This error also brought about its own punishment through the Revolution of Italy. The Holy Alliance had unnecessarily called into life a counterforce which no longer existed, on which at least would not for a long time have revived again. Fortunately for the continental powers, the dynasty of July contrived to appease the revolutionary tendency in France. France concluded the alliance with England in the interests of the dynasty of July and of strengthening the constitutional monarchy. England concluded it in the interest of the maintenance of her commercial supremacy. The Franco-English alliance ceased as soon as ever the dynasty of July and the constitutional monarchy in France felt themselves to be sufficiently firmly established, but, on the other hand, the interests of France in respect of naval power, navigation, commerce, industry, and foreign possessions came again more to the front. It is clear that France has again an equal interest with the other continental powers in these questions, and the establishing of a continental alliance against the naval predominance of England appears to be becoming a question of the day, provided the dynasty of July can succeed in creating perfect unity of will between the different organs of state administration, also to thrust into the background those territorial questions which are excited by the revolutionary tendencies, and entirely to appease in the minds of the monarchical continental powers the fear of the tendencies of France towards revolution and aggression. Nothing, however, at this time so greatly impedes a closer union of the continent of Europe as the fact that the center of it still never takes the position for which it is naturally fitted. Instead of being a mediator between the East and the West of that continent, on all questions of arrangement of territory, of the principle of their constitutions, of national independence and power, for which it is qualified by its geographical position, by its federal constitution which excludes all apprehension of aggression in the minds of neighboring nations, by its religious toleration, and its cosmopolitical tendencies, and finally by its civilization and the elements of power which it possesses. This central part of Europe constitutes at present the apple of discord for which the East and the West contend, while each party hopes to draw to its own side this middle power, which is weakened by want of national unity, and is always uncertainly wavering hither and thither. If, on the other hand, Germany could constitute itself with the maritime territories which appertain to it, with Holland, Belgium, and Switzerland, as a powerful commercial and political whole, if this mighty national body could fuse representative institutions with the existing monarchical, dynastic, and aristocratic interests, So far as these are compatible with one another, then Germany could secure peace to the continent of Europe for a long time, and at the same time constitute herself the central point of a durable continental alliance. That the naval power of England greatly exceeds that of all other nations, if not on the number of ships, yet certainly in fighting power, that hence the nations which are less powerful at sea can only match England at sea by uniting their own naval power, is clear. From hence it follows that every nation which is less powerful at sea has an interest in the maintenance and prosperity of the naval power of all other nations who are similarly weak at sea, and further, that fractions of other nations which, hitherto divided, have possessed either no naval power whatever or only an unimportant one, should constitute themselves into one united naval power. In regard to England, France and North America sustain loss if the naval power of Russia declines, and vice versa. They all gain, if Germany, Holland, and Belgium constitute together a common naval power, for while separated these last are mere satellites to the supremacy of England, but if united they strengthen the opposition to that supremacy of all nations at sea. None of these less powerful nations possesses a mercantile marine which exceeds the requirements of its own international trade. None of these nations possesses a manufacturing power which would maintain important preponderance over that of the others. None of them, therefore, has any ground to fear the competition of the others. On the other hand, all have a common interest in protecting themselves against the destructive competition of England. Hence it must be to the interests of all that the predominating manufacturing power of England should lose those means of access, Holland, Belgium, and the Hanse towns, by means of which England has hitherto dominated the markets of the continent. Inasmuch as the products of tropical climates are chiefly paid for by the manufactured products of temperate climates, and hence the consumption of the former depends on the sale of the latter, therefore every manufacturing nation should endeavor to establish direct intercourse with tropical countries. And thus, if all manufacturing nations of the second rank understand their own interests and act accordingly, no nation will be permitted to maintain a predominant amount of colonial possessions in tropical countries. If, for instance, England could succeed in the object for which she is at present striving, viz. to produce in India the colonial produce which she requires, in that case England could only carry on trade with the West Indies to the extent to which she was able to sell to other countries the colonial produce which she now obtains from the West Indies in exchange for her manufactured goods. If, however, she could not dispose of these two other countries, then her West Indian possessions would become useless to her. She would then have no other option than either to let them go free, or to surrender the trade with them to other manufacturing countries. Hence it follows that all manufacturing nations less powerful at sea have a common interest in following this policy and in reciprocally supporting one another in it. And it follows further that no one of these nations would lose by the accession of Holland to the German Commercial Union, and through the closer connection of Germany with the Dutch colonies. Since the emancipation of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies in South America and the West Indies, it is no longer indispensably necessary that a manufacturing nation should possess colonies of its own in tropical climates in order to put itself in a position to carry on directly the exchange of manufactured goods against colonial produce. As the markets of these emancipated tropical countries are free, every manufacturing nation which is able to compete in these free markets can carry on direct trade with them. But these free tropical countries can only produce great quantities of colonial products, and only consume great quantities of manufactured goods, if a prosperity and morality, peace and repose, lawful order and religious tolerance, prevail within them. All nations not powerful at sea, especially those who possess no colonies, or only unimportant ones, have hence a common interest in bringing about such a state of things by their united power. To England, with her commercial supremacy, the circumstances of these countries cannot matter so much because she is sufficiently supplied, or at least helps to become sufficiently supplied, with colonial produce from her own exclusive and subject markets in the East and West Indies. From this point of view also we must partly judge respecting the extremely important question of slavery. We are very far from ignoring that much philanthropy and good motive lies at the root of the zeal with which the object of the emancipation of the Negroes is pursued by England, and that this zeal does great honor to the character of the English nation. But at the same time, if we consider the immediate effects of the measures adopted by England in reference to this matter, we cannot get rid of the idea that also much political motive and commercial interest are mingled with it. These effects are: 1. That by the sudden emancipation of the blacks, through their rapid transition from a condition of disorder and carelessness little removed from that of wild animals to a high degree of individual independence, the yield of tropical produce of South America and the West Indies will be extremely diminished and ultimately reduced to nothing, as the example of Street Domingo incontestably shows, inasmuch as since the expulsion of the French and Spaniards the production has greatly decreased from year to year, and continues to do so. 2. That the free Negroes continually seek to obtain an increase in their wages, whilst they limit their labor to the supply of their most indispensable wants, that hence their freedom merely leads to idleness. 3. That, on the other hand, England possesses in the East Indies ample means for supplying the whole world with colonial products. It is well known that the Hindus, owing to great industry and great moderation in their food and other wants, especially in consequence of the precepts of their religion, which forbid the use of animal food, are excessively frugal. To these must be added the want of capital among the natives, the great fruitfulness of the soil in vegetable products, and the restriction of caste and the great competition of those in want of work. The result of all this is, that wages in India are incomparably lower than in the West Indies and South America, whether the plantations there are cultivated by free blacks or by slaves, that consequently the production of India, after trade has been set free in that country, and wiser principles of administration have prevailed, must increase at an enormous rate, and the time is no longer distant when England will not only be able to supply all her own requirements of colonial produce from India, but also export great quantities to other countries. Hence it follows that England cannot lose through the diminution of production in the West Indies and South America, to which countries other nations also export manufactured goods, but she will gain if the colonial production in India becomes preponderant, which market England exclusively supplies with manufactured goods. 4. Finally, it may be asserted, that by the emancipation of the slaves England desires to hang a sword over the head of the North American slave states, which is so much the more menacing to the Union the more this emancipation extends and the wish is excited among the Negroes of North America to partake of similar liberty. The question, if rightly viewed, must appear a philanthropical experiment of doubtful benefit towards those on whose behalf it was undertaken from motives of general philanthropy, but must in any case appear to those nations who rely on the trade with South America and the West Indies as not advantageous to them, and they may not unreasonably inquire, whether a sudden transition from slavery to freedom may not prove more injurious to the Negroes themselves than the maintenance of the existing state of things? Whether it may not be the task of several generations to educate the Negroes, who are accustomed to an almost animal state of subjection, to habits of voluntary labor and thrift? Whether it might not better attain the object if the transition from slavery to freedom was made by the introduction of a mild form of serfdom, whereby at first some interest might be secured to the serf in the land which he cultivates, and a fair share of the fruits of his labor, allowing sufficient rights to the landlord in order to bind the serf to habits of industry and order? Whether such a condition would not be more desirable than that of a miserable, drunken, lazy, vicious, mendicant horde called free Negroes, in comparison with which Irish misery in its most degraded form may be deemed a state of prosperity and civilization? If, however, we are required to believe that the zeal of the English to make everything which exists upon earth partakers of the same degree of freedom which they possess themselves, is so great and irrepressible that they must be excused if they have forgotten that nature makes no advances by leaps and bounds, then we must venture to put the questions, whether the condition of the lowest caste of the Hindus is not much more wretched and intolerable than that of the American Negroes? And how it happens that the philanthropic spirit of England has never been excited on behalf of these most miserable of mankind? How it happens that English legislation has never intervened for their benefit? How it happens that England has been active enough in deriving means for her own enrichment out of this miserable state of things, without thinking of any direct means of ameliorating it? The English Indian policy leads us to the Eastern question. If we can dismiss from the politics of the day all that which at this moment has reference to territorial conflicts, to the dynastic, monarchic, aristocratic, and religious interests, and to the circumstances of the various powers, it cannot be ignored that the continental powers have a great national economic interest in common in the Eastern question. However successful the present endeavors of the powers may be to keep this question in the background for a time, it will continually again come to the front with renewed force. It is a conclusion long arrived at by all thoughtful men, that a nation so thoroughly undermined in her religious, moral, social, and political foundations as Turkey is like a corpse, which may indeed be held up for a time by the support of the living, but must none the less pass into corruption. The case is quite the same with the Persians as with the Turks, with the Chinese and Hindus and all other Asiatic people. Wherever the mouldering civilization of Asia comes into contact with the fresh atmosphere of Europe, it falls to atoms, and Europe will sooner or later find herself under the necessity of taking the whole of Asia under her care and tutelage, as already India has been so taken in charge by England. In this utter chaos of countries and peoples there exists no single nationality which is either worthy or capable of maintenance and regeneration. Hence the entire dissolution of the Asiatic nationalities appears to be inevitable, and a regeneration of Asia only possible by means of an infusion of European vital power, by the general introduction of the Christian religion and of European moral laws and order, by European immigration, and the introduction of European systems of government. If we reflect on the course which such a regeneration might possibly pursue, the first consideration that strikes one is that the greater part of the East is richly provided by nature with resources for supplying the manufacturing nations of Europe with great quantities of raw materials and necessary articles of every kind, but especially for producing tropical products, and in exchange for these for opening unlimited markets to European manufacturers. From this circumstance, nature appears to have given an indication that this regeneration, as generally is the case with the civilization of barbarous peoples, must proceed by the path of free exchange of agricultural produce against manufactured goods. For that reason the principle must be firmly maintained above all by the European nations, that no exclusive commercial privileges must be reserved to any European nation in any part of Asia whatever, and that no nation must be favored above others there in any degree. It would be especially advantageous to the extension of this trade, if the chief commercial emporiums of the East were constituted free cities, the European population of which should have the right of self-government in consideration of an annual payment of tax to the native rulers. But European agents should be appointed to reside with these rulers, after the example of English policy in India, whose advice the native rulers should be bound to follow in respect of the promotion of public security, order, and civilization. All the continental powers have especially a common interest that neither of the two routes from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea and to the Persian Gulf should fall into the exclusive possession of England, nor remain impassable owing to Asiatic barbarism. To commit the duty of protecting these important points to Austria, would ensure best guarantees to all European nations. Further, the continental powers in general have a common interest with the United States in maintaining the principle that free ships cover free goods, and that only an effectual blockade of individual ports, but not a mere proclamation of the blockade of entire coasts, ought to be respected by neutrals. Finally, the principle of the annexation of wild and uninhabited territories appears to require revision in the common interest of the continental powers. People ridicule in our days the fact that the Holy Father formerly undertook to make presents of islands and parts of the globe, nay even to divide the world into two parts with a stroke of the pen, and to apportion this part to one man and that to another. Can it, however, be deemed much more sensible to acknowledge the title to an entire quarter of the globe to vest in the man who first erected somewhere on the earth a pole adorned with a piece of silk? That in the case of islands of moderate size the right of the discoverer should be respected, may be admitted consistently with common sense, but when the question arises as to islands which are as large as a great European kingdom, like New Zealand, or respecting a continent which is larger than the whole of Europe, like Australia, in such a case by nothing less than an actual occupation by colonization, and then only for the actually colonized territory, can a claim to exclusive possession be admitted consistently with common sense. And it is not clear why the Germans and the French should not have the right to found colonies in those parts of the world at points which are distant from the English stations. If we only consider the enormous interests which the nations of the continent have in common, as opposed to the English maritime supremacy, we shall be led to the conviction that nothing is so necessary to these nations as union, and nothing is so ruinous to them as continental wars. The history of the last century also teaches us that every war which the powers of the continent have waged against one another has had for its invariable result to increase the industry, the wealth, the navigation, the colonial possessions, and the power of the insular supremacy. Hence, it cannot be denied that a correct view of the wants and interests of the continent underlaid the continental system of Napoleon, although it must not be ignored that Napoleon desired to give effect to this idea, right in itself, in a manner which was contrary to the independence and to the interests of the other continental powers. The continental system of Napoleon suffered from three capital defects. In the first place, it sought to establish, in the place of the English maritime supremacy, a French continental supremacy. It sought the humiliation, or destruction and dissolution, of other nationalities on the continent for the benefit of France, instead of basing itself on the elevation and equalization of the other continental nations. Furthermore, France followed herself an exclusive commercial policy against the other countries of the continent, while she claimed for herself free competition in those countries. Finally, the system almost entirely destroyed the trade between the manufacturing countries of the continent and tropical countries, and found itself compelled to find a remedy for the destruction of this international trade by the use of substituted articles. 107 https://lresources.s3.museum-ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_title/368.html that the idea of this continental system will ever recur, that the necessity of realizing it will the more forcibly impress itself on the continental nations in proportion as the preponderance of England in industry, wealth, and power further increases, is already very clear, and will continually become more evident. But it is not less certain that an alliance of the continental nations can only have a good result if France is wise enough to avoid the errors of Napoleon. Hence, it is foolish of France if she raises, contrary to all justice, and to the actual nature of circumstances, claims for extension of frontiers at the expense of Germany, and thereby compels other nations of the continent to ally themselves with England. It is foolish of France if she speaks of the Mediterranean Sea as of a French lake, and seeks to acquire exclusive influence in the Levant and in South America. An effective continental system can only originate from the free union of the continental powers, and can succeed only in case it has for its object, and also effects, an equal participation in the advantages which result from it, for in that way only, and in no other, can the maritime powers of second rank command respect from the predominant power of England in such a way that the latter without any recourse to the force of arms will concede all the just requirements of the less powerful states. Only by such an alliance as that will the continental manufacturing powers be able to maintain their relations with tropical countries, and assert and secure interests in the East and the West. In any case the British, who are ever too anxious for supremacy, must feel it hard when they perceive in this manner how the continental nations will reciprocally raise their manufacturing power by mutual commercial concessions and by treaties, how they will reciprocally strengthen their navigation and their naval power, how they will assert their claim to that share for which they are fitted by nature in civilizing and colonizing barbarous and uncultivated countries, and in trade with tropical regions. Nevertheless, a glance into the future ought sufficiently to console the Britons for these anticipated disadvantages. For the same causes which have raised Great Britain to her present exalted position, will, probably in the course of the next century, raise the United States of America to a degree of industry, wealth, and power, which will surpass the position in which England stands. As far as at present England excels Little Holland. In the natural course of things the United States will increase their population within that period to hundreds of millions of souls. They will diffuse their population, their institutions, their civilization, and their spirit over the whole of Central and South America, just as they have recently diffused them over the neighboring Mexican province. The Federal Union will comprise all these immense territories. A population of several hundred millions of people will develop the resources of a continent which infinitely exceeds the continent of Europe in extent and in natural wealth. The naval power of the Western world will surpass that of Great Britain, as greatly as its coasts and rivers exceed those of Britain in extent and magnitude. Thus in a not very distant future the natural necessity which now imposes on the French and Germans the necessity of establishing a continental alliance against the British supremacy, will impose on the British the necessity of establishing a European coalition against the supremacy of America. Then will Great Britain be compelled to seek and to find in the leadership of the United Powers of Europe protection, security, and compensation against the predominance of America, and an equivalent for her lost supremacy. It is therefore good for England that she should practice resignation betimes, that she should by timely renunciations gain the friendship of European continental powers, that she should accustom herself betimes to the idea of being only the first among equals. Chapter does not carry on this trade with her own ships, so long as she has no means of protecting her own flag, so long as she possesses no perfect system of transport by river, canal, or railway, so long as the German Zollverein does not include all German maritime territories and also Holland and Belgium. We have treated these subjects circumstantially in various places in this book, and it is only necessary for us here to recapitulate what we have already thus treated. If we import raw cotton from Egypt, Brazil, and North America, we in that case pay for it in our own manufactured goods. If, on the other hand, we import cotton yarn from England, we have to pay the value of it in raw materials and articles of food which we could more advantageously work up or consume ourselves, or else we must pay for it in specie which we have acquired elsewhere, and with which we could more advantageously purchase foreign raw materials to work up for ourselves, or colonial produce for our own consumption. In the same way the introduction of spinning linen yarn by machinery offers us the means not only of increasing our home consumption of linen, and of perfecting our agriculture, but also of enormously increasing our trade with tropical countries. For the two above named branches of industry, as well as for the manufacture of woolens, we are as favorably circumstanced as any other nation, by an amount of water power hitherto not utilized, by cheap necessaries of life, and by low wages. What we lack is simply and solely a guarantee for our capitalists and artisans by which they may be protected against loss of capital and want of work. A moderate protective duty of about 25% during the next 5 years, which could be maintained for a few years at that rate and then be lowered to 15 to 20%, ought completely to accomplish this object. Every argument which is adduced by the supporters of the theory of values against such a measure, has been refuted by us. On the other hand, we may add a further argument in favor of that measure, that these great branches of industry especially offer us the means for establishing extensive machine manufactories and for the development of a race of competent technical instructors and practical foremen. In the trade in colonial produce Germany, as France and England have done, has to follow the principle that in respect to the purchase of the colonial produce which we require, we should give a preference to those tropical countries which purchase manufactured goods from us, or, in short, that we should buy from those who buy from us. That is the case in reference to our trade with the West Indies and to North and South America. But it is not yet the case in reference to our trade with Holland, which country supplies us with enormous quantities of her colonial produce, but only takes in return disproportionately small quantities of our manufactured goods. At the same time, Holland is naturally directed to the market of Germany for the disposal of the greater part of her colonial produce, inasmuch as England and France derive their supplies of such produce for the most part from their own colonies and from subject countries, where they exclusively possess the market for manufactured goods, and hence they only import small quantities of Dutch colonial produce. Holland has no important manufacturing industry of her own, but, on the other hand, has a great productive industry in her colonies, which has recently greatly increased and may yet be immeasurably further increased. But Holland desires of Germany that which is unfair, and acts contrary to her own interests if rightly understood, inasmuch as she desires to dispose of the greater part of her colonial produce to Germany, while she desires to supply her requirements of manufactured goods from any quarter she likes best. This is, for Holland, an only apparently beneficial and a short-sighted policy, for if Holland would give preferential advantages to German manufactured goods both in the mother country and in her colonies, the demand in Germany for Dutch colonial produce would increase in the same proportion in which the sale of German manufactured goods to Holland and her colonies increased, or, in other words, Germany would be able to purchase so much the more colonial produce in proportion as she sold more manufactured goods to Holland. Holland would be able to dispose of so much more colonial produce to Germany as she purchased from Germany manufactured goods. This reciprocal exchange operation is, at present, rendered impracticable by Holland if she sells her colonial produce to Germany while she purchases her requirements in manufactured goods from England, because England, no matter how much of manufactured goods she sells to Holland, will always supply the greater part of her own requirements of colonial produce from her own colonies, or from the countries which are subject to her. Hence the interests of Germany require that she should either demand from Holland a differential duty in favor of Germany's manufacturing production, by which the latter can secure to herself the exclusive market for manufactured goods in Holland and her colonies, or, in case of refusal, that Germany should impose a differential duty on the import of colonial produce in favor of the produce of Central and South America and of the free markets of the West Indies. The above-named policy would constitute the most effective means of inducing Holland to join the German Zollverein. As matters now stand, Germany has no reason for sacrificing her own manufactories of beetroot sugar to the trade with Holland, for only in case Germany can pay for her requirements of this article by means of her own manufactured goods, is it more to her advantage to supply that requirement by an exchange trade with tropical countries, than by producing it herself at home. Hence the attention of Germany should be at once chiefly directed to the extension of her trade with Northern, Central, and South America, and with the free markets of the West Indies. In connection with that, the following measures, in addition to that above adverted to, appear desirable: the establishment of a regular service of steamships between the German seaports and the principal ports of those countries, the promotion of emigration thither, the confirmation and extension of friendly relations between them and the Zollverein, and especially the promotion of the civilization of those countries. Recent experience has abundantly taught us how enormously commerce on a large scale is promoted by a regular service of steamships. France and Belgium are already treading in the footsteps of England in this respect, as they well perceived that every nation which is behindhand in this more perfect means of transport must retrograde in her foreign trade. The German seaports also have already recognized this. Already one public company has been completely formed in Bremen for building 2 or 3 steam vessels for the trade with the United States. This, however, is clearly an insufficient provision. The commercial interests of Germany require not only a regular service of steam vessels with North America, especially with New York, Boston, Charleston, and New Orleans, but also with Cuba, San Domingo, and Central and South America. Germany ought to be behind no other nation in respect to these latter lines of steam navigation. It must certainly not be ignored that the means which are required for these objects will be too great for the spirit of enterprise, and perhaps also for the power of the German seaports, and it seems to us they can only be carried into effect by means of liberal subsidies on the part of the states of the Zollverein. The prospect of such subsidies as well as of differential duties in favor of German shipping, ought at once to constitute a strong motive for these seaports to become included in the commercial union. When one considers how greatly the exports of manufactured goods and the imports of colonial produce, and consequently also the customs revenue, of the states of the Zollverein would be increased by such a measure, one cannot doubt that even a considerable expenditure for this object must appear as only a reproductive investment of capital from which rich returns are to be expected. Through the increase of the means of intercourse of Germany with the above-named countries, the emigration of Germans to those countries and their settlement there as citizens would be no less promoted, and by that means the foundation would be laid for future increase of commerce with them. For this object the states of the Zollverein ought to establish everywhere consulates and diplomatic agencies, by means of which the settlement and undertakings of German citizens could be promoted, and especially to assist those states in every practicable way in giving stability to their governments and improving their degree of civilization. We do not share in the least the opinion of those who think that the tropical countries of America offer less advantages to German colonization than those of temperate climate in North America. However great, as we have openly confessed, is our attachment for the last named country, and however little we are able or desire to deny that an individual German emigrant who possesses a little capital has greater hope of permanently making his fortune in Western North America, we must nevertheless here express our opinion that emigration to Central and South America, if it were well led and undertaken on a large scale, offers in a national point of view much greater advantages for Germany than emigration to North America. What good is it if the emigrants to North America become ever so prosperous? In their personal relation they are lost forever to the German nationality, and also from their material production Germany can expect only unimportant fruits. It is a pure delusion if people think that the German language can be maintained by the Germans who live in the interior of the United States, or that after a time it may be possible to establish entire German states there. We once ourselves entertained this illusion, but after 10 years' observation in the country itself, on the spot, we have entirely given it up. It lies in the very spirit of every nationality, and above all in that of the United States, to assimilate itself in language, literature, administration, and legislation, and it is good that that is so. However many Germans may now be living in North America, yet certainly not one of them is living there whose great-grandchildren will not greatly prefer the English language to the German, and that for the very natural reason that the former is the language of the educated people, of the literature, the legislation, the administration, the courts of justice, and the trade and commerce of the country. The same thing can and will happen to the Germans in North America as happened to the Huguenots in Germany and the French in Louisiana. They naturally must and will be amalgamated with the predominant population, some a little sooner, others a little later, according as they dwell more or less together with fellow countrymen. Still less dependence can be placed on an active intercourse between Germany and the German emigrants to the west of North America. The first settler is always compelled by necessity to make for himself the greater part of his articles of clothing and utensils, and these customs, which originated from mere necessity, continue for the most part to the second and third generation. Hence it is that North America itself is a country which makes powerful efforts in manufacturing industry, and will continually strive more and more to gain possession of her home market for manufactured goods, for her own industry. On the other hand, we would on that account by no means maintain that the American market for manufactured goods is not a very important one, and well worthy of regard, especially for Germany. On the contrary, We are of opinion that for many articles of luxury and for manufactured articles which are easy of transport, and in which the wages of labor constitute a chief element of the price, that market is one of the most important, and must from year to year, as respects the articles above named, become more important for Germany. What we contend is only this, that those Germans who emigrate to the west of North America give no important assistance in increasing the demand for German manufactured goods, and that in reference to that object emigration to Central and South America requires and deserves very much more direct encouragement. The above-mentioned countries, including Texas, are for the most part adapted for raising colonial produce. They can and will never make great progress in manufacturing industry. Here there is an entirely new and rich market for manufactured goods to acquire. Whoever has here established firm commercial relations, may remain in possession of them for all future time. These countries, without sufficient moral power of their own to raise themselves to a higher grade of civilization, to introduce well-ordered systems of government, and to endue them with stability, will more and more come to the conviction that they must be aided from outside, namely, by immigration. In these quarters the English and French are hated on account of their arrogance, and owing to jealousy for national independence the Germans for the opposite reasons are liked. Hence the states of the Zollverein ought to devote the closest attention to these countries. A vigorous German consular and diplomatic system ought to be established in these quarters, the branches of which should enter into correspondence with one another. Young explorers should be encouraged to travel through these countries and make impartial reports upon them. Young merchants should be encouraged to inspect them, young medical men to go and practice there. Companies should be founded and supported by actual share subscription, and taken under special protection, which companies should be formed in the German seaports in order to buy large tracts of land in those countries and to settle them with German colonists, companies for commerce and navigation, whose object should be to open new markets in those countries for German manufactures, and to establish lines of steamships, mining companies, whose object should be to devote German knowledge and industry to winning the great mineral wealth of those countries. In every possible way the Zollverein ought to endeavor to gain the goodwill of the population and also of the governments of those countries, and especially to promote by that means public security, means of communication, and public order. Indeed, one ought not to hesitate, in case one could by that means put the governments of those countries under obligation to us, also to assist them by sending an important auxiliary corps. A similar policy ought to be followed in reference to the East European Turkey and the Lower Danubian territories. Germany has an immeasurable interest that security and order should be firmly established in those countries, and in no direction so much as in this is the emigration of Germans so easy for individuals to accomplish, or so advantageous for the nation. A man dwelling by the upper Danube could transport himself to Moldavia and Wallachia, to Servia, or also to the southwestern shores of the Black Sea, for 1/5 part of the expenditure of money and time which are requisite for his emigration to the shores of Lake Erie. What attracts him to the latter more than to the former is, the greater degree of liberty, security, and order which prevails in the latter. But under the existing circumstances of Turkey it ought not to be impossible to the German states, in alliance with Austria, to exercise such an influence on the improvement of the public condition of those countries, that the German colonist should no longer feel himself repelled from them, especially if the governments themselves would found companies for colonization, take part in them themselves, and grant them continually their special protection. In the meantime it is clear that settlements of this kind could only have a specially beneficial effect on the industry of the states of the Zollverein, if no obstacles were placed in the way of the exchange of German manufactured goods for the agricultural produce of the colonists, and if that exchange was promoted by cheap and rapid means of communication. Hence it is to the interest of the states of the Zollverein, that Austria should facilitate as much as possible the through traffic on the Danube, and that steam navigation on the Danube should be roused to vigorous activity, consequently that it should at the outset be actually subsidized by the governments. Especially, nothing is so desirable as that the Zollverein and Austria at a later period, after the industry of the Zollverein states has been better developed and has been placed in a position of greater equality to that of Austria, should make, by means of a treaty, reciprocal concessions in respect to their manufactured products. After the conclusion of such a treaty, Austria would have an equal interest with the states of the Zollverein in making the Turkish provinces available for the benefit of their manufacturing industry and of their foreign commerce. In anticipation of the inclusion in the Zollverein of the German seaports and Holland, it would be desirable that Prussia should now make a commencement by the adoption of a German commercial flag, and by laying the foundation for a future German fleet, and that she should try whether and how German colonies can be founded in Australia, New Zealand, or in or on other islands of Australasia. The means for such attempts and commencements, and for the undertakings and subventions which we have previously recommended as desirable, must be acquired in the same way in which England and France have acquired the means of supporting their foreign commerce and their colonization and of maintaining their powerful fleets, namely, by imposing duties on the imports of colonial produce. United action, order, and energy could be infused into these measures of the Zollverein, if the Zollverein states would assign the direction of them in respect to the North and Transmarine affairs to Prussia, and in respect to the Danube and Oriental affairs to Bavaria. An addition of 10% to the present import duties on manufactures and colonial produce would at present place 1,5 million per annum at the disposal of their Zollverein. And as it may be expected with certainty, as a result of the continual increase in the export of manufactured goods, that in the course of time consumption of colonial produce in the states of the Zollverein will increase to double and treble its present amount, and consequently their customs revenue will increase in like proportion, sufficient provision will be made for satisfying the requirements above mentioned, if the states of the Zollverein establish the principle that over and above the addition of 10%, a part also of all future increase in import duties should be placed at the disposal of the Prussian government to be expended for these objects. As regards the establishment of a German transport system, and especially of a German system of railways, we beg to refer to a work of our own which specially treats of that subject. This great enterprise will pay for itself, and all that is required of the governments can be expressed in one word, and that is energy. Appendices Appendix A. Lists allegation as to this effect of the pecuniary subsidies granted by England to her allies on the continent would appear to have some foundation in fact. Any capital transferred by one country to another, other than by a mere transfer of existing securities between wealthy states, must in the long run be effected chiefly in commodities. It is probable that the large loans made by English capitalists to foreign states, notably from 1850 to 1870, resulted in temporary extra demand for British products, which helped to cause the increase of our prosperity by leaps and bounds. So far they may have operated as bounties to British producers, in the manner in which List maintains that the subsidies did. But the subsidies being absolute gifts for services in war, and the subsequent loans to repudiating or bankrupt states being practically, although involuntary, gifts, produced no interest return in future years. The English nation has paid heavily, in the increase to the national debt, for any temporary benefit afforded to English manufacturers by the bounties of which List complains. And English holders of foreign state bonds have paid no less heavily for the temporary leaps and bounds by which British manufacturing industry may have advanced in more recent times, owing to the loans. Translator. Appendix B. The following instances, among others, in which the state has, with general assent of the public, interfered with the liberty of individuals in respect to their separate action, are adduced by the late Mr. Justice Biles. The state provides defences against external aggression. It conducts treaties with foreign nations. It preserves internal peace and order. It is the cornerstone of family ties, family duties, family affection, family education, by regulating and enforcing the marriage contract. It institutes and protects property. It regulates the transmission of property. It enforces the repair of highways by the several districts through which they pass. or by those who use them. It obliges each county to make and repair its own bridges. It maintains ports and harbours. It surveys and lights the sea coasts of the realm. It coins money, and prohibits interference with this monopoly. It regulates the issue of promissory notes payable to bearer. It provides a uniform system of weights and measures, and prescribes the use of any other. It assumes the distribution of intelligence by post. By the patent and copyright laws it gives bounties on the exertion of the inventive faculties, in the shape of a monopoly for a limited period. By requiring a public specification, explanatory of every patented discovery or invention, it takes care that the secret shall not be hidden from the public or die with the inventor. It imposes a bridle on the acquisition of property by corporate bodies. It protects the public health by the prohibition of nuisances of thousands of kinds, and by making provision for their removal. By the quarantine laws it prevents the importation of contagious diseases. It provides for the cleanliness of towns. It regulates the fares of hackney carriages and controls the drivers. It forbids inoculation for the smallpox, and artificially promotes vaccination. It assumes the distribution of insolvent estates. It provides for the maintenance of the poor. It forbids perpetuities by avoiding all attempts to tie up property beyond a life or lives in being and 21 years afterwards. Though it tolerates all religions, it does not leave the virtue and happiness of the multitude without the support and direction of an established faith and worship. In the above cases government interferes on behalf of the public. But there are others in which it does so to protect the helplessness or inexperience of individuals. Thus it shields infants by avoiding their contracts and protecting their persons and property, and married women, and persons of unsound minds, and in many ways the helpless laboring poor. It forbids the truck system. It regulates the employment of women and children in mines and factories. It controls pawnbrokers grinding the tooth of usury, and securing facilities for redemption. It prohibits and punishes, as we have seen, the use of unjust weights and measures, and the sale of unwholesome provisions, and the adulteration of coffee, tobacco, snuff, beer, tea, cocoa, chocolate, and pepper. To guard against fraud, it directs the form and manner in which wills shall be executed. If a man gives a money bond with a penalty if the money is not repaid at a day prefixed, the state forbids the penalty to be enforced. A purchaser of gold or silver articles cannot tell whether they are real gold and silver or not, or how much of the weight is precious metal, and how much is alloy. The state steps into his assistance, and requires the assay mark of a public officer. A man buys a pocket of hops. He cannot always open it to see whether it is of the growth alleged or of uniform quality. The state interferes and makes it penal to mark or pack falsely. An attorney sends in his bill. The client cannot tell whether the charges are usual and fair. The state intervenes and provides a public officer who is empowered, not only to correct, but also to punish overcharges. The state compels the professional education of medical men and attorneys. The above are but some instances of the mode in which nearly all governments have found it for the advantage of the community to interpose. What is the interposition of government? Simply the concentrated action of the wisdom and power of the whole society on a given point, a mutual agreement by all, that certain things shall be done or not done for the general benefit. Sophisms of free trade examined, by a barrister, the late Mr. Justice Biles, 1870. Appendix C. That list should reject the idea of protective duties on corn and agricultural produce as being in any degree beneficial to a country like Germany, is easy to understand. Her agriculture at the time when he wrote, 1841, not only amply provided for the wants of her population, but yielded then, and had yielded for a long previous period, a large and steady surplus for export to other countries. No other European nation could profitably export such produce to her, while the high rates of freight then prevalent and the non-existence of ocean steam transport rendered such export to her from more distant countries impossible. Whether, as a mere question of policy, the free importation of agricultural produce be approved or not, his contention, thus laid down by him as a sort of universal axiom, but apparently based on the circumstances of his own country and time, can scarcely be deemed consistent with some other arguments on which his general theory of national economy is based. Nor can it be deemed, of itself, conclusive as a solution of the question which is presented to Great Britain at the present time, viz. Whether, under circumstances in which the necessary result of a policy of unrestricted importation of agricultural produce is to throw a large portion of the land of the nation out of cultivation, to deprive those who cultivated it of their accustomed employment, and to render the nation dependent for the major part of its food on foreign supplies, the nation's best interests are most effectually promoted by such a policy, or by one of such moderate protection of native agriculture as may retain in cultivation the national land, and greatly lessen the nation's dependence for its food on foreign importation. His contention leads rather to the inference that what may be good for one nation may be undesirable for another which exists under very different conditions, and still more to show that what may be beneficial to a people at one stage of their national history may be injurious at another time, an opinion which the present German government appears to sanction by its recent reversion to a protectionist policy as respects the imports of agricultural produce. A policy of moderate protection appears to be advocated by those who approve it as a sort of mutual assurance to the industrious producers of the nation against the competition in its own markets of producers who do not belong to the nation. It is further advocated as an impost levied on the foreign producing competitor in the shape of a contribution by him to the revenue of the nation which imposes it, and as the condition on which he is permitted to compete in the markets of the latter nation with the native producers, who are subjected to much taxation to which the foreigner does not otherwise contribute. It is noteworthy that Adam Smith himself expresses approval of protective duties for the latter purpose in case the foreign imported products are believed to be subjected to less taxation than similar home products. Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chapter 2. If those views can be deemed sound in their application to manufacturing industry, our author does not appear to have clearly stated the reasons why that industry which, as he admits, is the most important of any, and which employs more capital and population than any other, should not, if its successful prosecution requires it, receive moderate protection as well as manufacturing industry. Whether, however, the principle of protective duties, either generally or limited in their application to manufacturing industry alone, be admitted or not, two inferences seem to be fairly deducible from the teaching of Adam Smith and not to be disproved by that of List. Firstly, that if the home agriculturist is required, in the interest of the nation, to be exposed to free competition by the foreigner in the home market, he is entitled to be relieved from all such taxation, whether local or imperial, as at all specially or disproportionately oppresses him. Secondly, that differential duties are justifiable on imports from those nations who impose restrictions on our export to them as compared with imports from those nations who impose no such restrictions. Translator. Appendix D. The example of Great Britain during the last few years may be deemed by many to furnish a refutation of List's doctrine on this point. The excess of her recorded imports over her recorded exports has increased from 58 million in 1869 to 121 million in 1883. The induction of accurate conclusions as to the beneficial or injurious effects of this state of things on the national welfare, and consequently on the general truth or error of List's allegation, is rendered difficult chiefly by two considerations. First, by the circumstance that Great Britain possessed up to a few years ago, and still possesses to a considerable extent, large amounts of capital invested abroad, the dividends or interest on which, if not reinvested there, necessarily tend to increase her total recorded imports. The second is, that we have no statistical returns of British home production or consumption of manufactured goods, and only imperfect ones of her agricultural production. Hence it is impossible accurately to determine to what extent Great Britain's present enormous excess of imports represents merely the annual interest on previously acquired capital, and to what extent, on the other hand, it represents the substitution of the products of foreign labor in her own markets for those of her home industry. To the extent to which the former of these two elements can be proved to exist, The excess of imports so accounted for is, in the case of England, special and abnormal, and proves nothing adverse to the general truth of List's allegation. But even if it be correct, and it is difficult to believe that it can be so, that the excess in value of our imports, less carrying profits, is wholly accounted for by earnings on capital invested abroad, which earnings reach us in imported commodities, it would appear that, if the direct effect of such earnings so imported is to supplant and diminish production at home, there is a countervailing national loss, which goes far to neutralize the alleged national benefit of such excess of imports. Supposing, for instance, that the nation as a whole possesses 1 billion litres sterling invested abroad in various ways, realizing an annual income of 50 million litres sterling, that profit, if not reinvested abroad, no doubt reaches us in imported commodities and permeates through the community. But when such commodities mainly consist of goods or produce which supplant home productions, we are then to a great extent losers. Were such profit to reach us only in goods which we cannot produce, or in raw materials required for manufactures, it might all be deemed national gain. But when it reaches us in the shape of food or other articles which could be produced at home, and only transfers our custom from native to foreign producers, the gain is questionable even for the present, and, viewed prospectively, would appear to involve absolute danger to the community. Translator. 1. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/350/0168.html/cf. England and America, 1660 to 1760, in Economic Surveys, by Professor Ashley, and Dr. Cunningham's Growth of English Industry and Commerce, Volume 2. Edition 1903. 2. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. The principle of retaliation is reasonable and applicable only if it coincides with the principle of the industrial development of the nation, if it serves as it were as an assistance to this object. p. 255. 3. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Abridged from Friedrich List, ein Vorläufer und ein Opfer für das Vaterland. Stuttgart, 1877. 4. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Delecluse, Florence's Vicissitudes, pp. 23, 26, 32, 103, 213.5. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Pescio, Historia dell'Economia Politica. 6. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Amalfi contained at the period of her prosperity 50,000 inhabitants. Flavio Gaio, the inventor of the mariner's compass, was a citizen of Amalfi. It was at the sack of Amalfi by the Pisans, 1135 or 1137, that ancient book was discovered which later on became so injurious to the freedom and energies of Germany, the Pandects. 7. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_title/315/list_html. Hence Charles V. was the destroyer of commerce and industry in Italy, as he was also in the Netherlands and in Spain. He was the introducer of nobility by patent, and of the idea that it was disgraceful for the nobility to carry on commerce or manufactures, an idea which had the most destructive influence on the national industry. Before his time the contrary idea prevailed. The Medici continued to be engaged in commerce long after they had become sovereign rulers. 8. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_title/368.html. Quaindlay nobles, o ludiver sola sang pour la patrie, o lud illustralit at par de victoires et de la grande part des conquêtes, Nurant plus quaedua de honors et se partage de impots on et se demande pourquoi il y avait huit enough cents habitants de Venise qui se dissoient propriétaires de toute la République. Daru, Historia de Venise, Volume 4. Ch. 1809. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_title/368.html. Esprit de Lois, p. 192.10. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/315/list_list_store/168.html. A mere charlatan, Marco Brasadino, who professed to have the art of making gold, was welcomed by the Venetian aristocracy as a savior. Daru, Historia de Venise, Volume 3. Ch. 1911. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/315/list_list_store/168.html. Venice, as Holland and England subsequently did, made use of every opportunity of attracting to herself manufacturing industry and capital from foreign states. Also a considerable number of silk manufacturers emigrated to Venice from Lucca, where already in the 13th century the manufacture of velvets and brocades was very flourishing, in consequence of the oppression of the Lucchese tyrant Castruccio Castracani. Sandu, Historia de Venise, Volume I. Pages 247 to 256. 12. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/316.html. Sismondi, Historia des Republiques Italiennes, pt. I. p. 285.13. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/316.html. Esprit de Lois, Lever 20. Ch. 1214. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/316.html. Anderson, Origin of Commerce, pt. I. p. 46.15. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.ors.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_list_store/titles/316.html. Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Ch. 216. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html History of England, Part 4. Ch. 2117. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html The revenues of the kings of England were derived at that time more from export duties than from import duties. Freedom of export and duties on imports, viz. of manufactures, betoken at once an advanced state of industry and an enlightened state administration. The governments and countries of the North stood at about the same stage of culture and statesmanship as the Sublime Porte does in our day. The Sultan has, notably, only recently concluded commercial treaties, by which he engages not to tax exports of raw materials and manufactures higher than 14%. But imports not higher than 5%. And there accordingly that system of finance which professes to regard revenue as its chief object continues in full operation. Those statesmen and public writers who follow or advocate that system ought to betake themselves to Turkey, though they might really stand at the head of the times. 18. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html The Hanseatic were formerly termed Eastlings or Eastern merchants, in England, in contradistinction to those of the West, or the Belgians and Dutch. From this term is derived sterling or pound sterling, an abbreviation of the word Easterling, because formerly all the coin in circulation in England was that of the Hanseatic League. 19. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html History of England, ch. 3520. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html I. Sartorius, Geschichte der Hanse. 21. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html To Edward III. Cap. 5.22. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html Reimers Federer, p. 496. De Witt, Interest of Holland, p. 45.23. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/368.html Hume, History of England, chap. 2524. https://l-resources.s3.amazon/titles/315/store/titles/315/store/titles/368.html Edward IV. Cap. 4. The preamble to this act is so characteristic that we cannot refrain from quoting it verbatim. Whereas to the said Parliament, by the artificers men and women inhabitant and resident in the City of London and in other cities, towns, boroughs and villages within this realm and Wales, it has been piteously showed and complained, how that all they in general and every of them be greatly impoverished and much injured and prejudiced of their worldly increase and living, by the great multitude of divers chaffers and wares pertaining to their mysteries and occupations, being fully wrought and ready made to sail, as well by the hand of strangers being the king's enemies as others, brought into this realm and whales from beyond the sea, as well by merchant strangers as denizens or other persons, whereof the greatest part is deceitful and nothing worth in regard of any man's occupation or profits, by occasion whereof the said artificers cannot live by their mysteries and occupations, as they used to do in times past, but divers of them as well householders as hirelings and other servants and apprentices in great number be at this day unoccupied, and do hardly live, in great idleness, poverty, and ruin, whereby many inconveniences have grown before this time, and hereafter more are like to come, which God defend, if due remedy be not in their behalf provided. 25. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/315/html Hume, chap. 26. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Hume, chap. 35. Also Sir J. Hayward, Life and Reign of Edward via. 27. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Hume, chap. 37. Palin. 28. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Campbell's Lives of the Admirals, Volume I. p. 386.29. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Our author would appear to have forgotten, or else unfairly ignored, the exploits of the British fleet under Lord Exmouth. 30. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 3. ch. 431. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html The construction of good roads, and still more of railways, which has taken place in quite recent times, has materially modified this axiom. 32. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html It has been recently stated that the excellence of the Dutch herrings is attributable not only to the superior methods above named, but also to the casks in which they are bottled and exported being constructed of oak. 33. https://l-resources. s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Hume, Volume 2. p. 143.34. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. No doubt the decrees prohibiting the export of wool, not to mention the restrictions placed on the trade in wool in markets near the coast, were vexatious and unfair, yet at the same time they operated beneficially in the promotion of English industry, and in the suppression of that of the Flemings. 35. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Hume, in 1603. Macpherson, Histoire du Commerce, in 1651. 36. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. See Starrett's Theory du Commerce, ch. 28. Thus we see George I. did not want merely to export goods and import nothing but specie in return, which is stated as the fundamental principle of the so-called mercantile system, and which in any case would be absurd. What he desired was to export manufactures and import raw material. 37. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Hume, Volume V. p. 39.38. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Anderson for the year 1721.39. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Priestley, Lectures on History and General Policy, pt. 2. p. 289.40. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. These and the following figures relating to English statistics are taken from a paper written by McQueen, the celebrated English statistician, and appearing in the July number of Tate's Edinburgh magazine for the year 1839. Possibly they may be somewhat exaggerated for the moment. But even if so, it is more than probable that the figures as stated will be reached within the present decade. 41. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Before his lamented death, the gifted author of this remark, in his Letters on England, read the nobles of his native country a lesson in this respect which they would do well to lay to heart. 42. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. England's national debt would not be so great an evil as it now appears to us, if England's aristocracy would concede that this burden should be borne by the class who were benefited by the cost of wars, namely, by the rich. McQueen estimates the capitalized value of property in the three kingdoms at £4,000 million sterling, and Martin estimates the capital invested in the colonies at about £2,600 million sterling. Hence we see that 1/9 part of English men's private property would suffice to cover the entire national debt. Nothing could be more just than such an appropriation, or at least than the payment of the interest on the national debt out of the proceeds of an income tax. The English aristocracy, however, deem it more convenient to provide for this charge by the imposition of taxes upon articles of consumption, by which the existence of the working classes is embittered beyond the point of endurance. 43. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html see Appendix A.44. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Anderson, Volume I. p. 127, Volume 2. p. 350.45. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/315/list_titles/316.html G. Simon, Recueiled Observations sur l'Angleterre. Memoires et considérations sur le commerce et les finances d'Espagne. Use Tarets, Theorie et pratique du commerce. 46. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Chaptal, de l'Industrie Française, Volume 2. p. 245.47. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html The chief export trade of the Portuguese from Central and Southern America consisted of the precious metals. From 1748 to 1753, the exports amounted to 18 millions of piastres. See Humboldt's Essai politique sur le royaume de la Nouvelle-Espagne, Volume 2. p. 652. The goods trade with those regions, as well as with the West Indies, first assumed important proportions, by the introduction of the sugar, coffee, and cotton planting. 48. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html British Merchant, Volume 3. p. 69.49. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Ibid. p. 71.50. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Ibid. p. 76.51. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Anderson, Volume 3. p. 67.52. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html British Merchant, Volume 3. p. 267.53. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/315/list_html Volume 3. pp. 15, 20, 33, 38, 110, 253, 254.54. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Anderson for the year 1703.55. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Macpherson, Annals of Commerce for the years 1771 and 1774. The obstacles thrown in the way of the importation of foreign goods greatly promoted the development of Spanish manufactures. Before that time Spain had been obtaining 19/20ths of her supplies of manufactured goods from England. Brougham, Inquiry into the Colonial Policy of the European Powers, Part 1. p. 421.56. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Ustarets, Theorie du Commerce. Aloha, Rétablissement des Manufactures d'Hispanie.57. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Eloge de Jean-Baptiste Colbert, Parnecker, 1773, Œuvres complete, Volume 15. 58. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Sequesnes paper entitled, Physiocratie, ou du gouvernement la plus avantage au genre humain, 1768, Note 5, zur la Maximate, wherein Quesnay contradicts and condemns Colbert in 2 brief pages, whereas Necker devoted 100 pages to the exposition of Colbert's system and of what he accomplished. It is hard to say whether we are to wonder most at the ignorance of Quesnay on matters of industry, history, and finance, or at the presumption with which he passes judgment upon such a man as Colbert without adducing grounds for it. Add to that this ignorant dreamer was not even candid enough to mention the expulsion of the Huguenots, nay, that he was not ashamed to allege, contrary to all truth, that Colbert had restricted the trade in corn between province and province by vexatious police ordinances. 59. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html A highly accomplished American orator, Mr. Baldwin, Chief Justice of the United States, when referring to the Canning-Huskisson system of free trade, shrewdly remarked that, like most English productions, it had been manufactured not so much for home consumption as for exportation. Shall we laugh most or weep when we call to mind the rapture of enthusiasm with which the liberals in France and Germany, more particularly the cosmopolitan theorists of the philanthropic school, and notably Mons. J. B. Say, hailed the announcement of the Canning-Huskisson system? So great was their jubilation, that one might have thought the millennium had come. But let us see what Mr. Canning's own biographer says about this minister's views on the subject of free trade. Mr. Canning was perfectly convinced of the truth of the abstract principle, that commerce is sure to flourish most when wholly unfettered, but since such had not been the opinion either of our ancestors or of surrounding nations, and since in consequence restraints had been imposed upon all commercial transactions, a state of things had grown up to which the unguarded application of the abstract principle, however true it was in theory, might have been somewhat mischievous in practice. The Political Life of Mr. Canning, by Stapleton, p. 3. In the year 1828, these same tactics of the English had again assumed a prominence so marked that Mr. Hume, the Liberal Member of Parliament, felt no hesitation in stigmatizing them in the House as the strangling of continental industries. 60. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/list_html forces productives de la France. 61. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html The system must necessarily have affected France in a different manner than Germany, because Germany was mostly shut out from the French markets, while the German markets were all open to the French manufacturer. 62. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/list_html Report of the Committee of Commerce and Manufactures to the House of Representatives of the Congress of the United States, February 13, 1816.63. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html Organ of the German Commercial and Manufacturing Interests. 64. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html Statistical Table of Massachusetts for the year ending April 1, 1837, by J. P. Bigelow, Secretary of the Commonwealth, Boston, 1838. No American state but Massachusetts possesses similar statistical abstracts. We owe those here referred to Governor Everett, distinguished alike as a scholar, an author, and a statesman. 65. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html The American papers of July 1839 report that in the manufacturing town of Lowell alone there are over 100 workwomen who have each over $1,000 deposited to their credit in the savings bank. 66. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html It is alleged that Adam Smith intended to have dedicated his great work to Quesnay. See Life of Smith, published by T. and J. Allman, 1825. 67. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_ors/titles/368.html The Christian religion inculcates perpetual peace. But until the promise, "There shall be one fold and one shepherd," has been fulfilled, the principle of the Quakers, however true it be in itself, can scarcely be acted upon. There is no better proof for the divine origin of the Christian religion than that its doctrines and promises are in perfect agreement with the demands of both the material and spiritual well-being of the human race. 68. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. This statement was probably accurate up to the period when Liszt wrote, but a notable exception to it may now be adduced. The commercial union of the various German states under the Zollverein preceded by many years their political union under the Empire, and powerfully promoted it. Tr.69. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. This is true respecting Spain up to the period of her invasion by Napoleon, but not subsequently. Our author's conclusions are, however, scarcely invalidated by that exception. Tr.70. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Say states in his Economie Politique Pratique, Volume 3. p. 242, Les lois ne peuvent pas créer des richesses. Certainly they cannot do this, but they create productive power, which is more important than riches, that is than possession of values of exchange. 71. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chap. 272. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. From the great number of passages wherein J.B. Say explains this view, we merely quote the newest from the 6th volume of Economie Politique Pratique, p. 307. Le talent d'un avocat, d'un médecin, qui est acquis auprès de quelque sacrifice et qui produit un revenu, est un vrai capital, non transmissible et la vérité, mais qui réside in moins dans un corps visible, celui de la personne qui la possède. 73. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. See Appendix A. 74. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Wealth of Nations, Book I. Chap. I.75. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Wealth of Nations, Book I. Chap. I.76. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chap. 277. https://list.test3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html. Lectures on Political Economy, by Thomas Cooper, pp. 1, 15, 19, 117.78. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_appendix b.79 https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html vide Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chap. 2, tr. 80. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html see Appendix C.81. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html see Appendix C.82. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Esprit de Lois, Lever 20. Chap. 2383. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html According to Chardin, the Gbers, an unmixed tribe of the old Persians, are an ugly, deformed, and clumsy race, like all nations of Mongol descent, while the Persian nobility, which for centuries has intermarried with Georgian and Circassian women, is distinguished for beauty and strength. Dr. Pritchard remarks that the unmixed Celts of the Scottish Highlands are far behind the Scottish Lowlanders, descendants of Saxons and Celts, in height, bodily power, and fine figure. Pallas makes similar observations respecting the descendants of the Russians and Tartars in comparison with the unmixed tribes to which they are related. Hazara affirms that the descendants of the Spaniards and the natives of Paraguay are a much more handsome and powerful race of men than their ancestors on both sides. The advantages of the crossing of race are not only apparent in the mixing of different nations, but also in the mixing of different family stocks in one and the same nation. Thus the Creole Negroes far surpass those Negroes who have sprung from unmixed tribes, and who have come direct from Africa to America, in mental gifts as well as in bodily power. The Caribbeans, the only Indian race which chooses regularly its women from neighboring tribes, are in every respect superior to all other American tribes. If this is a law of nature, the rise and progress which the cities of the Middle Ages displayed shortly after their foundation, as well as the energy and fine bodily appearance of the American people, are hence partly explained. 84. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chap. 285. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.os.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Compare the following paragraph, which appeared in the Times during 1883 Manufactures and Agriculture. The statistician of the Agricultural Department of the United States has shown in a recent report that the value of farmlands decreases in exact proportion as the ratio of agriculture to other industries increases. That is, where all the labor is devoted to agriculture, the land is worth less than where only half of the people are farm laborers, and where only a quarter of them are so engaged the farms and their products are still more valuable. It is, in fact, proved by statistics that diversified industries are of the greatest value to a state, and that the presence of a manufactory near a farm increases the value of the farm and its crops. It is further established that, dividing the United States into 4 sections or classes, with reference to the ratio of agricultural workers to the whole population, and putting those states having less than 30% of agricultural laborers in the first class, all having over 30 and less than 50 in the second, those between 50 and 70 in the third, and those having 70 or more in the fourth, the value of farms is in inverse ratio to the agricultural population, and that, whereas in the purely agricultural section, the fourth class, the value of the farms per acre is only $5.28, in the next class it is $13.03, in the third $22.21, and in the manufacturing districts $40.91. This shows an enormous advantage for a mixed district. Yet not only is the land more valuable, the production per acre is greater, and the wages paid to farm hands larger. Manufactures and varied industries thus not only benefit the manufacturers, but are of equal benefit and advantage to the farmers as well. The latter would, therefore, do well to abandon their prejudice against factories, which really increase the value of their property instead of depreciating it. Tr. 86. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_0168.html General Statistics of the British Empire. London, 1836.87. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Esprit de Lois, Book 20. Chap. 1288. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Wealth of Nations, Book 4. Chapter 3.89. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html See Appendix D.90. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html During a journey in Germany which the author undertook while this work was in the press, he learned for the first time that Doctors von Ranke and Gervinus have criticized Machiavelli's Prince from the same point of view as himself. 91. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Everything that Machiavelli has written, whether before or after the publication of The Prince, indicates that he was revolving in his mind plans of this kind. How otherwise can it be explained, why he, a civilian, a man of letters, an ambassador and state official, who had never borne arms, should have occupied himself so much in studying the art of war, and that he should have been able to write a work upon it which excited the wonder of the most distinguished soldiers of his time? 92. https://lresources.s3.amazon/l3/store/titles/315/list_store/titles/368.html Friedrich the Great in his Anti-Machiavel treats of the princes simply a scientific treatise on the rights and duties of princes generally. Here it is remarkable that he, while contradicting Machiavelli chapter by chapter, never mentions the last or 26th chapter, which bears the heading, A Summons to Free Italy from the Foreigners, and instead of it inserts a chapter which is not contained in Machiavelli's work with the heading, On the Different Kinds of Negotiations, and on the Just Reasons for a Declaration of War. 93. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html first published in the work, Pensieri intorno allo scopo di Niccolò Machiavelli nel libro Il Principe. Milano, 1810.94. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Stewart says, Book I. Chapter 29, In order to promote industry, a nation must act as well as permit, and protect. Could ever the woolen manufacture have been introduced into France from the consideration of the great advantage which England had drawn from it, if the king had not undertaken the support of it by granting many privileges to the undertakers, and by laying strict prohibitions on all foreign cloths? Is there any other way of establishing a new manufacture anywhere? 95. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html see Appendix C. 96. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Louis Say, Études sur la richesse des nations, Preface, p. 497. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html The following are the actual words of Louis Say, p. 10. La richesse ne consiste pas dans les choses qui satisfont nos besoins et nos gouts, mais dans le pouvoir d'endurer annuellement. And further, pp. 14-15, Le faux système mercantile, fond sur la richesse en métaux précieux, remplace par un autre fond sur la richesse en valeurs vénales ou échangeables, qui consiste en values qui compose la richesse d'une nation qui comme la fait un marchand. And, note, p. 14, L'école moderne qui refute le système mercantile elle-même écrit un système qui lui-même a été trop appelé le système mercantile. 98. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Études sur la richesse des nations, p. 36, quoting J.B. Say's words, que cette méthode était loin d'être bonne, mais que la difficulté était d'en trouver un meilleur. 99. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Say, Cause complète d'économie politique pratique, 7. p. 378.100. https://lresources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Even a part of the production of wool in England is due to the observance of this maxim. Edward IV. Imported under special privileges 3,000 head of sheep from Spain, where the export of sheep was prohibited, and distributed them among various parishes, with the command that for 7 years none were to be slaughtered or castrated. SI sur le commerce d'Angleterre, tome I. p. 379. As soon as the object of these measures had been attained, England rewarded the Spanish government for the special privileges granted by the latter, by prohibiting the import of Spanish wool. The efficacy of this prohibition, however unjust it may be deemed, can as little be denied as that of the prohibitions of the import of wool by Charles II. 1672 and 1674. 101. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html see Appendix A.102. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html France, said Pitt, has advantages above England in respect of climate and other natural gifts, and therefore excels England in its raw produce. On the other hand, England has the advantage over France in its artificial products. The wines, brandies, oils, and vinegars of France, especially the first two, are articles of such importance and of such value, that the value of our natural products cannot be in the least compared with them. But, on the other hand, it is equally certain that England is the exclusive producer of some kinds of manufactured goods, and that in respect of other kinds she possesses such advantages that she can defy without doubt all the competition of France. This is a reciprocal condition and the basis on which an advantageous commercial treaty between both nations should be founded. As each of them has its peculiar staple commodities, and each possesses that which is lacking to the other, so both should deal with one another like two great merchants who are engaged in different branches of trade, and by a reciprocal exchange of their goods can at once become useful to one another. Let us further only call to mind on this point the wealth of the country with which we stand in the position of neighbors, its great population, its vicinity to us, and the consequent quick and regular exchange. Who could then hesitate a moment to give his approval to the system of freedom, and who would not earnestly and impatiently wish for the utmost possible expedition in establishing it? The possession of such an extensive and certain market must give quite an extraordinary impulse to our trade, and the customs revenue which would then be diverted from the hands of the smuggler into the state revenue would benefit our finances, and thus two main springs of British wealth and of British power would be made more productive. 103. https://l-resources.s3.amazon.com/l3/store/titles/315/list_titles/368.html Since Liszt wrote these lines, the duties which foreign silk manufacturers had to pay on the import of their goods into England have been totally abolished. The results of their abolition may be learned from Mr. Wardle's report on the English silk trade, as follows. London, in 1825, contained 24,000 looms and 60,000 operatives engaged in silk manufacture. At the present time these have dwindled to 1,200 looms and less than 4,000 operatives. In Coventry, in 1861, the ribbon trade is stated to have given subsistence to 40,600 persons, while at the present time probably not more than 10,000 persons are supported by it, and the power looms at work in Coventry have decreased from 1,800 to 600. In Derby the number of operatives employed in silk manufacture has decreased from 6,650, in 1850, to 2,400 at present. In the Congleton district they have decreased from 5,186, in 1860, to 1,530, in 1884, while of the 40 silk throwsters' works which that district contained, in 1859, only 12 now remain, with about 3/4 of their machinery employed. In Manchester this trade has practically died out, while at Middleton the industry is simply ruined. These results, stated by Mr. Wardle, may account for the decrease in England's imports of raw silk, from £8 million in 1871, to less than £3 million. On the other hand, since List wrote, the United States of America have increased and steadily maintained a considerable protective duty on the importation of foreign silk manufactures. The results of that policy were publicly stated by Mr. Robert P. Porter, member of the United States Tariff Commission, in a speech in 1883, to have been as follows: 5,000 persons were employed in silk manufacture in the United States before the Morrill Tariff, 1861. In 1880 their number had increased to 30,000. The value of silk manufactures produced in the States increased from 1,200,000 litres in 1860 to more than 8 million litres in 1880. Yet the cost of the manufactured goods to the consumer, estimated on a gold basis, has steadily declined at a much greater rate than the cost of the raw material. After reference to the earthenware and plate glass manufactures, Mr. Porter adds, the testimony before the Tariff Commission showed unquestionably that the competition in the United States had resulted in a reduction in the cost to the American consumer. In this way, gentlemen, I contend, and am prepared to prove statistically, that protection, so far as the United States are concerned, has in every case ultimately benefited the consumer, and on this,